Because he possessed no magic, the imperial prince faced scorn and discrimination. Not only did he lose his right to inherit the throne, but his illegitimate half-sister also stole all of his father's love. Having lost everything, he gradually descended into darkness, his personality becoming increasingly twisted and tyrannical. Ultimately, in his struggle for power, he personally poisoned his father. However, this act also cost him his own life. In the end, the prince, guilty of a grave crime, was sent to the guillotine. With the order given, the blade slowly rose, then swiftly fell. The block was instantly stained crimson. The female protagonist, Xiaoyao, was the only daughter of the Xiao family, one of the four great families. However, she had been frail and sickly since childhood, requiring monthly hospital treatments. On the day of her surgery, she opened her eyes to find herself transported into an unfinished novel she had been reading. She had become the novel's villainous supporting character, Princess Afaluo. The bewildered Xiaoyao was stunned. Looking around, she found herself surrounded by unfamiliar sights. Glancing down, she saw a pair of small, fair, and soft hands. Barely believing her eyes, she shakily climbed out of bed. She toddled over to a nearby mirror, where she saw a completely unfamiliar face. Turning her head left and right, unable to accept reality, Xiaoyao's legs gave way and she collapsed to the floor. She couldn't help but scream. Hearing the scream, the servants rushed over. Seeing her on the floor, they quickly surrounded her, frantically checking her over. Relieved to find her unharmed, they calmed down. "Thank goodness you're all right," if Lord Nier had found out. Hearing the familiar name, Xiaoyao quickly interrupted the servant. "Who did you say would find out?" The servant stammered, "Lord Tamir Nier." Then, still unsure, she asked who she was. Hearing the servant's confirming words, "Your Highness, that you are the only princess of the Refister Empire, Princess Afaluo." Only then did she confirm that she had truly transmigrated. She had truly become the tragically fated villainous supporting character from the book. Just as Afaluo was trying to accept this reality, that the door suddenly opened. Accompanied by the sound of steady footsteps, a tall, imposing figure in a cloak entered. Afaluo stared with wide eyes, wondering, could this be my father? The emperor in the novel was named Eratova. He was the youngest emperor of the Refister Empire. Since ascending the throne at the age of 19, he had led his troops to conquer all directions. In just 10 years, he had doubled the size of the empire. Under his rule, Refister had reached unprecedented prosperity. Such a powerful figure possessed a face as beautiful as a god's. Afaluo met his gaze. She felt a terrifying aura. A single glance from him was enough to make anyone tremble. No wonder the servants were so afraid of him. Eratova coldly asked the servants what had happened. Learning that a hostage had upset the princess, he turned to Afaluo. Afaluo braced herself for a scolding, expecting to suffer in the original Afaluo's place. Instead, a large hand gently stroked her head. "Are you unwell somewhere?" His voice was exceptionally gentle and kind. The woman had transmigrated into the body of the novel's villainous supporting character. She had expected a scolding, anticipating punishment in the original Afaluo's stead. Instead, she felt a gentle hand on her head. Hearing her father's soft inquiry, Afaluo quickly shook her head. He looked at Afaluo with a gentle and affectionate expression. Turning away, his expression instantly darkened. A mere hostage dares to upset the princess. He ordered the hostage brought before him for questioning. Eratova waved his hand behind him. A man holding a magic staff approached Afaluo. He used the staff to heal Afaluo. Afaluo's body gently floated. "Is this magic? It's such a wondrous feeling." After the healing, Eratova walked up to Afaluo. "It's good that you're all right," he said, his voice still gentle. In the novel, Eratova was depicted as a cold-blooded tyrant. But now, he didn't seem so terrifying. Just then, the guards brought in a hostage. Watching him being roughly shoved to the ground, Afaluo instinctively reached out to help him, but quickly withdrew her hand, realizing it was wrong. He was the prince of the Salem Lili kingdom from the book, an enemy. Because of his inauspicious black hair, he was sent to Refister as a hostage at the age of 10. He suffered endless humiliation. At 12, he offended Afaluo and was sent back. The fate of an expelled hostage was easily imagined. He was now trembling, kneeling before her tall and imposing father. He turned and saw Afaluo standing nearby. Just like in the book, he glared at the princess with hatred. Afaluo recoiled in fear. She was about to say something when her father noticed. He shielded Afaluo with his body. A mere hostage, he said, dares to look at my daughter with such eyes. He then declared he would take the boy's life to appease the princess. Seeing the boy's defiance, he decided that the blood of the entire Salem Lili kingdom and all its people would be a more fitting retribution. He sneered, "This is what happens when you anger me." Afaluo was stunned. Just for looking at her, he had angered this man. And for such a trivial matter, he had sentenced an entire nation to death. There was no fairness, no human rights. The law was replaced by the ruling class. No one dared to resist the tyranny of the monarch. What kind of world was this? If this person died because of her, if a war broke out because of her, Afaluo clutched her clothes tightly. Would she also become one of these numb, timid people? No. She mustered her courage and walked up to her father to plead. "It was my fault. It has nothing to do with him." The boy looked back in surprise. She was helping him. The villainous supporting character thought she had the survival script, but she hadn't expected to encounter a doting father. A month had passed since that incident. Afaluo had gradually accepted the fact that she had transmigrated, but recalling the emperor's expression that day still made her shudder. Fortunately, the emperor hadn't pursued the matter further. She couldn't believe she had dared to defy a tyrant in front of so many people. She had almost thought her short new life was over. Afaluo shuddered silently. Suddenly, she noticed a gaze fixed on her. She turned and saw Vidi, who hadn't yet managed to look away. Afaluo smiled, her beautiful eyes sparkling. But from Vidi's perspective, Afaluo looked like a demon wielding a spiked club, grinning wickedly. He knelt down with a solemn expression. He lifted his face, ready to die. "If this can bring peace to my people," he said, "let me make this last contribution for them." Afaluo was utterly bewildered. "Although I don't know what you're thinking," she said, "it's definitely not what I meant." Based on her observations over this period, Afaluo had discovered that the original Afaluo's personality was even worse than described in the book. Almost no one in the entire palace dared to speak to her. Even her personal maids were extremely wary of her. Afaluo facepalmed. What kind of brat was the original Afaluo? Determined to avoid the tragic ending, Afaluo resolved to change everything. She would start with the people closest to her. Afaluo walked up to Vidi, extended her hand. Vidi closed his eyes. It was coming after all. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. He slowly opened his eyes. He saw a pair of small, fair hands in front of him, seeming to want to help him up. Before Vidi could react, Afaluo continued, "From now on, I won't scold or hit you. I swear this by the name of the imperial princess." Looking at Afaluo's resolute and serious expression, Vidi was stunned. He couldn't understand how the previously arrogant and spoiled princess could suddenly change so much. Was she playing some other trick? Vidi got up on his own. He didn't take Afaluo's hand. The atmosphere instantly became a little awkward. Afaluo silently withdrew her hand. This should Vanchang count as a reconciliation, right? At this moment, a handsome and elegant man suddenly walked in from outside, breaking the awkward silence. From his servant's surprise greetings, it was learned that this man was Tamir Nir, the only person in the original story who stayed by Afaluo's side from beginning to end. He did everything Afaluo asked. Even when everyone else fell for the female lead, he still stood by Afaluo's side. He even sacrificed his life for her. As Nir approached, Vidi glared at him resentfully. There was a faint smell of gunpowder in the air. Nir ignored Vidi. He turned to Afaluo, knelt on one knee, and said, "I have returned, Your Highness." He also brought back news of the female lead. The girl undergoing surgery opened her eyes and became the vicious princess who murdered her father. 1 second, she was immersed in a life of blissful indulgence. The next, she was worried sick about her own survival. Looking at the information Nir brought back, Afaluo recalled the female lead of this novel in the original story, Emma Grammaros. Rumor had it that she was the emperor's child, born from an affair with a wealthy merchant's daughter outside the palace when he was young. Not long after Emma was born, the merchant's family suffered misfortune, and young Emma disappeared without a trace. Even though the princess living outside the palace was raised as a commoner, the nobility of the royal bloodline could not be erased. After returning to the palace, Emma quickly became a universally praised princess. Even the ice-cold emperor was melted by the sunshine-like warmth and gentleness of Emma. Except for Afaluo. Originally the empire's only princess, she fell out of favor because of Emma's appearance. Extremely jealous that Emma had stolen her father's love, she began to antagonize Emma everywhere. One was a kind and gentle female lead, the other a willful and arrogant villainess. The ending was predictable. In the end, the princess and the prince lived happily ever after, while the insidious and vicious which died amidst public condemnation. Thinking of this, Afaluo couldn't help but shiver. Such an ending was too tragic. She thought that as long as she quietly stayed away from the female lead, everything would be fine. But from Nier's perspective, Afaluo's pretty face was filled with worry. His expression instantly darkened. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Afaluo ask expectantly, "When can I meet my sister?" Nier was taken aback by this sudden question. "Aren't you angry?" Afaluo earnestly expressed that she would get along well with her sister. After all, who would be foolish enough to get angry with the female lead? The two of them didn't seem to be on the same wavelength. Nier thought for a moment, then said sincerely, "I understand what you mean." You don't understand." Afaluo quickly and anxiously explained that she didn't want him to do anything to her. But Nier hesitated. "If we don't make plans soon, you will only." Afaluo didn't quite understand what he meant. She looked at Vidi and the servants beside her. Their expressions seemed a little strange. Just then, Vidi suddenly chuckled, catching Afaluo's attention. "Why are you laughing?" Vidi avoided her gaze. But seeing Afaluo's insistent expression, he hesitated, then told her, "You don't seem to know what's going to happen. Because of surgery, she transmigrated into the body of the villainous supporting female lead. To prepare for the imminent arrival of the female protagonist, the wicked princess spent 3 days and 3 nights. Making a meticulous self-preservation plan. After Vidi finished speaking, the atmosphere instantly froze. You are the emperor's daughter. From birth, you have to shoulder the responsibilities of being a royal. If you can't become a winner 100 times better than everyone else." The fist Vidi clenched at his side trembled uncontrollably from the force. "Then you'll end up like me." Afaluo stared at him blankly. Yes, Vidi hadn't done anything wrong, just because of his natural hair and eyes. But he was branded with a curse, stripped of his status as heir, exiled to an empire far from home, just because of such an absurd reason. Even a prince can suffer misfortune. What about me? A princess considered a disgrace to the empire without magic. Seeing Afaluo's unease, Nier quickly stepped forward to assure her, "I will definitely not let something like that happen." But seeing the princess still silently speechless, he turned and glared at Vidi with displeasure. Vidi, under Nier's gaze, broke out in a cold sweat. He awkwardly tried to add something, but Afaluo, having calmed down, interrupted him. "I will prepare in advance, but not that kind of preparation. In my previous life, I was frail and sickly. I thought I could have a healthy body and live a peaceful life. But it's in a country where even the laws are imperfect, where the slightest mistake could cost you your life. I really have no control over my own fate." Afaluo felt a little lost, but she quickly regained her spirits. How could she just give up like this? Even if she transmigrated into the villainous supporting female lead, a tragic character unable to control her own destiny. Thus she would never accept such an ending. No matter what, she would change this miserable fate. After working tirelessly day and night, Afaluo finally completed her villainous self-preservation plan. First, she had to study the history of this country thoroughly. But to become a qualified princess, it wasn't enough just to study book knowledge. She also needed to have impeccable etiquette. Besides that, dancing, and horse riding were essential. Thinking of this, Afaluo instantly wilted. But in order to escape the tragic ending in the book, she forced herself to cheer up. "In that case, I'll start with the simplest thing. Knowledge is always the most important." Although the novel mentioned that the emperor had arranged for Afaluo to have lessons with a tutor, the Afaluo in the novel hadn't been very focused on her studies. "It wouldn't be too late to start learning now. I must be better than everyone else." Then Afaluo began to look for a tutor. Viti was too gentle to be a teacher. Nir also had other things he needed to do, so that only left. The woman who transmigrated into the villainous princess of the book thought that a princess only needed to eat, drink, and be merry every day. She didn't expect to have to study so much every day. With Viti's help, Afaluo quickly caught up with the original curriculum. She even surpassed it, although Viti's attitude was still cold, but he was much more competent than expected. As for etiquette, Nir found the Duchess of Kalian, renowned for her elegance throughout the Refister Empire, to be Afaluo's etiquette instructor. Now, her manners are finally passable. Besides that, as a princess, there are still many things she needs to learn every day. After a busy day, Afaluo's happiest moment is when she can enjoy all sorts of delicacies. Because her previous body was frail and prone to illness, she couldn't eat just anything. But eating with such abandon, the consequence of eating so freely was weight gain. From that day on, Viti forbade sweets from appearing in Afaluo's palace. Having lost her sweets, Afaluo also lost her motivation, attempting to sway her little servant girl with cuteness. The servant's heart pounded, and she instantly abandoned her principles. She prepared a table full of sweets for Afaluo. Afaluo's eyes lit up with joy. As expected, sweets are the best. After eating her fill, Afaluo looked at Viti, who was sitting opposite her, staring out the window. Turning her head, she discovered several colorful kites floating outside the window. Does he want to go out and play? He's still a child after all. Immediately clapping her hands in excitement, she decided they should go fly kites in the garden together. Because the princess needed to change into specific clothes for outings, Viti and Nir were sent out. The two, who couldn't stand the sight of each other, glared in opposite directions. Before long, Afaluo, dressed and ready, walked over. A happy smile radiated from her beautiful face as she ran towards them. Both of them were stunned by her beauty. Viti blushed as he noticed Afaluo staring at him. Nir, however, looked displeased. He stepped forward, placing himself between them. Your Highness wants to fly a kite, right? I've already had the servants prepare everything for you in the garden. Afaluo's eyes lit up, and she happily ran towards the garden. As soon as she turned around, the two, who couldn't stand each other, resumed their glaring contest. Afaluo's kite flew higher and higher, and she couldn't help but show it off to everyone. Nir and Viti were equally enthusiastic in their praise. Afaluo felt elated. As expected of me, this was her first time flying a kite. It felt so good to run happily under the sun. Then, in a moment of carelessness, Viti's kite overtook hers. Nir's face darkened. How dare he surpass your highness? He furiously let out his string, knocking Viti's kite to the side. He then gave Viti a mocking look. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Having transmigrated into the body of the novel's villainous princess, she had intended to strive for her self-preservation plan before the female lead appeared. But she never expected to run into the female lead the very next second. Seeing their childish behavior, Afaluo couldn't help but laugh. She hadn't expected the indifferent and ruthless Nir from the novel to have such a cute personality. Well then, I can't be outdone either. Ignoring the two's rivalry, Afaluo began to fly her kite seriously. Suddenly, with a snap, the princess's kite string broke and the kite fell. They immediately wanted to help retrieve it, but Afaluo stopped them. You two wait here. I'll go myself. Without waiting for their objections, she ran off in the direction of the kite. She parted the flower bushes, searching high and low. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She spotted the kite caught on the roof of a pavilion. She excitedly ran over, but she didn't expect there to be a girl sitting inside the pavilion. Afaluo was puzzled. This is the palace the emperor specifically built for me. Aside from my attendants and the emperor, no one ever comes in here. Afaluo observed her carefully. That familiar back. Could it be? It was like a bolt from the blue. Isn't this the female lead from the novel, Emma Gramros? According to the plot, I shouldn't meet her until the banquet 6 months from now. Why is she here so early? I'm not ready yet. Afaluo shook her head. Retreat was the best option. It was time to slip away. But fate played a cruel joke. crack went a dry twig under her foot. Afaluo froze, her face falling. Oh no, I'm doomed. As expected, a voice came from behind her. Hello. Afaluo stiffly turned around. The girl before her was dazzling. Beautiful blonde hair flowed in the wind, like sunshine cascading over her, with eyes identical to the Emperor's. This was the long-lost princess of the Empire from the novel. But why was she here now? What did things go wrong? Is something the matter, Your Highness? Hearing the girl's voice, Afaluo snapped back to reality, clenching her fist involuntarily. Forcing a smile, she said, It's nothing. I'm just curious why you're here. Emma's face lit up with surprise. Your Highness knows me. Afaluo looked directly into her eyes. Only members of the royal family possess those eyes. Emma seemed to understand. She explained that she simply saw the beautiful flowers blooming here and picked some to make a flower arrangement, thinking of giving it as a gift for their first meeting. Looking at Emma's smiling face, Afaluo thought, it's no wonder everyone in the novel liked her. Even she wanted to be friends with her. Just then, Nir's voice came from behind. Borrowing Your Highness's flowers to give to Your Highness. What a thoughtful gift, Miss Emma. She was the lost royal princess, subjected to the cold stares and bullying of others. Now, found by the Emperor, she had become the beloved princess. Neither of them reacted immediately to Nir's voice. Then Viti walked out from the side. Immediately going into protective mode, he sternly questioned, This is the palace His Majesty built for Her Highness. Others are not allowed to enter without permission. What is your purpose in trespassing? Emma was taken aback. She quickly explained, I'm sorry. I didn't know this was Your Highness's palace. I just saw the beautiful flowers and wanted to pick some as a gift for Her Highness. Thinking of something, her voice dropped. His Majesty allowed me to freely enter the palace. I thought this was also a place I could enter. Since Emma hadn't been formally introduced yet, she couldn't call him father. She should have been a princess, but she grew up in the commoner's district, subjected to cold stares and bullying. Thinking about it, she was quite pitiful. Just then, the Emperor suddenly walked over. What are you doing here? Afaluo turned and saw the approaching Emperor, surprised. Why was he here? Then a guard peeked out from behind the Emperor. Your Highness, we've finally found you. He then ran all the way to Afaluo. Did you find your kite, Your Highness? Afaluo then remembered she was looking for her kite. She pointed to the kite still stuck on the pavilion roof. Turning her head, she saw the Emperor standing in front of Emma and instantly became excited. This was the famous scene from the novel where the female lead and the Emperor met. She had her little stool ready to watch the drama unfold. But the two stared at each other for a long time without saying a word. They weren't saying anything. How was this supposed to develop? Just as Emma opened her mouth to call him father, Afaluo, holding her metaphorical watermelon, wore an expectant expression. But unexpectedly, the Emperor's expression turned icy. Emma flinched, quickly changing her address to Your Majesty. I told you to stay in your palace and study during this time. Emma lowered her head. I'm very sorry. Then the Emperor walked right past Emma and ordered the guards to take her back. Emma anxiously wanted to say something more, but saw her father, who had just been icy-faced, crouch down in front of Afaluo, reassuring her not to worry. Then, taking Afaluo's small hand, he prepared to leave. Turning around, he coldly said to Emma, Without my permission, you are not allowed to appear before the princess again. Emma nodded, indicating she understood. Afaluo looked back at Emma, who was still standing there. She suddenly felt an inexplicable sadness. The woman had transmigrated into the novel's villainous princess. In order to change her ultimately tragic fate, she decided to try and change others' negative impressions of her. Afaluo looked at the flowers Emma had sent over a couple of days ago and couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Was this an early attempt to appease her? But why? Unable to understand, she irritably pushed the papers in front of her away. Looking at the invitation card set aside, she remembered that in a few days, the novel's story would officially begin. At the magnificent banquet, Emma would be formally introduced by the Emperor. She would be sought after by everyone and become the Empire's beloved princess, while Afaluo would be ignored. Because of her unwillingness and resentment, she would become the person everyone hated. Thinking of this, Afaluo abruptly stood up. Although the encounter with Emma had happened earlier than expected, it wouldn't hinder her plan. Most of the items on her checklist were already complete. Now, only dancing remained. For the sake of her life, she had to change her image in the eyes of others. She then went to the garden, hoping to find Nir to teach her to dance. But after looking around for a while, she couldn't find him. She learned from Herdy that Nir had gone out on business today. Disappointed, Afaluo said it seemed she wouldn't be able to have Nir teach her to dance today. Just then, Hurdy noticed Vidi passing by and suggested to Afaluo that if she wanted to practice dancing, there was another option. He then waved to Vidi with a big smile. Looking at Hurdy's amiable smile, Vidi had an inexplicable sense of foreboding. The two were quite a distance apart. Afaluo hadn't expected that the other option Hurdy mentioned was actually Vidi. However, Vidi could indeed teach her to dance. After all, he was once a prince. Only now, having been sent here as a hostage, he had become her guard. Vidi clenched his fists, sighed, and stepped forward, inviting Afaluo, "Your Highness, shall we begin?" Vidi's sudden invitation surprised Afaluo. At the same time, she felt inexplicably nervous. But she still took Vidi's hand and began to dance. She felt that this world's dance wasn't much different from the waltz of her previous life. Her waltz had been quite good in her past life. It seemed dancing wouldn't be a problem. Lost in thought, she suddenly noticed Vidi's dark hair and red eyes. A character like this was either an important supporting character or the final villain. How could he be written off after only a brief appearance? But she remembered hearing from Hurdy that Vidi was considered an ominous presence in his own country. Dark hair and red eyes. He seemed somewhat similar to the vampires described in the novels of her previous life. Afaluo was deep in thought and almost tripped. Fortunately, Vidi reacted quickly and caught her, but she still accidentally stepped on Vidi's foot. Her face flushed red instantly, and she apologized embarrassedly. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open. Nir walked in and asked, "Your Highness, if you wanted to learn to dance, why didn't you wait for me to return?" Afaluo replied that Vidi was teaching her quite well. At this moment, Vidi suddenly released Afaluo's hand. "Since Lord Nir has returned, I will take my leave." As he left, their eyes met. Sparks flew. The air was thick with tension. Afaluo was left completely bewildered. A woman transmigrated into a novel, becoming the villainous princess with a tragic ending. To prepare for the upcoming ball and change her fate, she meticulously prepared everything. The sound of horse hooves echoed through the castle in the early morning as guests arrived for the banquet. Vidi stood guard outside Afaluo's door. Images of Afaluo in various appearances flashed through his mind. He blushed and shook his head. Meanwhile, inside, Afaluo was still in bed, reluctant to get up. The sun was shining brightly outside. Such lovely weather made her want to sleep in. She rolled over and drifted back to sleep. Suddenly, Nir burst through the door. Afaluo jolted awake, startled. Nir checked the time and waved his hand behind him. A group of servant girls rushed in, surrounding her. Afaluo cowered in the corner, trembling. "What are you doing?" From her perspective, they looked like demons, their wicked claws reaching out to torment her. A flurry of sounds came from the room. Vidi was about to enter when Hurdy, with a smile on his face, blocked the doorway. "I can't help you now." A voice suddenly came from nearby. The two turned to see Emma, already dressed. In a pink gown, they both bowed respectfully to Emma. "From afar, I thought it was Lord Vidi. I didn't expect it to really be you." She moved closer to Vidi. "Why are you here?" "Princess Afaluo must need your help." Vidi silently took a few steps back, creating distance. "It's kind of Princess Emma to worry. You must have a key, then." Emma was about to speak when a guard interrupted. Leaning in and whispering something in her ear, Emma then excused herself, saying she had something to attend to. Vidi watched her leave, lost in thought. Hurdy suddenly said, "I feel like she was here for you." Vidi turned and left. Who knows? Inside, a despondent Afaluo changed into a beautiful new dress. However, due to her recent unrestrained indulgence in food, she had noticeably gained weight. She had to suck in her breath to fasten the dress. Afaluo sighed in relief. Seeing Nir standing nearby, she quickly and nervously insisted she was dieting and hadn't eaten much. She absolutely couldn't admit to sneaking an ice cream last night. Just then, Vidi and Hurdy entered. Looking at the beautiful princess, Hurdy couldn't help but praise her. "Your Highness, you look like the goddess Muse herself." Afaluo lowered her head shyly. "It's not that exaggerated." Hurdy said, "If you don't believe me, ask Lord Vidi." Afaluo looked at Vidi. Vidi stared at her, unable to look away, and blurted out, "You are truly beautiful." He quickly turned his head away, blushing. Afaluo looked back expectantly. "What do you think, Nir?" Nir looked at her intently, as if seeing someone else through her. "Very much alike." Afaluo was puzzled. Did Nir just say very much alike? Alike what? She shook her head. "Never mind. Let's put these questions aside. The upcoming ball is the most important thing. A woman woke up from surgery to find herself transmigrated as a vicious princess who murdered her father. Her seemingly cold-blooded and tyrannical father was actually a doting father. Even when his daughter offered him poison, he never resented her. At the dazzling banquet, guests filled the hall. Everyone had arrived. Duke Vitovas, as handsome as ever, entered, and the crowd immediately swarmed him. He overheard others discussing the long-lost eldest princess who recently returned to the palace. The mention of the eldest princess caught his attention. Seeing his puzzled expression, the person next to him explained that she was immediately brought to the palace after that incident. The younger princess hasn't been seen since then. The Duke propped his chin on his hand, lost in thought. It's his own fault for being so useless, a good-for-nothing. Perhaps this banquet is meant to announce the eldest princess's identity. He turned and asked expectantly, "What do you think, Your Grace?" The Duke didn't give a definite answer, only offering a vague reply. Meanwhile, the Emperor had finished dressing and turned to ask the young woman beside him if she was ready. Hearing her affirmation, he took her hand and walked towards the banquet hall. Suddenly, a voice announced, "His Majesty the Emperor and Her Highness enter." Everyone stopped talking and looked expectantly towards the entrance. Then, Eritova, Emperor Ramulos, slowly entered, leading Afaluo by the hand. The woman who had been gossiping just moments before paled. He wasn't escorting the eldest princess. Everyone bowed, while whispers erupted amongst the crowd. They had expected him to enter with his illegitimate daughter, the eldest princess, but he was escorting Afaluo. However, a single look from her imposing father silenced the room instantly. Afaluo looked at him in surprise. He truly was the emperor of the first empire of the continent. A single glance could frighten everyone into submission. Noticing Afaluo trembling slightly with fear, her father tightened his grip on her hand and softly reassured her, "Don't mind them." In the original novel, her father was portrayed as cold-blooded and cruel, but he was incredibly tender towards his daughter. Even until his death, he never resented Afaluo. How could Afaluo bear to hurt such a good man? She thought to herself, "In this life, let me be your daughter." At that moment, her father formally announced the return of his long-lost eldest princess. Music began to play, and everyone began to dance, conversing and laughing merrily. The atmosphere was lively. Meanwhile, Afaluo sat bored at her table, eating sweets. Although she was a princess, her father had told her she needn't socialize with the guests. Below, Emma chatted and laughed with everyone, earning the affection of many. In contrast, Afaluo sat aloof and people avoided her. She was known for being arrogant, spoiled, and violent. How could she possibly carry out her plan for revenge? In this world where magic reigned supreme, she, the imperial princess, possessed no magic. She was considered a disgrace to the empire, and her illegitimate sister had usurped her right to the throne. Stripped of everything, she ultimately turned to darkness. Afaluo continued to eat her small cakes bored. Suddenly, a guard approached and whispered something in her father's ear. Her father's expression changed, and he turned to Afaluo. He gently patted her head. "Wait for me here. I'll be back soon." With that, he left the banquet. Afaluo finished the last of her pastry. "Finally, I can begin my plan." She looked around, searching for her target. She spotted Emma, surrounded by people. As expected of the heroine, she certainly couldn't go over there. She turned and headed in the other direction. Emma suddenly noticed the stage was empty and seemed momentarily stunned. However, she quickly recovered when someone called out to her and resumed her conversation. As Afaluo walked, people moved out of her way. She wondered if they were avoiding her because she was the princess or because she was the magicless, wicked one. Afaluo finally found her target. She took a deep breath to compose herself. She was prepared to greet the three elegantly. But before she could finish her greeting, the three of them ran off like a puff of smoke. Afaluo froze in awkwardness for a few seconds. It seemed that in this world, lacking magic was no different from having a contagious disease. Even a princess would be discriminated against if she didn't possess magic. Living in such an environment, it was no wonder the original Afaluo turned out so twisted. She then clenched her fists and rallied herself. Since socializing wasn't working, she would try dancing. So, she hurriedly searched for a suitable dance partner. Suddenly, she spotted Vidi hiding in the corner. Vidi also noticed Afaluo at this moment and quickly turned his head away. Afaluo was a bit puzzled as to why Vidi was here. But then she thought, wasn't this a ready-made dance partner? A woman transmigrated into a vicious princess. In order to change everyone's impression of her arrogant and tyrannical behavior, she decided to make an effort to change. Vidi saw Afaluo approaching with a mischievous smile. He bowed. He turned and hurriedly prepared to leave, but she chased after him. In the end, he was brought to her. Afaluo curtsied elegantly. "May I have the honor of this dance?" She then acted cute and coquettish with expectant eyes. Vidi sighed helplessly. "It would be my pleasure, Your Highness," he accepted readily. As the beautiful music began, the two began to dance, instantly becoming the center of attention. I didn't expect Her Highness's dancing to be so good. It was a complete mess before. Like a beautiful butterfly, she danced. Every movement exuded elegance. At this moment, Emma also noticed them and, not to be outdone, began to dance as well. Everyone marveled. The eldest princess had only returned not long ago, yet she danced so skillfully. No wonder the younger princess was working so hard. Even though two groups on the dance floor began to show off their dancing skills, becoming the focus of the banquet, Afaluo quietly asked her question. "Why is Vidi here?" Vidi explained that Nir had asked him to come. Afaluo was puzzled. "What did he ask you to do?" Vidi recalled Nir's instructions. "Your only task today is to protect Her Highness. If I find you laying a finger on her." Nir made a throat-slitting gesture with a sinister look. Vidi shook his head, snapping back to reality. He looked at the questioning Afaluo. "No task." Afaluo sighed. "Another protect me mission." Vidi nodded, as Afaluo suspected. "But at least Vidi is here. The plan is going smoothly. Everyone's impression of me is starting to change. It seems my comeback isn't far off." At this moment, Afaluo noticed Emma beside her. Graceful steps, elegant and poised movements. She couldn't help but sigh. She truly is the female lead. Flawless. It was hard to imagine she had once lived in the slums. Afaluo suddenly realized that the time she arrived here was also the time Emma was brought back. That meant they had been learning to dance for the same amount of time. Afaluo watched Emma's elegant dancing. "I have to work even harder." At this moment, Vidi noticed Afaluo's emotions. "Your Highness, you don't need to compare yourself to others." Afaluo looked at Vidi with a touched expression. Just as she was lost in thought, Vidi sensed something was wrong. A woman, due to surgery, transmigrated into a vicious princess who murdered her father. And her seemingly cruel and merciless father was, in fact, a complete sucker for his daughter. Vidi pulled Afaluo into his arms, dodging Emma, who had suddenly fallen. Emma fell hard to the ground. Afaluo was held in Vidi's arms. Looking left and right, she blushed, not understanding what had just happened. The crowd erupted in an uproar, whispering amongst themselves and looking coldly at Emma. "Princess Emma, next time you dance, please be careful not to fall. You almost crashed into the princess just now." These words caused another wave of murmurs. Could Princess Emma have done it on purpose? Why dance if she hasn't mastered it? Hearing the gossip, Emma lowered her head, looking flustered. Afaluo suddenly stepped forward and walked towards her. Extending her hand to help her up, she said, "Sister, are you all right?" It must have hurt. The crowd was surprised by this gesture. Emma's knight suddenly swatted Afaluo's hand away. "There's no need for this pretense, Your Highness. If you hadn't moved, Princess Emma wouldn't have fallen." Afaluo was speechless. Wow, what idiotic logic. If I hadn't moved, I would have been her cushion. Vidi stepped forward and shielded Afaluo. The two stood facing each other, the atmosphere instantly tense. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed from behind. The Emperor had arrived. Everyone bowed. The Emperor walked directly to Afaluo. "What happened?" Afaluo shook her head, indicating nothing. The Emperor looked sternly at Vidi. Vidi immediately knelt and explained the situation. Emma's knight, however, twisted the story, shifting the blame onto Afaluo. It was the princess who almost bumped into Princess Emma. Afaluo was speechless. This ability to turn things around. If I hadn't been there, I almost would have believed him. The Emperor turned to Emma. "Is this true?" Emma put on a helpless expression. "It was my own clumsiness. It has nothing to do with my sister." Hearing such a manipulative statement, Afaluo froze, nervously looking at her father. Could he possibly believe it? The Emperor, however, said grimly, If you can't dance, then don't. He even seemed ready to end the banquet. Then he turned to Vidi, failing to protect the princess. This is your second time failing in your duty. A woman transmigrated into a novel as a spoiled, willful, and vicious princess. The ugly, magic-obsessed old father, thinking his daughter enjoyed socializing, arranged a tea party for her. The ugly, magic-obsessed old father, thinking his daughter enjoyed socializing, arranged a tea party for her. Vidi knelt silently. The emperor was about to punish him. Seeing this, Afaluo quickly stepped forward and tugged on her father's sleeve. She explained, if Vidi hadn't pulled me away in time, I would have been hit. Then she used her ultimate move, acting cute. They stared at each other for a moment. Afaluo felt a little anxious. Did it work? The emperor finally sighed and relented. He announced that the banquet would continue. He then picked up Afaluo and turned to leave. Afaluo waved discreetly to Vidi behind her, urging him to leave quickly. The emperor carried Afaluo to a lounge. He crouched in front of her and gently stroked her cheek. Are you sure you're all right? Afaluo put on a bright smile. I'm really fine. The emperor patted her head. If you don't like these banquets, you don't have to attend them. Afaluo stared blankly at her father. This was the first time someone had told her that if she didn't like something, she didn't have to participate, that someone was willing to protect her and tell her she could choose not to go. Afaluo smiled happily. Okay, father. The two of them happily enjoyed desserts in the room. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. A servant's voice came from a doorway. Your Majesty, Duke Vitova's requests an audience. The emperor was displeased at having his warm father-daughter time interrupted. He asked Afaluo if she wanted to see him. Afaluo recalled the novel. Duke Vitova's was the biggest winner. He was the one who pushed the male and female leads onto the throne. Such a deep, calculating person. I don't want to deal with him. So, I acted cute and whined to father. The emperor, unable to resist, affectionately ruffled Afaluo's hair. The princess is unwell and needs to rest. She cannot see anyone. At the door, the Duke and Emma heard the emperor's voice. Since her highness is unwell, we shall visit another day. Saying this, the Duke placed his hand on Emma's shoulder. Let's go back. Emma clenched her fists, unwilling, but silently followed. The Duke, watching the silent Emma, smiled faintly. A few days later, Afaluo looked at the invitation on the table, somewhat bewildered. Father thinks I like socializing. He arranged a tea party for me. Hearing Nir's confirmation, she felt a surge of panic. Could it be from that casual comment she made during their chat the other day? I don't hate making friends. I get along well with others. I just said I didn't dislike making friends. Afaluo flopped down in despair. But then a thought struck her. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to change everyone's impression of me? My plan wasn't complete after father took me away early from the banquet last time. Clenching her fists, she vowed that this time it would definitely happen. A woman transmigrated into the novel as the villainous princess, originally wanting to avoid the plot and live peacefully. She didn't expect to run into the male lead around the corner. After confirming the tea party, the next day, the three of them went to the market to buy gifts. Afaluo looked around excitedly. Finally, a chance to go out. Luckily, I used the excuse of preparing gifts for the tea party. Otherwise, father wouldn't have allowed me to leave the palace. But then Afaluo suddenly remembered something. When she was acting cute and begging father to let her go out, he was suddenly informed that a guest had arrived. Father's expression immediately turned serious. Then he patted Afaluo's head. It seems I won't be able to go with you. Someone could actually make the emperor leave Afaluo behind. She shook her head. Forget it. Whoever it is, it has nothing to do with me. Better to enjoy my shopping. Nir pointed to an item in front of a shop, asking for Afaluo's opinion. Afaluo curiously leaned closer. Seeing the ruby jewelry in Nir's hand, she exclaimed, "It's beautiful. Perfect as a gift for the tea party." Nir then declared grandly, "I'll take them all," before Afaluo could react. The shopkeeper had already swiftly wrapped everything up. Just then, Vidi's voice came from behind. "I'll take these too." Afaluo turned around stiffly. Vidi also had a pile of goods in front of him. The people in the market, as if they had spotted fat sheep ready for slaughter, began recommending their wares. And Vidi and Nir, those two fools, started their silent competition again, vying for attention. Afaluo exploded. "This isn't the kind of shopping trip I wanted." She angrily rushed into the crowd and quickly fled. Hiding in a corner, Afaluo finally shook them off. She sighed in relief. Afaluo turned to look. A hooded man suddenly appeared before her. As the hood came down, Afaluo finally saw his face. She was stunned. How could someone be so beautiful? Vidi and but neither of them possess such a holy aura. This must be what a legendary angel looks like. Is something wrong? Hearing the question, Afaluo snapped back to reality. She took the handkerchief and wiped the sweat from her forehead while surreptitiously observing the man before her. Someone like him. He's quite similar to the male lead in Yuan Shu's novel, That Child of the Temple. Wait, could this actually be the male lead? In this world that reveres magic, he's a good-for-nothing without a shred of magic, just as Afaluo was lamenting this unfairness. A fortune teller she happened to meet said that a powerful force was sealed within him. Afaluo clutched the handkerchief, feigning composure. Thank you for the handkerchief. I'll wash it and return it to you. The boy smiled faintly and pointed to a small house ahead. I live there. Feel free to come find me if you need anything. Afaluo followed his gaze and saw a sign hanging on the house that read House of Divination. She asked curiously, are you a fortune teller? The boy considered this. Strictly speaking, I'm more of an astrologer. I observe the inclinations of the heart, seeing Afaluo's curious and surprised expression. But he invited her, if you're interested, why not give it a try? Afaluo followed the boy into the house. Then, the boy took out a dark blue crystal ball to perform a divination for her. Afaluo watched the crystal ball with a mixture of nervousness and excitement. The boy spread his hands and silently chanted an incantation, activating the crystal ball. Both Afaluo and the boy stared seriously at the crystal ball. Suddenly, it flashed several times with intense light. Crackling sounds filled the air as several cracks appeared on its surface. Afaluo turned her head and covered her eyes, unable to look directly. Then, with a crash, the crystal ball shattered completely. Staring at the broken pieces, Afaluo wrung her hands anxiously. Does this mean I'll have big breasts? The crystal ball even shattered. This must be a terrible omen. The boy, however, looked at the remnants with a strange expression. There's something very interesting about you. Afaluo was bewildered. What do you mean? Does this mean I'm going to die? The boy said, someone has placed a powerful restriction on you. The crystal ball shattered because whoever placed the restriction doesn't allow me to divine your future. Afaluo anxiously pressed him. Who placed the restriction on me? Why would they do that? The boy shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Perhaps someone is trying to protect you. Then he smiled faintly. Or perhaps it's for another reason. I don't know. Afaluo was disappointed. I just wanted to have some fun with the fortune telling. I didn't expect the divination to fail and to discover I have a restriction on me. Suddenly, the boy leaned in close to Afaluo. Flustered, she raised her hands and pushed him away. What? What is it? The boy looked at her intently. The restriction on you is very familiar. Afaluo turned her head awkwardly. Watching his face getting closer, she panicked. Help! Someone save me. Just as the boy's hand was about to touch her cheek, a loud bang came from the doorway. Both of them turned to look. Vidi stood at the entrance, his face dark. He snarled, "Take your filthy hands off her." The girl, an imperial princess, had never met her mother. But unexpectedly, one night, her mother suddenly appeared at her bedside. As if seeing a savior, Afaluo dashed over to Vidi. "How did you find me?" Vidi, however, looked apologetic. "I apologize, Your Highness. I failed to protect you." Afaluo quickly waved her hands. "It's not your fault. I was the one who wandered off. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have run into this charlatan." Vidi then shielded Afaluo behind him, looking ready to demand an explanation. "Who are you?" The boy chuckled softly. He put on an innocent and harmless expression. "Don't misunderstand. I'm just an ordinary astrologer at this house of divination." Afaluo rolled her eyes. "Like how you're ordinary." Vidi said apologetically, "I'm sorry to have disturbed your establishment. Thank you for looking after my lady." Then he suddenly grasped Afaluo's hand. "But I need to take my lady back now." The astrologer boy chuckled and walked up to Afaluo. "My actions just now startled you." He then pulled a necklace from behind him. "As an apology, please accept this lucky necklace as a token of my remorse." Afaluo quickly refused, saying she didn't need it. Vidi then led her away. At that moment, the astrologer boy behind them gave a wicked smile. "You will need it." Simultaneously, the necklace and the box vanished. The two walked along the market street. Afaluo looked at Vidi, who was walking with a sullen face and saying nothing. She softly called his name. Vidi's face was filled with remorse as he apologized. "Your Highness, as your guard, I failed to protect you." Afaluo quickly waved her hand. No, Vidi arrived just in time. Just then, Neil ran over from afar. Afaluo suddenly remembered the restriction the astrologer boy had mentioned. What was that about? She wanted to ask Neil, but seeing the bustling crowds on the street, she changed her mind. Forget it. It's better to ask about this back home. Afaluo walked forward a few steps, and suddenly turned to look back at Vidi, or rather, at the hand Vidi had just held. Strange. Why do I feel a little disappointed? That night, after a tiring day, Afaluo checked the gifts she had prepared for tomorrow. After confirming everything was correct, she went to bed. Just as Afaluo was sleeping soundly, a figure suddenly appeared by her bed. Afaluo was startled awake by the sudden light. Opening her eyes, she saw a beautiful woman floating by her bed, softly calling her name. In her past life, she had killed her own father in her pursuit of power and wealth. But the tyrannical emperor, her father, was a complete doting father. Just because of a casual remark from his daughter, he was willing to hold another tea party for her. Afaluo stared at the woman in shock. Reacting quickly, she backed away. Who are you? Breaking into the princess's chambers in the dead of night is punishable by death. The woman suddenly reached out to her. Afaluo recoiled in fear and accidentally bumped her head. To be able to bypass the guards and appear in my chambers. You're definitely not an ordinary person. Are you an assassin? Afaluo closed her eyes in fear, thinking she was about to die. But the woman gently stroked her cheek. Afaluo looked at her in confusion. Who are you? At that moment, a mysterious force separated the two. Afaluo reached out, wanting to grab the woman, but she vanished like the wind. Just then, Neil, hearing Afaluo's voice outside the door, pushed it open and entered. Afaluo looked at the spot where the woman had vanished. Confused. Was that some kind of magic? Neil softly asked if Afaluo had had a nightmare. Afaluo waved her hand. I'm fine. Neil, go back to sleep. Neil offered to keep watch for Afaluo, so she could call him if she had another nightmare. The next day, due to the mysterious woman's sudden intrusion, Afaluo had spent the entire night thinking about her. Lack of sleep left her yawning constantly. Afaluo turned to look at Neil behind her. We both stayed up all night. Neil watched over me for the whole night. Why is he still so energetic? Before Afaluo could figure out, a servant girl informed her that the gathering was ready. Arriving at the gathering, Emma's side was filled with laughter and chatter, while her own side was empty. It seems my performance at the ball had no effect whatsoever. Just then, a voice suddenly reached her ears. Mati Siteret. Afaluo's face lit up with surprise. Finally, someone came to sit with her. The people across from them, however, looked at them with surprise and apprehension. Afaluo quietly asked the girl, Aren't you afraid of me? The girl asked doubtfully, Why would I be afraid of you? Afaluo thought seriously for a moment. Because everyone says I'm spoiled, willful, and arrogant. But are you? The girl countered. Afaluo shook her head. Well, there you have it. Afaluo clenched her hands. But I don't have magic. She looked at the girl, her face full of anxiety. The girl seemed unconcerned. So what? Afaluo looked at her with gratitude. Besides Vidi and the others, you're the first person I've met in this world that who doesn't care whether I have magic or not. Across the room, Emma watched the two chatting and laughing, her expression suddenly darkening. Due to a surgery, a woman transmigrated into a novel as the spoiled and willful villainous princess. To change everyone's impression of her, she organized a tea party, but she didn't expect to experience social death. Emma lifted her head, a smile on her face. Now that the last young lady has arrived, the tea party can begin. Afaluo finally reacted, looking at Emma and thinking, somehow, it feels like Emma is the real host of this tea party. But I won't lose to her. At least one person believes in me now. And so, the banquet officially began. Afaluo gestured to Hetty. Servants carrying gifts came forward. These are gifts I prepared for everyone. Thank you all for coming to my tea party. Everyone looked at each other, surprised that the arrogant and domineering princess would prepare gifts for them. Afaluo quickly said, You can open them. But still, no one moved. Afaluo felt a little disappointed. You won't even accept my gifts. At that moment, the girl beside Afaluo opened her box. She looked at the whip inside with some surprise. Afaluo explained, Miss Azteca of the Admiral's family has practiced martial arts since childhood and loves whips. I thought this ruby-studded whip will be most suitable for Miss Blair. A sneer suddenly came from the side. How could anyone give such a vulgar thing as a gift to a noble lady? Blair coughed delicately and said word by word, I like it. Then the others opened their gift boxes and discovered that they contained exactly what they wanted. Gasps of delight filled the air. Afalio breathed a sigh of relief. It seems everyone likes them. It was worth all the research I did to find out everyone's preferences. Eliminating everyone's prejudice is just around the corner. Then Afalio noticed that Emma had been staring at her gift without opening it. "Sister, won't you open yours?" she asked. Emma smiled. "There's no need. A gift from your highness couldn't possibly be bad." Afalio looked at the chatting and laughing young ladies and couldn't help but sigh. Looking at these young ladies, I feel like I'm becoming more elegant too. One of the young ladies, holding the book Afalio had gifted her, stepped forward and asked, "Has your highness read this book as well?" Afalio froze. The young lady continued excitedly, "I can't believe your highness has read this book too." Afalio quickly shook her head. I haven't. Don't say that," she replied awkwardly, embarrassed that she hadn't actually read the book. At that moment, Blair came to her rescue. "Her highness has just turned 12 and has only just begun studying elementary books." Afalio looked at her gratefully. Yes, that's right." The young lady apologized profusely, but her next sentence was still about the book. Afalio stared at her stiffly. Could this girl be a bookworm? Then everyone began excitedly discussing the contents of the book. Afalio couldn't get a word in edgewise. She had spent all her time recently learning noble etiquette and had neglected the fact that a real princess also needed to study academics. She couldn't just focus on outward appearances and neglect inner substance. To become a qualified imperial princess and shed the title of good-for-nothing, she had to learn everything a princess should know. Only then could she take control of her own destiny. The girl was born a good-for-nothing. Deemed inauspicious by the empire, she unknowingly harbored unprecedented power within her. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Afalio turned 14. This day marked her 14th birthday celebration. Amidst the lively and extravagant banquet, everyone presented Afalio with their gifts. Afalio felt a little overwhelmed by the crowd vying for her attention. Just then, Emma approached. She took my arm. "The ball has begun. You promised me the first dance." As the music started, the two of them stepped onto the dance floor and began a waltz. Everyone watched them in amazement. I can't believe the two princesses chose to dance together. I was hoping to ask her highness for a dance. Afalio felt a bit helpless. I've overheard at least 6 people wanting to ask me to dance. How clever of me to choose to dance with Emma. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to refuse them. As the music ended, the two exchanged smiles. Suddenly, applause erupted from nearby. "Your highness's dancing is truly a feast for the eyes." Emma responded gracefully, "Duke Vitovas, it's a pleasure to see you." Hearing this name, Afalio recalled that in the original novel, Duke Vitovas Ramrose was the emperor's younger brother. He was gentle, refined, and often helped the main characters. He was also the one who discovered Afalio's attempt to poison the emperor and sent her to the execution grounds. Afalio clenched her fists, thinking to herself, "I'm behaving myself now. I shouldn't be sent to the execution grounds again, right?" Watching their exchange, she suddenly remembered that Emma was brought back by the Duke. "Emma is very fond of the book you sent the other day, Duke. However, it's a bit advanced for her. She's still struggling with it." The Duke smiled faintly. "It's all right. Her Highness Emma can take her time with it." Emma bit her lip, lowered her gaze, and replied softly. Afalio, observing their strange behavior, wondered, "Why do I feel like they're sharing a secret?" Just then, the Duke bowed to take his leave. After a couple of steps, he suddenly turned back to Afalio and said, "Your gift has been delivered to your room. I believe you will be very pleased with it." Afalio felt a mix of curiosity and relief. She sighed inwardly. He's finally gone. Talking to him is so tiring. Later that evening, Afalio lay wearily in bed. Neil reminded her that she hadn't opened her gifts yet. Looking at the mountain of presents, Afalio groaned. "Let's call Vidi and Hetty to help us open them." Hetty unwrapped a gemstone. Vidi, looking at the gem, recognized it as a holy stone of the church. Neil glanced at the accompanying card. "It's from Duke Vitovas." Afalio stared at the holy stone, puzzled. What does he mean by sending me this? In this world where magic reigned supreme, she was born without any magical ability, considered a disgrace to the empire. Yet, she inadvertently discovered a secret hidden within her for 14 years. Neil recalled hearing that when the Duke found Princess Emma, the Emperor offered him a reward, but he refused everything except for the church's holy stone. Afalio pondered for a moment, then gave up. "I can't figure it out, so I'll just keep it for now." The next day, as Afaluo was writing thank you notes for the gifts, a bright light suddenly emanated from her drawer. Afaluo opened it and found the holy stone inside, glowing brilliantly. At the same time, a similar light shone from her bookshelf. Afaluo went over and examined the books, and discovered a hollow recess behind one of them. Looking at the holy stone in her hand, she hesitantly placed it into the recess. The stone immediately emitted a blinding light. Afaluo quickly turned away and shielded her eyes. The bookshelf began to shake, and then a secret passage opened. Afaluo stared in astonishment, taking a moment to compose herself. Slowly walking into the secret passage. Arriving at the depths of the passage, Afaluo looked at the pattern on the door, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. Pushing the door open, the inside looked like an ordinary library. Afaluo picked up a book from the table and found it was about theology. Most humans are born with magic or divine power, varying in strength. Divine power is relatively rare. Due to their bloodline, nobles and royalty mostly possess extremely strong magic. Those with magic are called magicians and dancers. Those with divine power, through study and examination, enter the church and become priests. Afaluo looked around, finding that most things here were related to theology. Could this have something to do with the church? Just then, Afaluo noticed a sparkling stone on the table. Curiously picking it up, the stone suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Within the light, the mysterious woman who had appeared by her bed last time appeared. Afaluo stared blankly at her. It was her mother, who had passed away 10 years ago. As beautiful and charming as an angel, she gently caressed Afaluo's cheek. "Happy birthday, my child." Afaluo froze, tears welling up in her eyes, unable to believe it was real. She reached out to touch her, but her hand passed right through her mother's body. Her mother told her, "This is just an image preserved with my divine power." Afaluo sadly lowered her head. "I thought." Her mother gently stroked her head. "Don't be sad, child. You being able to find this place means you are already 14. Her mother then told Afaluo a secret that had been hidden for 14 years. Born a princess of the empire, yet without any magic, she was considered inauspicious. But unbeknownst to everyone, she was the only person in the world who possessed both magic and divine power. Afaluo learned from her mother that she had been a saint of the church. Before Afaluo was even born, her mother had sensed powerful magical fluctuations and a faint divine aura within her. You will be the first person on the continent to possess both magic and divine power. But this special ability will surely bring you countless dangers. So I forcibly sealed your divine power and left these books and treasures. Only when you turn 14 can you open this secret chamber. Master your divine power and protect yourself." So she wasn't without magic. It was even quite powerful. She wasn't the useless princess others claimed her to be. Afaluo suddenly thought of the prohibition mentioned by the fortune teller. She wondered if the prohibition he spoke of was her mother's seal. Afaluo tossed and turned in bed, troubled. She didn't know how to lift the prohibition. She could only continuously study and strengthen herself, hoping to eventually break the prohibition. At that moment, in a tall cathedral, a hooded man whispered to someone behind him, "Don't disappoint the master." The man behind him looked up. It was the fortune teller Afaluo had met before. Early the next morning, Afaluo ate breakfast absent-mindedly. These past few days, she had practically searched the entire library, but hadn't found a way to lift the prohibition. She sighed in frustration. Just then, her father suddenly announced, "Tomorrow, you and Emma will go to the Imperial Academy to study." Afaluo looked up in surprise. So soon? Has the plot already progressed to this point? In her room, Neil and Hetty were practically packing everything in sight. Afaluo felt a bit helpless. "You really don't have to bring so much." Neil and Hetty refused in unison. "Your Highness's luggage must be fully prepared. We can't let your Highness suffer any hardship outside." Afaluo facepalmed. Seeing Vidi nearby, she remembered he would be accompanying her to the academy as a guard. "But what about your luggage?" Vidi lifted the quiver at his side. "My luggage is all here." Afaluo gave him a deadpan look. "Even mosquitoes have more luggage." She then pointed to several suitcases on the floor. "This is Vidi's luggage." Neil seemed a little displeased. "Your Highness, if you want to pack his luggage, I can do it. There's no need for you to do it yourself." Afaluo, however, looked indifferent. "It's no trouble. Taking care of those around me is also a princess's duty." Vidi, hearing this, was taken aback. Then, blushing slightly, he expressed his gratitude. Afaluo smiled gently. "It's nothing." The next day, the group waited at the gate. Afaluo, puzzled, quietly asked Emma, "Aren't we going to the academy? Why haven't we left yet?" Emma explained, "The people from the church said that since a princess is traveling, they need to bless us. We're waiting for them to arrive." At that moment, a flurry of footsteps came from the gate. A group of people in blue robes approached. These are the church envoys. A woman transmigrated into the novel as the vicious princess who murdered her father, to change everyone's bad impression of her, that she had just established a good relationship with the female lead when she ran into the male lead. The man removed his winter hat. "It's been a while. You've both grown so tall, your highnesses." Afaluo looked at him, puzzled. "Have I met him before?" At this moment, Emma tugged at her clothes discreetly. Afaluo came back to her senses. Lifting the luggage, the man put on a hurt expression. "It's been so long, and Princess Afaluo has almost forgotten me." Afaluo was speechless. "I've only been here since I was 12. You haven't appeared once in 2 years. The novel didn't mention you either." "Like I'd know." Just then, Father stepped forward and indicated that they could begin. The high priest picked up his staff and walked in front of Afaluo. "Your Highness, please close your eyes." He softly chanted a blessing. The staff suddenly emitted a golden light, forming a magic circle above Afaluo's head. But suddenly, Afaluo's heart jolted. Frightened, she took a few steps back. "What was that just now?" The high priest withdrew his staff and asked Afaluo if she was feeling unwell. Afaluo shook her head, indicating she was fine. Then Duke Vitovis stepped forward and said, "Her Highness's magic power is likely too scarce to withstand the divine blessing all at once. That's why she felt some discomfort." Father stepped forward and grasped Afaluo's shoulders. His tone turned icy. "Is this your temple's blessing?" Sensing the tense atmosphere, Afaluo gently tugged at Father's sleeve. "I'm fine. It's probably as Duke Vitovis said. My constitution is too weak." Hearing Afaluo's words, Father's expression softened. He sighed. "Is the temple's so-called blessing over?" Receiving an affirmative answer, he turned to Afaluo and Emma. "In that case, you may depart." At this time, the high priest said, as an apology, "Our temple will send the Saint's son to accompany the princesses to the academy to ensure their safety." Hearing the words Saint's son, Afaluo was a little surprised. Could this be the male lead, Pagalet? Speaking of which, he looks exactly like that fortune teller. Hearing the Saint's son's self-introduction, Afaluo confirmed it. This really was the male lead from the novel. Oh no, the male lead has appeared. Doesn't that mean I'm not far from death?" Father, however, said that this was very good. Afaluo wanted to cry, but had no tears. "Why are you going?" "I'm going to die too." Born an imperial princess, she had no magic whatsoever and was subjected to scorn and discrimination. But no one knew that within her body lay a hidden, powerful force. In the carriage, Afaluo stared blankly at the scenery outside the window. Finally, some peace and quiet. "Thankfully, I stopped Father from sending the knights to escort us. Otherwise, it would have been the ultimate social death." Emma saw through Afaluo's thoughts. "You rejected the knights because you didn't want to be restricted by them, right?" Afaluo leaned languidly against Emma. "If they were here, I'd have to maintain my princessly demeanor. It's more relaxing with just you guys." Looking at the Saint's son sitting opposite them, she suddenly thought of something. "Saint's son, do you know about the House of Divination?" Afaluo looked at him nervously. The Saint's son, however, asked in return, "Your Highness, why do you ask?" Afaluo explained, "You look a lot like someone I saw at the House of Divination." The novel describes this male lead quite a bit. As the saint son of the church, Pagalet is second only to the highest authority. Everyone in the temple says he's cold and indifferent, like a lofty god, as if he has no emotions. But the person I met that day was holy and gentle. Although the final impression wasn't very good, their personalities are still quite different. The saint's son thought for a moment. "The person your highness is referring to is a fortune teller." Afaluo's eyes widened in surprise. "How did you know?" Just then, Emma interrupted them with a question, glancing anxiously at Afaluo. Just a guess, Your Highness. Don't overthink it. Many people look alike. No need to be alarmed. Afaluo could only offer a small laugh and drop the subject. All right, maybe I'm overthinking it. Looking at Emma and the saint's son, she thought to herself, why do I feel like they know each other? Is it my imagination? Soon, as Afaluo was drifting off to sleep, they finally arrived at the teleportation point for the academy. Arriving at the teleportation platform and seeing the massive crowd, Afaluo was a bit surprised. Why are there so many people? Won't we have to wait in line for a long time? Vidi reminded her that the royal family had a dedicated teleportation array. Afaluo then remembered. As royalty, they had certain privileges. Having power and influence feels pretty good. The teleportation array activated. A golden light flashed. The four instantly vanished. When Afaluo opened her eyes, a grand and magnificent building appeared before her. This is a Nostan Academy. He was originally a foreign prince, but simply because of his naturally dark hair and eyes, he was branded as cursed and exiled to the Empire, far from his homeland. Afaluo gazed at the building in awe. Suddenly, an unfriendly voice came from behind her. Well, who are these country bumpkins? Vidi turned around with a grim expression. A red-haired young man continued his arrogant taunts. Country bumpkins, this isn't a place for the likes of you. The four glanced at him, not bothering to respond, and turned to walk into the academy. His fist having landed like a punch on cotton, the young man's face darkened. Then he noticed Vidi walking beside Afaluo. Isn't that Vidi, the black-haired jinx? Hearing this, Vidi clenched his fists. Afaluo turned around, displeased. What did you say? The young man continued his taunts. Want to know what the black-haired jinx is? That black-haired guy next to you is the inauspicious one who caused his own mother's death. Unable to bear it any longer, Afaluo furiously stepped forward to confront him, but Vidi stopped her. If you want to live, stay away from that guy. Afaluo thought for a moment, then suddenly realized. So he's a coward. Then, she loudly whispered to Emma, this person is so strange. He's clearly the one who's scared, but he's blaming it on Vidi's hair and eye color. Let's go quickly. If we stay with a coward too long, we might become cowards too. A few short words, not very harmful, but extremely insulting. The young man flew into a rage. He was about to charge forward, but his attendant stopped him. That seems to be the princess of the Reef Fister Empire. Afaluo glanced at Vidi, who was still frozen in place. What are you standing there for? Let's go. Vidi, his face flushed, followed her. The group chatted and laughed. Then, Afaluo noticed Vidi's silence. What's wrong? Vidi hesitated. Your Highness, aren't you afraid that I'm a black-haired jinx and will bring you misfortune? Afaluo considered this. Just because you have naturally black hair, they think you're a jinx. Isn't that right? Afaluo thought to herself, if it's just because of this, then the world I lived in my past life, wouldn't it have been full of jinxes? The novel's description of Vidi ends after Afaluo sends him back to his own country. With this world discrimination against black hair, I'm afraid after he goes back, oof, that's just too tragic. Imagine a woman transmigrated into a magicless waste. The princess thought she would just live a simple, laid-back life, but she unintentionally discovered that she was actually the only person on this continent who possessed both magic and divine power. Afaluo stood in front of Vidi and asked him to lower his head. Then she gently stroked his head. It's all right. They're just a bunch of cowardly people who judge by appearances. Just because Vidi has black hair, they say he's a jinx. By that logic, wouldn't blonde-haired Emma be an angel incarnate? And wouldn't silver-haired Right be an archangel? Emma laughed at Afaluo's analogy. Who describes people like that? Right then asked, then what would Princess Afaluo, with her white hair, be considered? My lucky goddess. As Vidi finished speaking, the air was inexplicably filled with the sweet scent of love. I see how it is. Someone's shipping this couple. Emma couldn't help but tease them. The two blushed and turned their heads. Registration is about to start. Let's go. Watching Vidi run off, Afaluo covered her flushed cheeks, her heart pounding. Oh my God, what am I doing? I actually felt a tiny bit fluttery. After filling out the registration forms, the group chatted as they walked towards the dormitories. Arriving at the fork in the road, Afaluo and Vidi had registered for the Warrior Academy. Emma and Wright had registered for the Magic Academy. The four parted ways at the crossroads. Afaluo opened the dormitory door and was delighted to see a familiar figure. Before Afaluo could express her joy, a voice suddenly rang out. "So this is that useless princess." Turning her head, she saw a short-haired girl holding lipstick, frowning at her. Blair called out her name disapprovingly. The girl just shrugged. "Isn't it true? What else is someone without magic but useless?" Afaluo looked at her and said seriously, "Not having magic just means I can't learn magic. There's still swordsmanship to learn." "I don't think swordsmanship requires much magic, does it?" Seeing Afaluo's determined gaze, the girl didn't say anything more. She turned and introduced herself, Mafala McVidow. Then she pointed to the girl beside her. "This is Marililia." The next day, at the freshman assembly, everyone was bored listening to the speaker drone on from the stage. Vidi, ostracized from his dorm because of his unlucky black hair, simply sat with Afaluo and her friends. Fortunately, her roommates didn't care about Vidi's hair color and didn't react. After the speaker finished, the Magic Academy's representative took the stage. A golden figure walked across the stage and stopped at the podium. "Hello, everyone. I'm the freshman representative of the Magic Academy, Emma Gloramrose." Looking at Emma on stage, Afaluo couldn't help but sigh. She truly is the female lead, the center of attention wherever she goes. Just then, Blair suddenly excused herself. Mafala yawned impatiently. "How much longer?" Vidi glanced at the handbook. "It should be over after the Warrior Academy's freshman representative speaks." By now, it was the Warrior Academy's turn. The person who appeared on stage surprised everyone. Isn't that Blair? As an imperial princess, she was born without any magic. Considered unlucky by the Empire, she was even placed in the worst class. When the assembly finally ended, Mafala complained, "We agreed to be slackers together, but you went and became a top student ahead of time." "Such is the disparity of the world," Blair said awkwardly. "I assumed you all knew. After all, my surname is Ast, like Admiral Ast. Ast of Ast. In the novels, Admiral Ast was a valiant warrior, and his children inherited his traits. I knew it the first time I met Blair, but I didn't expect her to be this formidable." Then Vidi suddenly asked, "What classes are you all in?" Everyone looked at their cards. Vidi, Blair, and Marililia were all in Class A, while Afaluo and Mafala were assigned to Class F. The air instantly fell silent. "We're in the same dorm. Why am I in the bottom class with this person?" Classes at Anostan Academy. Besides having a strong faculty, there's also distinct competition. A generally represents the top. B represents the elite. C represents advanced. D represents intermediate. E represents low. And lastly, built on the hillside, far from the hustle and bustle of the city, the bottom of the barrel Class F. Mafala clutched her head in exasperation. "I, a noble lady, am going to have classes in this kind of place. Seriously." Afaluo patted her shoulder comfortingly. "I'm a princess, and I'm in this class too." They both saw the same two words in each other's eyes. "Accept your fate." Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind them. "You bottom-feeder young masters and misses." Everyone turned to look. They saw a man wearing an eye patch, scrutinizing them. "I am your homeroom teacher, Billy Porter Oliva." Everyone glared at him disapprovingly. Although Class F did have the reputation of being the bottom of the barrel, saying it so bluntly would offend everyone. Mafala stormed forward angrily. "What do you mean by that?" Afaluo quickly reached out and stopped her. The man laughed and said, "Did I say anything wrong? You're all just a bunch of untalented, weak, unwanted failures." Seeing the Bufuchi look on everyone's faces, he continued, "If you want to prove to me that you're all useful, then run to the top of this mountain. This is your first lesson. Due to a surgery, a woman transmigrated into the body of the talentless waste of a princess from a novel. To fight for power, she even personally killed her own father." Looking at the towering mountain peak, everyone hesitated. Could they really do it? Mafala clenched her fists. "We have to do it. I don't want to be looked down upon by someone." At this moment, a voice came from the communicator. "My dear waste students, whether you're truly irredeemable wastes or waste that can be salvaged depends on whether you can reach the top of the mountain and retrieve your student IDs. By the way, your student ID is equivalent to your access pass. Without it, you might not be able to survive in the academy." The atmosphere instantly became heavy. Afaluo looked at everyone worriedly. Could such a team really reach the summit? The test officially began. Everyone ran towards the top of the mountain, helping each other climb the mountainside. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from nearby. Afaluo walked towards the crowd. She saw a girl who had sprained her ankle, sitting pitifully on the ground. Afaluo quickly asked, "Is there anyone here who knows healing magic?" After the girl's sprained ankle was healed, Afaluo and Mafala helped her up. But the girl suddenly burst into tears. "I quit. I'm just a waste." "So what if I'm a waste?" Mafala slapped the girl across the face, looking at her coldly. "Say that again." Afaluo quickly pulled her back. Mafala continued, "If you're willing to be a waste, then be a waste for the rest of your life." With that, she turned and left. Afaluo watched Mafala's retreating figure, recalling this plot point from the novel. Afaluo and Mafala had a big fight due to a disagreement. They bonded with Shirley, finding common ground. In the end, Shirley, who only knew the murderer of the emperor, betrayed Afaluo. She only recognized him as the culprit. There is a mention of this in Mafala's side story, explaining why Mafala was so angry. Mafala, the second daughter of the McVidow family, appeared arrogant and willful, but her magic power was weak. She was neither as capable as her eldest sister nor as likable as her youngest. Being the middle child, she was gradually neglected. To gain attention, she slowly became what she is now, someone who appears unreasonable and overbearing. Thinking about Mafala's experiences, her personality is quite similar to Afaluo's. After Emma was brought back, Afaluo, who was inferior to her sister who grew up in the slums in every aspect, was gradually neglected. The word they both heard the most and disliked the most was useless. As an imperial princess, she was born without any magic power. Who knew that within her body, a powerful, unknown force was sealed? But she still didn't know how to unlock the seal. She could only continue to bear the name of the useless princess. Afaluo walked up to Shirley and said seriously, "Do you know what kind of person is truly useless? It's someone who believes they are useless." Without waiting to see everyone's reaction, she ran after Mafala, who had already run far ahead. "What are you doing here?" Afaluo stretched. "I'm here to work hard, not to be useless." Then the two continued running towards a mountaintop. It wasn't long before the other students slowly caught up. In this classroom, there are many people like Afaluo and Mafala, but we are not willing to become the useless people in their mouths. There's only one goal in our eyes, and that is the summit. Afaluo and Mafala panted heavily, gasping for air. Finally, the high mountain peak was dyed golden by the brilliant clouds. Afaluo couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, she noticed the students who were still striving to run upwards. Perhaps Mafala's slap had worked. People kept getting back up. Maybe our talent really is poor. Maybe our personalities really are unpleasant. But we also have our own persistence. The climb may be difficult, but no matter what, we will reach the summit. Formal classes began after the assessment. After the morning classes ended, Afaluo and Mafala prepared to go to the cafeteria for lunch together. On the way, Shirley stealthily followed them. Since that assessment, Shirley seemed to have developed an unspoken affection for Mafala. Blushing, Shirley went up and invited Mafala to have lunch together. Mafala smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, I'm going to eat with my roommates later." Shirley watched their retreating figures. Wearing a love-struck expression, she just smiled at me. After getting their food, they ran into Emma, who was also in the cafeteria. They walked over to Emma. Emma enthusiastically introduced her roommates to Afaluo. "This is Corolla, and S for Lalina." Afaluo responded politely. Suddenly, Esfer said, "I know you. You're that famous magicless, useless princess." In this world that revered magic, she was a princess without a shred of magic power. Seen by everyone as the disgrace of the empire, she was subjected to scorn and discrimination. Hearing this, Vidi's expression instantly darkened. Mafala also stood up angrily. "What do you mean?" Esfer quickly explained, "I didn't mean to offend you. It's just what everyone says." Corolla also helped explain, "Esfer is a bit blunt." Afaluo waved her hand dismissively. At that moment, Emma took out a box and handed it to Afaluo. "These are cookies I made in baking class. For you." She then pulled out a scroll. "I made this in class too, although the effect may not be as good as the one sold in stores outside." Afaluo held the items, looking at Emma with a touched expression. Just then, the scent of green tea drifted through the air. Big sister Emma is so nice to Afaluo. I begged her for those cookies for so long, and she wouldn't give me any. And big sister Emma's handmade scroll. Unlike me, I was just shooed away to make my own. Afaluo gave an awkward smile. What a passive-aggressive tone. But anyway, I don't have magic, so it's not really a secret. Besides, this is the heroine, the future great mage. Handmaid, might as well take it. After finishing their meal, they chatted as they walked towards the door. At that moment, Afaluo, lost in thought, accidentally bumped into someone. The remaining soup in her tray splashed onto the other person. Afaluo hurriedly apologized. The woman in front of her snapped her fingers. The stain on her clothes instantly disappeared. She then looked coldly at Afaluo. Name, class. Emma recognized the woman. She leaned close to Afaluo's ear and whispered, "Oh no, that's our magic teacher, Morius. She hates people with low magic power." Afaluo felt like she'd been struck by lightning. I'm doomed. When will this world stop judging people by their magic power? She cautiously stated her name in class. Afaluo, Morius softly repeated her name. The rumored magicless, useless princess. Afaluo responded in a low voice. The rumors are true. Mafala, displeased, wanted to step forward, but Blair stopped her. That's the teacher. Offend her, and you'll have a hard time in her class. Morius, hearing Afaluo's words, said, "At least you have some self-awareness." But Afaluo earnestly replied, "I know I don't have much talent in magic, but I will work hard in martial arts." The two stared at each other for a moment. Morius then turned and left, leaving behind the words, "I hope so." As an imperial princess, she was born without any magic. However, unknown to others, a powerful force was sealed within her body. She desperately strived to break the seal and learn magic. After Morius left, Mafala complained, "I can't believe there's a teacher in this academy who judges people by their abilities." She was already acting strangely towards those who weren't doing well in class. She was relatively nice to Afaluo, at least without any punishment. Afaluo gave an awkward laugh. "So, should I be grateful?" At that moment, Marililia softly said, "There are many people like her." Mafala didn't hear clearly and asked in confusion, "What?" Marililia waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing." She continued, "Speaking of which, Marililia, you're really amazing. Even those nobles from families who have practiced martial arts for generations are no match for your self-taught skills." She easily linked arms with Marililia. "Why don't you teach me too, Marililia?" Marililia replied indifferently, "I'm not as amazing as you say. It's just a way to survive." Back in the dormitory, they tidied up and got into bed. Then Blair asked, "I heard you're climbing mountains all day." At the mention of this, Mafala was suddenly wide awake. She sat up with a jolt. "You have no idea how crazy that teacher is. She started by calling us all useless and made us climb the back mountain. My feet are killing me, but you were still the first one to reach the top." Mafala said proudly, "Of course. Who do you think I am?" Marililia suddenly asked, "What classes do you have tomorrow? Don't tell me it's mountain climbing again." The two others replied, "Hopefully not." They chatted for a while longer, then said goodnight and went to sleep. Suddenly, the words of Mr. Billy and Teacher Morius from earlier that day flashed through Afaluo's mind. She abruptly opened her eyes. After confirming that the other three were asleep, she took a necklace from under her pillow and stealthily left the dormitory. In the darkness, Blair suddenly opened her eyes, silently watching Afaluo's departing figure. Afaluo arrived at a secluded open space within the academy grounds. She took out the necklace. Recalling Neil's words, "Your Highness, for your safety, I've modified this necklace with demonic energy. It will allow you to freely use magic. I've also arranged for a teacher to instruct you in magic." Late at night, Afaluo crouched in a corner, shivering. "I hope that teacher comes tonight. Otherwise, I'm going to freeze to death here." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Then you needn't wait any longer. That teacher has already arrived. You won't freeze to death." A figure descended from the sky, appearing abruptly before Afaluo. Looking closely, it was the teacher she had encountered at noon, Morius. As an imperial princess, she was born without any magic. She can only utilize demonic energy to learn magic. However, unexpectedly, looking at the teacher instructing her with a serious expression, that she was actually her butler's biggest fan. Looking at the person before her, Afaluo awkwardly inquired, "The teacher instructing me. Wouldn't happen to be you, would it?" Morius crossed her arms. "What? Are you not satisfied?" Afaluo quickly waved her hands. "Of course not. It's just unexpected. The person who was giving me the cold shoulder at noon today was would become my teacher tonight. Esfer's words suddenly surfaced in her mind. Afaluo shuddered. She's not going to take this opportunity to torment me, is she? The image of the person before her instantly transformed into a whip-wielding demon. At that moment, Morius spoke, interrupting Afaluo's imagination. What are you daydreaming about? Everyone around Master Neil is so strange. Afaluo awkwardly scratched her head. Nothing. It's just, I didn't expect the teacher Neil mentioned to be you. Morius's focus immediately shifted. She just called him Master Neil. Master Neil. Oh my God, I haven't even dared to call him Master, such an intimate name. Afaluo, watching Morius radiating a dark aura, couldn't help but ask, Teacher, are you all right? But Morius raised her wand, her eyes filled with murderous intent. What's your relationship with Master Neil? Afaluo raised her hands in a panic. Calm down. Neil, he's actually just my butler. Morius repeated the word butler. An odd image involuntarily popped into her head. She covered her face shyly. Oh my, is this something I can experience without paying? Afaluo interrupted her with a deadpan expression. Please don't imagine strange things. Neil is just a normal butler. Morius cleared her throat and said seriously, I know. Afaluo looked at her, speechless. Do you think I believe you? Finally, the conversation returned to the main topic. You can call me Morius. Master Neil sent me to teach you magic. I'll be waiting for you here every Monday and Thursday at 1 a.m. Then the topic drifted again. Are you really not in that kind of relationship with Master Neil? Afaluo quickly waved her hands in denial. Inwardly, she felt incredibly frustrated. Why did Neil have to send his biggest fan to be my teacher? Then, the formal lesson finally began. Afaluo closed her eyes, focusing on sensing the surrounding magical fluctuations. Silence fell, and 4 flames of different colors appeared around her. Morius's voice echoed in her ears. Find the brightest flame. Tell me what color it is. Afaluo hesitated. Purple. Try to control that magic power and manifest it in your hand. Afaluo concentrated, and the necklace began to glow. A purple flame suddenly appeared in her palm. Afaluo stared at it with wide, sparkling eyes. I did it. As the imperial princess, she was born without any magic. But unbeknownst to anyone, a powerful force lay dormant within her. However, still unaware of how to unlock this sealed power, she could only begin by learning basic magic. Afaluo gazed at the flame in her hand with bright eyes. Morius nodded in approval. You have some talent. It's all thanks to the necklace Neil gave me, Afaluo said with a beaming smile. Morius puffed up with pride. Of course, anything Master Neil gives is naturally exceptional. Her way of addressing him changed. What exactly is their relationship? Afaluo asked curiously. How did you and Neil meet, Teacher Morius? Morius blushed. Well, it's a long story. But before she could get 2 words out, Afaluo interrupted her. Since it's a long story, please make it short. Morius leaned closer, a little disgruntled. Academy crushes. You'll all have them eventually. She then lapsed back into a dreamy, love-struck recollection. Back then, Master Neil descended from the heavens. Afaluo, making it clear she didn't want to hear this, interrupted again. Teacher, channel your magic. And then, by the time they finished, Afaluo sat exhausted on the ground. Finally over. She thought for someone with absolutely no foundation, being able to control magic to this extent is not bad. Afaluo collapsed onto the ground. Wonderful. Just then, Morius tossed a book beside her. These are some basic magic spells. Study them carefully. With that, she channeled her magic and vanished instantly. The only thing left was her voice. 3 days from now, midnight, meet here. Afaluo, who had been up almost all night, reluctantly got up. She stumbled groggily towards the bathroom. Mafala McVido watched her, puzzled. Were we sleeping together? How could she be this tired? Blair, seeing the truth but choosing not to say anything, replied, maybe she's just not used to the bed. As they were talking, Afaluo walked straight into the door. This is beyond just being unused to the bed, Mafala McVido remarked. During class, Mafala McVido asked Afaluo with concern, are you really okay? You looked absolutely dreadful this morning. Afaluo scratched her head awkwardly. I guess I did look a bit scary. It's just that Teacher Morius is so strict. She made me practice until 4 a.m. before letting me go back. Mafala McVido yawned. Forget it. I'm sleepy too. Keep an eye out for me. I'm going to take a nap. Meanwhile, Afaluo quietly opened the magic book Morius had given her. All magic stems from the basics. Advanced magic is all derived from basic magic. If you want to learn advanced magic, you have to start with the basics. So let's start here then. A woman, due to a surgery, transmigrated into a novel as a magicless, useless princess. She could only secretly use demonic energy to learn magic. And this secret was discovered by another person. In Maurice's room, the communication crystal on the table suddenly glowed. The image cleared, and Neil appeared. "Did you miss me since you suddenly contacted me using the communication crystal?" Maurice asked. Neil sighed, a little exasperated. "Be serious. I'm here to ask about Her Highness's progress. You know I like you, yet you made me the teacher of the princess you adore. Aren't you afraid I'll be jealous?" Neil sighed again. "After all, you were once the Academy's magic genius, and the Academy's youngest grand mage. In any case, the fewer people who know about Her Highness learning magic, the better. How is Her Highness's learning coming along?" Maurice thought for a moment. "Not bad. She's picking it up faster than most. Perhaps she'll be a genius in the future as well." As for Afaluo, ever since meeting teacher Maurice, she had begun a rigorous schedule. Demonic training from Mr. Billy during the day, and demonic training from teacher Maurice at night. Although tiring, she felt quite fulfilled overall. That night, as Afaluo practiced magic alone, a slight noise suddenly came from nearby. Afaluo hurriedly extinguished the flames and looked towards the source of the sound. To her surprise, the person who emerged from behind the pillar was Vidi. Vidi walked up to Afaluo. "So, Your Highness can actually use magic." Afaluo gave an awkward laugh. "I suppose so." She couldn't help but wonder what Vidi was doing there so late at night. Luckily, teacher Maurice has already left. "I was so engrossed in practicing that I didn't notice I'd left the time domain," she thought. Vidi noticed the necklace around Afaluo's neck. "If Your Highness practices alone every night, perhaps I could also help you refine your martial arts skills." Afaluo looked at him with delight. "Really? Would that be too much trouble for you?" "It's my honor to serve Your Highness. Besides, wasn't Your Highness troubled by the slow progress of your martial arts training before?" Afaluo recalled a casual complaint she'd made to Vidi. "I was just casually mentioning it that day. I didn't expect him to take it to heart." Afaluo smiled gently. "In that case, please take care of me, teacher Vidi." In the following days, Afaluo began learning martial arts with Vidi. Slowly, she made great progress in martial arts. Although the results were significant, the experience was quite tough. It felt like she was back in her previous life, painstakingly studying countless subjects. Seeing Afaluo's listless appearance, Blair asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Mafala McVidow said with displeasure, "What could possibly be wrong with her? We agreed to slack off together, but she's secretly working hard." Afaluo gave an embarrassed laugh. "That was all an accident." The woman transmigrated into a magicless, useless princess. She could only use demonic energy to learn some simple magic. Since magic wasn't working, she decided to pursue the path of martial arts. At night, Afaluo and Vidi continued practicing martial arts. Seeing the current results, Vidi said, "Your Highness's martial arts foundation is sufficient. Let's begin the next stage of training." Then, he gathered a ball of black flame in his palm. "Since Your Highness can use magic, you can incorporate magic into your martial arts techniques." He then shot the flame from his hand, instantly creating a black scorch mark on a tree. Afaluo stared at the scene in surprise. "I've learned something new. So you can do that." Vidi looked at her. "Your Highness, you could try." Afaluo closed her eyes and concentrated. Her necklace glowed. Then, a purple magic circle appeared in front of Afaluo's palm. She shot it toward the same tree. Below the black scorch mark, a purple one appeared. Afaluo looked at her hand with delight. "So magic can be used like this. That's amazing." Vidi, however, stared at Afaluo's necklace, lost in thought. Afaluo's loud call brought him back to his senses. "Your Highness, your peculiar necklace." Afaluo looked at the necklace. It's a gift from Neil." Seeing Vidi's preoccupied look, she thought to herself, did he discover something? She recalled Neil's instructions. To avoid unwanted attention, Your Highness must not tell anyone about the function of this necklace. Vidi picked up the necklace. "This necklace looks very valuable. Your Highness, it would be best to wear it inside your clothes." Looking at Vidi's magnified handsome face, Afaluo covered her chest and turned her head shyly. I understand. Internally, she screamed, "What is wrong with me?" Then the two began practicing incorporating magic into their martial arts. By the end of the session, Afaluo sat on the ground, exhausted. Finally, it's over. All this martial arts and magic. My head is spinning. Vidi offered a comforting hand. Becoming strong is naturally not easy. Get up. He extended his hand and pulled Afaluo up. Due to the momentum, Afaluo accidentally fell into Vidi's arms as she stood up. At such close proximity, their hearts seemed to skip a beat, then pounded like thunder. Vidi's expression suddenly turned serious. In Afaluo's eyes, a magic circle pattern appeared. This is a seal. The next day in class, Afaluo seemed distracted. That day, with Vidi's intelligence, he must have discovered something to say that. At that moment, Mafala McVido looked at Afaluo's textbook and let out a knowing giggle. Oh my, whose name is written here? Afaluo then noticed that she had unconsciously written Vidi's name. She quickly covered it up, her face flushed, and explained, "Don't misunderstand. I was just thinking about something." Mafala McVido gave her a knowing look. Thinking about someone and writing down their name. Afaluo waved her hands, flustered. There was no way to explain this now, even if she jumped into the Yellow River. As the Empire's princess, she was born without any magic. But unbeknownst to anyone, a powerful force was sealed within her. Unable to find a way to break the seal, she could only search for a solution in the library. Afaluo rummaged through the library for a long time, but all the books were unrelated to seals. Disappointed, she lowered her head. Why isn't there anything I need? Turning around, she accidentally bumped into someone's arms. As luck would have it, it was Vidi. "Your Highness, are you looking for books about seals?" Afaluo nervously lowered her eyes. "I'm done for." He found out. Vidi sighed. "Your Highness, there's no need to be nervous. I'll help you look. I wasn't entirely sure before, but your reaction confirms my suspicions. But shouldn't you be the one who least wants me to break it? After all, I treated you so terribly before." Vidi gently caressed Afaluo's cheek. "Because I believe in the current you, Your Highness." Afaluo recalled that day's events. Mafala McVido called her name several times before she snapped back to reality. "What are you thinking about? I called you so many times and you didn't respond. Do you want to come with us to the Academy's club recruitment fair?" Seeing Afaluo's confused expression, Blair handed her a flyer. Looking at the strange slogans on the flyer, Afaluo thought to herself, speechless, "What is all this? Will anyone actually go?" Blair explained, "This is just a flyer from one club. When Mafala McVido and I passed by the Academy Square, many clubs were recruiting there. We were given tons of flyers." Mafala McVido excitedly slung an arm around Afaluo's shoulders. "So let's go. With so many clubs, it's bound to be fun." But Afaluo looked troubled. "I have an appointment later, so I can't go." Mafala McVido gave her a mischievous grin. "A date." Afaluo's face darkened. "Don't be ridiculous. It's not a date." She then hurriedly ran off. "Anyway, you guys go. I have something to do. I'll go first." Mafala McVido looked thoughtfully at her retreating figure. Definitely something fishy going on. Then, the group quietly followed Afaluo. It wasn't long before Vidi appeared in their field of vision. Mafala McVido instantly jumped up in excitement, completely forgetting that she was still tailing Afaluo. "My ship is real." But when Vidi turned to look, there was no one behind him. Holding their breath, they all trembled, hiding in the bushes. That was close. We almost got caught. The girl was born useless, considered a bad omen by the Empire. But unbeknownst to anyone, a powerful force was sealed within her. And within the original seal, another unknown restriction was discovered. In the following days, Afaluo read many books about seals, but none of them were related to the seal on her. At this moment, Vidi came over carrying a pile of books. Looking at the tall stack, Afaluo said, "How are there still so many? Although I can roughly understand that the seal my mother used should be a type from the church. Since I started learning magic, I've sensed another, unknown restriction in addition to that seal. A seal locks away power, making it imperceptible, while a restriction allows you to sense the power but not use it." Afaluo suddenly thought of the astrologer she had met before. Although he looked like Wright, their personalities were vastly different. Wright had said before that they knew each other. Perhaps this could be a breakthrough. Afaluo was intently reading when a sudden noise came from behind her. She ran over to see that Vidi had somehow triggered a switch, opening a hidden chamber. Looking at the dark passageway, they discussed it for a moment and decided to go down and take a look. Vidi pulled back a sleeve. He lightly touched a button on his shirt, summoning a small accessory. "Please follow me, Your Highness." Afaluo watched the button on Vidi's shirt. Curious, she asked, "Is that magic imbued as well?" Magic imbued refers to objects modified by magic. It could be a gesture or a weapon, and the effects of this modification are numerous. It could be the strength to kill, or it could be a treasure that amplifies power. However, mages who can modify objects are few and far between. This also makes magic-imbued items extremely valuable, and among them, the most sought after is storage magic. Afaluo was lost in thought as they quickly reached the bottom of the secret chamber. Looking at the empty surroundings, she secretly guessed, according to the laws of novels, a secret chamber like this either holds some terrifying murderer or some rare treasure. And these places are often filled with countless traps and hidden passages. Afaluo took a gold coin out of her pocket. She tossed it forward. Instantly, the gold coin was consumed by suddenly appearing flames, burning into a pile of ash. There really are traps. It seems reading so many novels was useful after all. Vidi watched the scene, tightening his grip on the accessory in his hand. "Your Highness, please stay close behind me for the rest of the way." Looking at Vidi's back, Afaluo couldn't help but swoon. "Oh no, he's so handsome." A girl accidentally opened a secret chamber in the library. Unexpectedly, the chamber was filled with danger. What secrets could such a dangerous place hold? Vidi shielded Afaluo behind him, cautiously walking forward. Suddenly, a terrifying sound echoed. Countless swords flew towards them. Vidi quickly used magic to raise a sword, blocking the attack. Then, levitating the sword, he scooped up Afaluo and ran forward. At this moment, Afaluo noticed that behind them, countless more swords were flying towards them. She quickly called out to warn Vidi. Vidi immediately turned around, knocking down the incoming swords. He picked up Afaluo and retreated. He only put Afaluo down after everything calmed down, setting up such traps. It seems this place is not simple. She looked up at Vidi. "I didn't expect Vidi to be so powerful. Was that black flame Vidi's magic? I've never seen black magic before." Vidi was slightly stunned, lowering his eyelids to hide his emotions. But that is the ominous dark magic, after all. On the Empire continent, most people are born with varying degrees of magic. Common types include natural elemental powers, as well as mutated magic like lightning and ice. More rare is light-attributed magic, also known as divine power. And dark magic is even rarer than divine power. It's also the only power that can rival divine power. Afaluo muttered softly, "No wonder he's so strong. In the future, I'm definitely going to clash with the church." Then, she looked at Vidi with a bright smile. "Let's go. I feel very safe with Vidi protecting me." The two continued to walk deeper into the secret chamber. It wasn't long before they reached the end. Afaluo leaned against the wall, panting. "There's so many traps in this secret chamber." Vidi took off his jacket and draped it over Afaluo. "The ground is a bit cold, Your Highness. Be careful not to catch a cold." Looking at Vidi, her face flushed with shyness. Afaluo couldn't help but smile. "But after all this, I realize I'm really weak. I couldn't help it all. I only survived thanks to Vidi. I'm really too weak." Seeing this, Vidi hurriedly comforted her. "Your Highness has already tried your best. There are just too many traps here. There must be something important inside." Hearing Vidi's words, Afaluo suddenly remembered. In the original novel, it was mentioned that there was a forbidden magic book in this academy. The church had been sending people to search for it, but they had never found it. It might be hidden somewhere in this secret chamber. Thinking this, Afaluo's hand inadvertently landed on a floor tile. A hidden door suddenly opened behind her. Caught off guard, Afaluo tumbled backward. The girl stumbled into a mysterious chamber, but she was influenced by a dark power and lost her reason. She almost committed suicide, and the way to awaken her sanity was unexpectedly like this. Vidi quickly reached out to Afaluo, grabbing her wrist. He spun around, embracing Afaluo, and landed squarely on the ground, cushioning her fall. Afaluo sat up, rubbing her dizzy head, only to find herself sitting directly on Vidi. She sprang up instantly, feigning composure as she sat to the side. However, her mind was screaming. What should she say in such an awkward situation? My toes are curling enough to build a castle. But just now, I think I felt his pecs. He seems to be in good shape. It's a shame I didn't have time to properly appreciate it. Just then, Viti suddenly approached, interrupting Afaluo's wandering thoughts. Your Highness, we seem to be trapped. Afaluo looked around. It's all towering walls without a single crack. I must have accidentally triggered a mechanism in my excitement, which is why we fell down here. Let's look for an exit first. The two searched around for a while, but found nothing. Afaluo lay down on the ground, listless. There's nothing at all. Viti leaned against the wall. Let's rest for a bit and think of a plan. Afaluo suddenly spoke. Actually, if I hadn't suggested entering the secret chamber, we wouldn't be trapped here. If I were only stronger, Viti wouldn't have to work so hard to protect me. If I hadn't touched that mechanism, we wouldn't have fallen. Seeing Afaluo gradually losing her reason and becoming frantic, Viti quickly stepped forward and grasped her shoulders. Your Highness, you're not yourself right now. It's all my fault. We're trapped here, waiting to die. If it weren't for me, Viti detected a trace of dark magic. Or was she influenced by dark magic? Although dark magic can absorb each other as enemies. He gritted his teeth, conflicted for a moment, then seemed to make up his mind. Forgive me, Your Highness. He then kissed Afaluo's lips. It was as if all other sounds faded away, leaving only the deafening thump of her own heartbeat. He continued until he had absorbed all the dark magic from Afaluo. Afaluo's eyes regained their clarity, and then she fainted from weakness. Viti quickly reached out and caught her. As the princess of the empire, she possessed a powerful sealed force within her, and by accidentally stumbling into a secret chamber, she found a way to unlock that sealed power. Not long after, Afaluo awoke from her unconsciousness. Confused, she asked Viti what happened to me. Viti explained, Your Highness, you were influenced by dark magic earlier. You almost committed suicide. Afaluo gasped, clutching her chest in fear. I actually had suicidal thoughts. Dark magic. It's said to have the ability to bewitch people, to draw out the darkest aspects of their hearts. She couldn't help but shiver. That's terrifying. Viti pulled me out of that state. Hearing this, Viti's expression stiffened. He replied in a low voice, Dark magic can absorb each other. Afaluo suddenly understood. However, looking at Viti's flushed cheeks, she couldn't help but wonder, is absorbing magic that strenuous? Why is your face so red? Viti recalled the previous scene and stammered, Your Highness, about what happened before. Afaluo looked blank. Before? Did something happen before? I don't remember. A complex emotion arose within Viti. He didn't know whether to be relieved or disappointed. Afaluo suddenly jumped up and anxiously circled Viti. When I was influenced, did I do anything to you? Did I hit you? Are you hurt? Viti took Afaluo's hand reassuringly. Your Highness, you worry too much. I'm Euphine. The dark magic here has dissipated. The exit should appear now. As he spoke, a rumbling sound suddenly echoed around them. A platform rose from the back of the chamber. Once the rumbling subsided, Afaluo cautiously opened her eyes. Turning around, she noticed a display platform that had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. And on the platform lay a book. Viti guessed that this must be what the hidden chamber was protecting. Could this be the Grimoire of Duels? The legendary book that records all the magic on the continent. Whoever possesses it possesses the entire continent. Viti picked up the grimoire and flipped through it casually. Suddenly, he excitedly grasped Afaluo's hand. Your Highness, there's a very good chance that this contains the method to break the seal on you. But Afaluo's attention was focused on their clasped hands. They quickly let go of each other's hands, clutching their racing hearts. Viti turned his back to Afaluo, his face flushed. Darn it, what was I doing? I hope Her Highness didn't think too much of it. He cautiously glanced back at Afaluo, but his gaze drifted involuntarily to her rosy, pink lips. He slapped his forehead, trying to control his thoughts. What am I thinking? Stop it, I can't. Afaluo peeked out from behind Viti, looking puzzled. Are you all right? Viti composed himself and turned around, feigning composure. I'm fine. Your Highness, I just looked through this book. It's filled with magic-related information, even ancient magic. If we take this book back, breaking the seal on Your Highness will be just around the corner. Afaluo considered this. Indeed, a grimoire that records all the magic on the continent must contain information about magical seals. But will the Academy allow us to take this book out? Oh well, never mind. Let's take advantage of this opportunity and find a way to break the seal first. Just then, another rumbling sound echoed. Before they could react, the walls suddenly cracked, instantly bursting open a large hole. An elderly man with white hair, dressed in a magic robe, walked in. "Princess Afaluo, are you all right?" As the imperial princess, she carried an unprecedentedly powerful seal within her. And having finally found the grimoire that could break the seal, it flew directly into her body. Afaluo bowed respectfully to the newcomer. "Headmaster, thank you for your concern. I'm Fine." The headmaster smiled and said, "It's good that you're all right." But while the headmaster is easy to talk to, the teachers are not so forgiving. Moria stepped forward and scolded Afaluo angrily. "You've gotten bold, haven't you? You dare enter any place you don't know." Morius then pinched Vidi's ear and reprimanded him. "As the princess's personal guard, you actually followed her into this mess." The headmaster quickly intervened. "It's good that the children are safe. Your Highness, please don't wander into places like this again." He then changed the subject. "This hidden chamber is full of traps. Did you encounter anything strange? Like, say, a suddenly appearing book?" Vidi tugged at Afaluo's sleeve and stepped forward. "We didn't see anything." Afaluo then noticed that the book she had been holding had vanished. "It's best to keep things confidential, considering it involves various parties. This chamber is empty. We didn't see any strange book." "That's good. Let's go out. Don't wander in here again." He then gestured for everyone to leave. That evening, after Morius finished teaching, he warned them sternly again, "Don't ever enter places you're not familiar with again." Afaluo quickly nodded. "Understood." After Morius left, Vidi emerged from the side. Dot stammered, saying there was something she wanted to tell her. Then she set up a barrier around them, blocking sight and sound. Afaluo, watching this, secretly guessed that Vidi was about to share some secret. Vidi sighed. He lightly touched his spatial magic storage and pulled out the grimoire of duels. Afaluo's eyes widened in disbelief. "How did you get that out? Wasn't it in the hidden chamber? Did you go back in?" Vidi explained that he had secretly hidden it in his spatial magic storage before the headmaster and Morius arrived. He then handed the grimoire of duels to Afaluo. "Try it." Afaluo accepted the grimoire, feeling inexplicably nervous. The legendary grimoire, said to contain all the magic on the continent. Can it really break the sealing magic on us? But even if there's only a sliver of hope, I have to try my best. Afaluo opened the book. Instantly, various types of magic floated out. After searching carefully, she finally found the section on sealing magic. Before Afaluo could touch it, the grimoire suddenly began to shake violently and flew into the air. Seeing this, Vidi quickly summoned his rapier and stood in front of Afaluo. The grimoire hovered for a moment, then suddenly rushed towards them. Vidi raised his rapier to block, but the book passed right through it. With a flash of golden light, it entered Afaluo's body. In this world where magic reigned supreme, she was a powerless princess, seen as the shame of the empire. She was often mocked and ridiculed. Afaluo collapsed to the ground. After recovering, she looked at herself in terror. "What happened? Did it just fly into me?" The two looked at each other. Afaluo started to cry. "I am doomed. I'm going to die." Calming down, Afaluo closed her eyes and tried to sense the grimoire within her. But there was no reaction at all. "That's strange. With what just happened, the grimoire should have accepted me as its master. Magical artifacts that choose a master usually offer a gift. I should be able to sense the grimoire's spirit." Vidi speculated, could it be that it wasn't choosing a master, but looking for a vessel? Powerful magical artifacts, besides choosing a master, can also create a nascent spirit. When a magical artifact is too powerful and potentially dangerous, it will seek a vessel to store its magic, preventing it from leaking out. Understanding this, Afaluo was devastated. Saw the tool. The next day, after class, Afaluo heard Vidi's voice. Mafala teased, patting Afaluo. "Looks like someone's here to pick someone up. Go on, go on. Don't let me interrupt your date." Afaluo froze, then quickly pulled Vidi away. "What's going on with the book?" "No matter how much I tried to call out last night, no spirit appeared. I eventually gave up. I need to think about this. I did some research last night. Some books, if damaged, can affect their spirit. There are also cases where the spirit itself is injured. Even if the book is undamaged, the magic attached to it can dim. The grimoire we saw was intact, but its magic should have been stronger. Afayuo guessed. So the spirit is injured and chose me as its host to recover. Then, as long as the spirit recovers, we'll be able to see it, and then we'll be able to find out what I need to know. Vidi nodded. That should be it. The two walked and talked. At a corner, Afayuo bumped into someone again. Vidi quickly caught her. Before he could react, he heard an angry roar. Watch where you're going, you clumsy. When the person saw who it was, he scoffed mockingly. Oh, isn't that the useless princess from the Refister Empire? Despite being an imperial princess, she's born without any magic. She's looked down upon and ridiculed by everyone. But she's not the same person she used to be. Anyone foolish enough to provoke her gets an immediate slap in the face. Afayuo looked at him, puzzled. This person looked familiar, but she couldn't quite place him. Spending so much time with Vidi is making her just as ridiculous as him. Hearing this, Afayuo suddenly remembered. It was that timid scaredy cat she met at the school gate before, Vidi's younger brother, the fourth prince of the Salem Lily Kingdom, Wilno Cephalo. The original story didn't mention much about the neighboring Salem Lily Kingdom. It only mentioned that the neighboring country had 7 princes and Vidi was the third. This Wilno was supposedly the fourth, but he hated being called the fourth prince because it made it seem like he was a step below Vidi. Wilno's lackeys also started mocking her. A dignified princess actually neglecting magic to learn such vulgar martial arts. Why would a girl learn martial arts? Afayuo looked at them, speechless. What nonsense were they talking about? Were these people here to be funny? Vidi called out Wilno's name warningly. He clenched his fists. He really wanted to fight. Wilno continued to provoke him, extending a finger and wagging it. Private fights within the academy are punishable, you know. Hearing this, neither of them moved, standing their ground, facing each other. I've heard that Prince Wilno is quite skilled in magic. It seems you're quite skilled in other areas as well. Thank you for taking care of my sister. I'd also like to spar with you in magic, to enhance our academic exchange. A drop of cold sweat rolled down Wilno's cheek. He hastily declined. Your Highness, I'm just a student in Class B. How can I spar with someone of your caliber? It's all right. Academic exchange has nothing to do with class rank. He gathered a ball of golden flame in his palm, about to strike, but Afayuo suddenly interrupted him. I need to handle this myself. That's the only way to make them truly understand. Wilno couldn't help but chuckle. Make us understand. With your weak little princess fists. Vidi glared at him, displeased. Watch your tone. Afayuo held Vidi back. It's okay. Don't interfere. She then stretched her wrists. Then, as you requested, I'll use my little fist to pound your chests. Hearing this, the three of them burst into laughter. Yes, come on. Use your cute little fist to pound her chests. Afayuo walked up to Wilno, clenched her fist, and stepped back. She focused. With a powerful punch, she struck Wilno squarely in the chest, sending him flying. Everyone's jaws dropped at the sight. Afayuo looked at Wilno sarcastically. Oh dear, I didn't realize you were so fragile. Wilno was helped up by his lackeys and slunk away, not forgetting to turn back and yell, just you wait. I'll be back. Afayuo watched their fleeing figures. Why are you stealing Grey Wolf's lines? It's thanks to Vidi's jacket that I had the confidence to face them. Are you all right? What they said was too much. He looked at Afayuo with concern. Afayuo took his hand. I'm fine now. Even though I don't study magic, I have martial arts to protect myself. She then flexed the small muscles on her arm. Vidi then reminded Afayuo that it was lunchtime, so the two of them said goodbye to Emma and right and left. Emma watched them leave, lost in thought. A woman, due to a surgery, that becomes the powerless, useless princess in a novel. Who would have known she was the only person in the world with both magic and divine power? When Afayuo returned to her dorm and opened the door, she saw Mafala radiating a dark aura, sitting in a chair, glaring at her resentfully. We agreed to go check out clubs together, but you snuck off on a date. Afayuo apologized cautiously. I'm sorry. I'll definitely go with you to see the clubs this time. Besides, who goes on dates in the library's secret chamber? Mafala glared. Now, immediately, right now. With that, Mafala pulled Afayuo out the door. The two arrived at the academy square. Mafala, excited like a hyperactive husky, looked around and touched everything. Afayuo couldn't help but be grateful for this exuberant energy. It was a good thing they came after eating. Then Mafala noticed a girl handing out flyers in the square. Look, isn't that Marililia? She's helping promote a club. Could she have already joined one? The two immediately went over and greeted her. Marililia rushed over excitedly. What are you two doing here? Mafala turned her head away haughtily. You secretly joined a club without telling us. Marililia quickly explained that. It was an accident. Mafala stared at her for a moment. Forget it. I don't even need to think about it. Knowing your personality, that you probably couldn't refuse someone's pleading. Just then, a voice called out from behind them. Marililia, are these your new recruits? Hearing the voice, Marililia frantically pushed the two away. Go quickly. This club isn't suitable for you. But before they could leave, a blond young man bounced out, full of energy. Marililia finally has two new members. We have to give them a proper welcome. Marililia quickly explained, Club President, these are my roommates, not new members. Hearing this, the club president didn't seem to care. He stepped forward and invited them. Friends, join our Art and Dye Club. Although we're a club made up of commoners, we diligently cultivate our own magic, all for the sake of one day surpassing those royal nobles. But Afaluo smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, we are royal nobles. Hearing this, the club president was so dejected he crouched down and started drawing circles on the ground. Marililia took the opportunity to lead the two away. The club doesn't accept nobles or royalty. That's why I said this club isn't suitable for you. Go look at other clubs. So the two went to browse other clubs. One club caught Mafala's attention. Watching the elegant and beautiful people inside interacting with each other, Mafala excitedly declared, I want to join this ladies' club. It looks perfect for my temperament. Before Afaluo could stop her, Mafala had already joined the group. I'm already a member of this club. You go have fun on your own, Afaluo. Afaluo watched her ditch her, speechless. I really will write a book about this girl, to unlock the mysterious seal that holds a powerful force within me. I accidentally joined a strange club, but this feels like I've boarded a pirate ship. Mafala decisively abandoned Afaluo, instantly integrating into the ladies' club. Afaluo could only go browse the other clubs by herself. Just then, a shabby, neglected club caught her attention. Seeing the sign that read Special Magic Research Club, she curiously went to inquire. What does this special magic refer to? The club president, Aelrua, sleepily opened his eyes. He drowsily pulled out a flyer and handed it to Afaluo. Special magic is any magic outside of conventional magic. Barrier seals, beast taming contracts. These uncategorized magics belong to the category of special magic and are also the subject of our research. Looking at the flyer, Afaluo thought to herself, with such an ugly flyer, will anyone actually join? Sealing magic is also a type of special magic. Maybe this club will have clues about the seal on me. I might as well take a look. I don't have to join if I don't want to. Thinking this, Afaluo asked, so if I want to join the club, what do I need to do? Hearing this, Aelrua excitedly stood up. Join which club? Our club. Afaluo was startled by his reaction. She cautiously asked, can I not join? But to her surprise, Aelrua became so excited he coughed up blood. Afaluo looked at him in alarm. Are you all right? Aelrua explained. I get like this when I'm excited. It's fine, it's normal. Afaluo thought, her face darkening, normal my foot. He then immediately arranged the joining procedures for her. Tomorrow at 12:30 p.m., report to the address written on the form. Afaluo held the registration form and thought with resignation. I feel like I boarded a pirate ship and it's not easy to get off. The next day, Afaluo arrived at the club according to the address. Looking at the dilapidated and desolate surroundings, she frowned. How is this even more rundown than the Class F classroom? It's even a bit creepy. Lost in thought, the door behind her suddenly opened. Aelrua, seeing Afaluo, ran forward excitedly. You actually came. That's great. I've been waiting for you for so long. I almost thought you weren't coming. Looking at Aelrua's teary-eyed expression, Afaluo broke out in a cold sweat. Isn't it still 10 minutes before 12:30? He then enthusiastically pulled Afaluo inside. As soon as they entered, they heard a bang. Welcome new member Afaluo to the club. Afaluo looked at the banner that read fourth member. She couldn't help but ask, there aren't only 4 of us in the club, are there? She received an affirmative answer from Aelrua with a big smile. She instantly froze. It's over. I really can't leave now. I've really boarded a huge pirate ship. Aelrua put his arm around Afaluo's shoulder with a determined look. It's okay. Although we don't have many people, we're united. He offered a slightly awkward explanation. Don't blame Aelrua for being too enthusiastic. After all, if our club doesn't recruit anyone this year, it will be disbanded. To break the seal within her body, the girl joined a strange club. Before she could even begin to experience club life, she was informed that the Academy trials were approaching. Kino sat down with Afaluo and explained. The Academy's clubs are required to recruit one new member every year. If there are no new members for 3 consecutive years, the student council will deem the club to have made no contribution and disband it. But now that Afaluo is here, our club doesn't have to worry about being disbanded. Issy immediately threw cold water on the situation. There's still the club convention in 3 months that needs to be dealt with. Afaluo looked confused. What's the club convention? It's a showcase for all the clubs, where they present their achievements to the teachers. The student council and teachers will allocate the year's club funds based on each club's performance. He smiled wryly. Every year, our club receives the least funding. That's why the club has always struggled to recruit new members. These old fogies, they don't understand what we're researching at all. Afaluo gave an awkward but polite smile. Actually, I don't really understand either. Afterwards, Afaluo went to the club's archive room and looked around. The Special Magic Research Club, as its name suggests, is a club that researches magic. This club has far more books on special magic than even a library. According to Kino, most of these books were brought here by Aelrua from his own family. Aelrua possesses a unique magical ability on this continent, the ability to manipulate the flow of time for an individual. However, this special ability brings not only powerful magic, but also physical frailty. Although he always appears cheerful, he still cannot escape this fate. This was also the reason he established the Special Magic Research Club in the first place. Afaluo put the book back on the shelf and sighed. Although there are many rare magic books here, there's still no clues about the seal on me. However, I found many methods to repair my mana channels. Recently, I've been able to faintly sense the presence of my mana channels. I hope I can repair them soon and break the seal. Sometime later, during break time, everyone was still chatting and laughing. Suddenly, Billy Porter walked onto the podium. With a serious expression, he announced, "All right, kids, congratulations. The annual Academy trials will begin in half a month. You will form your own teams for this Academy trial, with a maximum of 4 people per group." He then gave a kind smile. "You have half a month. Make good use of the time." Afaluo frowned. "Please stop smiling." After class, Mafala excitedly grabbed Afaluo's hand. "We can form a team with our whole dorm." Afaluo awkwardly refused. "Actually, Mafala immediately understood. "I know. You want to team up with Vidi." Afaluo nodded. I have something to do, so I'll go first." Mafala watched her knowingly. I know. Go find your Vidi. Don't let anyone else snatch him." She then shouted behind Afaluo, brave Afaluo, not afraid of difficulties. Afaluo looked around for Vidi on the way, and the two successfully met up. "By the way, Your Highness, there's something I wanted to talk to you about." Afaluo replied, "What a coincidence. I was just about to look for you too. I think we're thinking about the same thing." Then both of them said simultaneously, "The Academy trials. Let's team up." The woman transmigrated into a novel as a powerless, good-for-nothing princess. Facing the upcoming Academy trials, she originally wanted to stay away from the protagonist to save her own skin. But she never expected that the protagonist would come looking for her directly. After successfully forming their team, they needed to come up with a team name. Afaluo took a bite of creamy pasta, her eyes instantly sparkling with delight. "How about creamy pasta team?" Vidi thought seriously for a moment. "Spilled pasta actually sounds pretty good too. Let's go with that." Afaluo, more interested in the pasta, was about to take another bite when Wright's voice suddenly came from above. "Excuse me, do you mind if we join your team?" Afaluo instantly lost her appetite, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Emma then popped out from behind Wright. "After I found out it was free teaming, the first person I thought of was Afaluo. I ran into Wright on the way, so we came together." Afaluo gave him an awkward smile. According to the laws of novels, if there are protagonists in a trial, danger is inevitable. Protagonists can be shot full of arrows and be perfectly fine, but side characters can die from just an arm injury. "Help! How can I politely yet thoughtfully reject someone. Emma frowned, looking distressed. Am I making Afaluo uncomfortable? Afaluo quickly waved her hands. Absolutely not. Who would dare to inconvenience the male lead? It's just that Vidi and I already made a promise. Besides, the four of us haven't trained together before, so I'm afraid we won't be very coordinated. Wright said seriously, we are the top 3 in the academy. After all, that shouldn't be a pro. Afaluo then realized that the top 3 students in the academy were all on her team. As the deadweight, she felt she had even less of a reason to refuse. Emma grabbed Afaluo's hand. Didn't Father say that besides protecting ourselves, we also have to take care of each other, as we are each other's only sisters? So, Afaluo, you'll definitely be with me, right? Looking at the sparkling Emma, Afaluo couldn't bring herself to refuse. After agreeing, she regretted it with a headache. Why did I agree? What am I going to do? Oh well, I'll just have to take it one step at a time. I hope nothing too unexpected happens. The next day, Mafala asked curiously, it's not just you and Vidi on your team, is it? Afaluo smiled wryly. Of course not. There's also Emma and Wright. Mafala looked at her in surprise. The top 3 in the academy are all on your team. Then you're guaranteed to win. She excitedly shook Afaluo's shoulders. I want to be carried too. Let me join Afaluo, as if anyone could poach the main characters. If you can convince any one of them to go with you, then take them. I don't have that kind of power. She then squatted in the corner, looking dejected, like a mushroom. Afaluo couldn't help but chuckle and waved goodbye to Mafala. All right, I'm going to train. Mafala resentfully bit her finger behind her back, feeling utterly defeated. As soon as Afaluo stepped outside, she saw Vidi waiting at the door. She cheerfully went up to him and greeted him. Why are you here so early? Have the others arrived? Vidi explained, I didn't have anything else to do, so I came early. The others aren't here yet. Would your highness like to practice first? They should be here soon. Let's turn on the simulator. Not long after Vidi left, Wright also arrived. The others aren't here yet. Afaluo replied. Vidi went to turn on the simulator. I didn't expect the academy to have this kind of online game-like training method. It feels like I'm back in my past life, playing games and raiding dungeons with my friends. They decided to go in first. At that moment, Wright suddenly stopped her and handed Afaluo a bracelet. This is a gift for your highness. Afaluo stared at the bracelet, stunned. This bracelet looks familiar. It looks like the one from the fortune tellers. The woman, due to a surgery, transmigrated into a novel as the villainous princess who murdered her father. She originally intended to stay away from the plot to save her own skin. There's always someone trying to undermine me. Thinking this, Afaluo refused outright. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. Wright, however, said it was a bracelet blessed by the temple, capable of protecting her safety during the trials. As he spoke, he tried to put it on Afaluo. Vidi suddenly appeared, putting his arms around Afaluo and pulling them both back a few steps. The bracelet fell to the ground. It's unnecessary. I will protect her highness. Young master, Wright needn't worry. Wright froze for a moment. He bent down to pick up the bracelet. You misunderstand. I only meant to be extra cautious. I didn't mean to question your abilities. Vidi glared at him fiercely. Afaluo, still held in Vidi's arms, couldn't help but call out his name. Only then did Vidi react, quickly releasing Afaluo. The 3 looked at each other in silence. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Just then, Emma arrived. Oh dear, what happened? Sensing the inexplicable tension in the air, Emma couldn't help but whisper to Afaluo what's going on. Afaluo frowned and smiled. I don't know either. The air crackled with tension. 2 pitiful souls could only huddle in the corner, trembling. Wright furrowed his brow, his expression grim. Afaluo and Emma both watched him nervously. Is a fight about to break out? But Wright only gently brushed the dust off the bracelet, then put on a smile. Good thing it's all right. It would have been a shame if it broke. The 2 of them immediately relaxed. The bracelet is imbued with spatial magic. It contains magic scrolls and other items to ensure the safety of both your highnesses. It's by order of the church and his majesty. Afaluo looked at him hesitantly. Since it's father's order, if I don't accept it, it might be interpreted as distrusting the church, which could increase both father's and the church's disapproval. Thinking this, Afaluo extended her hand. Since it's father's will, then I'll accept it. Although she felt a sense of foreboding, at this stage, it was best not to antagonize the church. Looking at the approaching bracelet, Afaluo felt a growing unease. Just as she was about to ask Emma to keep the bracelet for her, it was already firmly fastened on her wrist. Afaluo tugged at it gently, only to discover that it couldn't be removed once it was on. on. Vidi angrily demanded, "What's going on?" Wright explained that to prevent loss, the church had imbued the bracelet with divine power. Once worn, it could only be used by the princess herself. He then turned to Emma. "Princess Emma has one too." Emma thought for a moment and pulled out a necklace from beneath her collar. "Is it this? I didn't realize it was father's doing." Afaluo noticed Emma's necklace. It was the necklace from the fortune teller's shop. Only, the necklace seemed a little different than before. Wright is definitely connected to the fortune teller. Vidi stared at the bracelet on Afaluo's wrist, finding it increasingly irritating. He patted Vidi's shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll find a way. I trust you." As they spoke, they didn't notice Emma and right behind them. It worked. To prepare for the upcoming academy trials, the girl trained relentlessly, working herself to the bone. But danger still approached unnoticed. After the matter was settled, the group headed towards the simulation arena. Wright lingered behind, quietly releasing a paper crane. Hearing someone call out, he unhurriedly caught up. After a few rounds of simulated training, Afaluo collapsed weakly on the ground, feeling like her soul had left her body. The other three, however, were still reviewing the previous battle. Listening to their discussion, Wright pondered for a moment. "Our coordination is still lacking. Let's do it again." Again, the light in Afaluo's eyes vanished. Listlessly, she pleaded, "Spare me." Finally, as dusk settled, the day's training ended. Afaluo walked unsteadily, feeling completely drained. Emma asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Afaluo forced a smile. "I'm fine. No problem. I can still stand." "That's great. When we get back, I'll summarize everyone's weaknesses from today's training. Let's work hard together tomorrow." Afaluo choked back a sigh. Couldn't they have just one day off? Were all top students this intense? After saying goodbye to Emma and Wright, Vidi informed Afaluo that his observations hadn't uncovered anything suspicious. If it really was the same person, it meant they were good at hiding and wouldn't easily reveal their hand. Afaluo pondered. "I was suspicious of Wright from the beginning. It's just that he hasn't shown any clues." But the same bracelet design appearing today, just like at the fortune tellers. It's hard to believe there's no connection, and it can't be taken off. Afaluo recalled Wright saying they had to keep it safe until the trials were over. Afaluo wanted to cry. It would be hard not to keep this thing safe. Suddenly, Vidi gently patted her head. "Your Highness, if you can't figure it out, don't dwell on it. You should worry more about the academy trials." Afaluo was taken aback. Then she smiled. "You're right. Let's focus on getting through this first. I'll deal with the bracelet after the trials are over. I'll go find Wright then." Half a month quickly passed, and the academy trials arrived. The four successfully met up. The headmaster officially announced, "The 32nd Academy trials now begin." They followed the flow of people towards the teleportation circle. Afaluo felt a surge of unease. The first academy trial is about to begin. "I'm a little nervous." Wright sensed Afaluo's anxiety. "Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll protect you once we're inside." Vidi suddenly appeared. "Your Highness, I'll be the one protecting you." Master Wright should perhaps focus on Princess Emma. Seeing their bickering, Afaluo frantically tried to mediate. "Everyone, calm down." Meanwhile, Emma thought silently, "I can actually protect myself." As they spoke, they arrived at the entrance to the academy trials. Vidi quietly took Afaluo's hand, feigning concern, "So we don't get separated." Although she saw through Vidi's little act, Afaluo played along. "Yes, so we don't get separated." A woman transmigrated into a powerless, useless princess in a novel. Facing the academy trials, she only wanted to perform steadily. But she unexpectedly encountered the fortune teller she had met before. The four stepped onto the teleportation circle. They stated their team name and individual names. Emigero, Ramros Pagalit Levi Shio. Vidi Eu Seplo. Afaluo Ramros. Hearing Afaluo's name, the teacher recording the information paused, repeating it. Afaluo leaned forward, puzzled. "Is something wrong?" The teacher shook their head. "Nothing. There might be some dizziness during the teleportation process. It's normal. Don't be alarmed." With that, the teacher activated the magic circle. A blinding golden light flashed. The group vanished, but Afaluo opened her eyes during the teleportation. She noticed the teacher looking at her with a strange expression. Before she could react, she was transported to the trial grounds. Afaluo opened her eyes dizzily. There was no one around. It was completely silent. She took a couple of steps forward before abruptly realizing something was wrong. Wait, where are my teammates? Elsewhere, the other three also realized Afaluo was missing. Vidi immediately started to leave. I'll go find Her Highness. The trial area is so large. Let's split up and search. Vidi glared at Wright. Doesn't the church have some kind of search or location magic? Wright regretfully said, I'm sorry, no. Watching them argue, Emma anxiously said, we should find Afaluo quickly. She's alone. What if she runs into other teams or something else? With that, the three split up. We'll contact each other with the communication crystals once we find her. Meanwhile, Afaluo was also wandering aimlessly through the forest, searching. But after searching for a long time, she didn't find Vidi and the others. Instead, she encountered people from other teams, and they were all the kind she couldn't beat. Afaluo took out her communication crystal, only to realize with dismay that it was also damaged. She couldn't contact anyone. What should she do? As she was thinking, a voice suddenly came from above her head. What are you thinking about? So lost in thought, Afaluo heard the familiar voice and abruptly turned her head. It was Wright, but when she looked, she only saw a man who looked very much like Wright sitting in the tree, looking at her. No, it was the fortune teller. The man suddenly jumped down from the tree. It's been a while. Your Highness, Afaluo hesitantly called out, right? The man suddenly leaned close to Afaluo. Your Highness seems to have mistaken me for someone else. It makes me sad. Afaluo took a few steps back to create some distance. Why are you here? The man pointed to the sky. Because the stars told me you would be in danger. As a powerless, useless princess, she only wanted to stay away from the plot and save her own skin. But she was ambushed and transported to an unfamiliar place. Afaluo looked at him warily. The man stroked his chin and chuckled. Like now lost. Afaluo turned her head awkwardly. Is it that obvious? The man extended his hand towards Afaluo. Come on, I'll take you out of here. Afaluo frowned at him. Then she directly dodged his hand. Thanks. Didn't you say you were going to take me out of here? Why are you still standing there? The man silently withdrew his hand. He smiled and followed her. Afaluo looked at the man's back, secretly speculating in her heart. Although this person looked almost identical to Wright, their personalities were completely different. Was he really a different person, or was he just very good at disguising himself? Thinking this, she asked tentatively, Inaston Academy has the reputation of being a training ground for nobles and royalty. Mr. Fortune Teller, are you also royalty or nobility? Although most of the students in the academy come from noble or royal families, there are also a few exceptionally talented commoners, right? Afaluo continued to ask, I still don't know your name, Mr. Fortune Teller. The man replied, my name is not important. What's important is your name. Afaluo Ramros. As soon as he finished speaking, the bracelet suddenly emitted a bright light, and a violent tremor came from beneath her feet. Before Afaluo could react, a large hole suddenly cracked open beneath her feet. Then she fell straight down. Afaluo looked at the man's indifferent eyes, her heart sinking. She stared deliberately at the golden light emanating from the deep pit. A smile appeared on the man's lips. Slowly, the golden light gradually dissipated. A rustling sound came from behind. Emma walked out of the darkness, holding her magic staff. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace far from the academy, the emperor felt a sense of foreboding as he looked at the suddenly broken feather pen. A sense of unease rose in his heart. At that moment, Neil suddenly came to visit, so he temporarily put aside his anxiety. After chatting for a while, the emperor suddenly decided, let's go to the academy and have a look. On the other side, Afaluo abruptly sat up and looked at the unfamiliar surroundings. She cried out in frustration, where is this? She stood up and patted the dust off her clothes. Recalling everything that had just happened, the teleportation array was triggered when got the bracelet. The bracelet was given to her by Wright. So was that man really Wright, or? Thinking about it, she rubbed her head in frustration. This is giving me a headache. And this bracelet, how can I take it off? At this moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from behind her. A blurry figure was rapidly approaching her. Before Afaluo could react, a young man with beast ears suddenly rushed in front of her. "Beautiful lady, help me." Afaluo stared intensely at him. Behind her, a group of burly men charged menacingly. Her face was a picture of shock. With this many people, even God couldn't save her. She was just participating in the Academy trials. Yet she was ambushed and teleported to some beastman hellhole, inexplicably caught in a life-or-death situation. In the blink of an eye, the group of burly men charged toward her aggressively. Seeing this, Afaluo turned to flee. Discretion is the better part of valor. But the young man beside her grabbed her arm. Afaluo turned her head, utterly confused. "What the?" The next second, the young man pulled her along as he ran. Afaluo was near tears. "What does this have to do with me? Why drag me into your feud?" Not only was she inexplicably transported to a strange place, but she was also being dragged into an unrelated chase by a strange person. The young man turned his head with a grin. "Sorry, I just grabbed someone when I saw them. Am I some kind of commodity? Something you could just grab?" Suddenly, a meteor hammer hurtled towards them. The two instantly dodged in opposite directions. "Whoa, you're serious. Dilify. You can't escape. This time, I'll definitely." He suddenly noticed the stunned Afaluo. Afaluo's legs went weak. She was so frightened her art style changed. The burly man looked at the top of Afaluo's head. No ears. He looked behind her. No tail either. He was shocked. Not a beast man. Afaluo was completely bewildered. What beast man? She then noticed the young man's twitching ears and his thick, furry tail. She stumbled back several meters. We're not the same. Just noticing now, Dilify suddenly approached Afaluo, sniffing around her for a moment before jumping back. "Could you be human?" Hearing this, the group of burly men raised their weapons, glaring menacingly at her. Afaluo took a few frightened steps back. "So scary. What's wrong with being human?" Meanwhile, the emperor had arrived at Anostan Academy. The headmaster inquired politely, "Your Majesty, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit to Anostan Academy?" "I've come to see how my daughter is doing at the academy." The headmaster beamed. "Both princesses are excelling at the academy. Emma, in particular, possesses astonishing magical talent." The emperor frowned, slamming his teacup on the table. "And Afaluo," the headmaster stammered. "Ah, Princess Afaluo is also working very hard. Teacher Billy Porter has commended her rapid progress." The emperor nodded in satisfaction. "I hear the academy trials are currently underway. Let me observe Afaluo's progress." The headmaster broke out in a cold sweat. "We don't advocate interfering with the students' trials. Just observing." "What difference does it make to you, headmaster?" "To me, a great mage is no different from an ordinary person." The headmaster sighed, reluctantly giving in. "I hope no foolish student causes trouble for the princess. Otherwise, I may not be able to protect the academy." He then took out a communication crystal and channeled a small amount of magic. The images of Viti and two others appeared on the crystal, but Afaluo was nowhere to be seen. The teacup in the emperor's hand shattered. His face was dark, an ominous aura surrounding him. The headmaster's heart sank. Oh, the academy was doomed. Afaluo had been inexplicably teleported to a beastman hellhole. Faced with the beastman's inexplicable attack, she could only use her magic to defend herself. In the headmaster's office, the emperor's expression was grim. "This is how you protect the princess." Viti immediately knelt to apologize. "For something like this to happen right under your noses. I believe you've grown senile, headmaster, and the church is no better. I'll talk." Emma stepped forward anxiously. "Father, it happened so suddenly. We didn't expect it." After passing through the portal, Afaluo, but the emperor ignored her, turning to the headmaster. "Find out which teacher guided Princess Afaluo and the others today." The emperor's expression was dark, his voice icy. "If anything happens to the princess, your nation, this entire academy and its teachings will be buried with the princess. I will spare no expense. The church will devote all its power to retrieving her highness." Meanwhile, the burly beastmen, seeing Dilify colluding with a human, viciously prepared to execute him on behalf of their leader. Dilify drooped his ears dejectedly. "I didn't expect this beautiful lady to be human," Afaluo said with a sullen face. "Who are you people shouting and fighting? Forget it. Let's deal with them first." As he spoke, sharp claws extended from Dilify's fingers. Dilify leaped forward, dodging the beastman's attack with a swift turn. The others, seeing Afaluo, a seemingly defenseless young woman, standing alone, surged forward to finish her off. Afaluo pressed her lips together. further. Whatever, she thought. I can't just stand here and wait to die. She then gathered a ball of purple magic in her hand, summoning a magic circle that enveloped those around her. Afaluo dodged their attacks, weaving left and right. Turning, she struck an incoming warhammer with her palm. Afaluo remained unharmed, while the warhammer corroded and dissolved by the magic in her hand. Dilify stared at Afaluo, eyes shining. Amazing. Please, let me follow you. Seeing that none of them were a match for Afaluo, the Beastmen took out a teleportation scroll and decided to retreat. As they left, one of them said, "Human, I advise you not to get involved with them. The affairs of the Beastman Hell are not for a human like you to meddle in." With that, they vanished into the vast desert. Hearing Beastman Hell, Afaluo recalled the place mentioned only once in the original story. The continent held numerous countries, large and small. Among them, the Refister Empire, located in the center, was the most powerful. All other kingdoms revered the empire. But rumor had it that besides the empire, there was another equally powerful place, a mysterious, martial-centric Beastman Hell. However, the Beastmen never interfered with the human world. Therefore, very few people knew of the Beastman Hell's existence. Could it be that he deliberately sent me to the Beastman Hell? She wondered. Lost in thought, Dilify suddenly darted out from behind her. "My benefactor, I can never repay your kindness for saving me." He shyly pulled open his clothes, but Afaluo, unmoved, slapped him. "You're the one who dragged me into this mess." Dilify quickly backed down. "I'm sorry. Calm down, calm down. This is the Beastman Hell." Dilify tilted his head in confusion. "You didn't know? Then how did you enter Hell?" The girl had been tricked and teleported to the Beastman Hell. Having barely resolved the crisis and about to leave, someone else arrived. Hearing Dilify's question, Afaluo sighed. "I don't know how I got here either, but I need to find a way back. Those beastmen earlier must have used a teleportation scroll to leave. There are quite a few teleportation scrolls in the secret room my mother left me. As long as I don't set the teleportation coordinates to the academy, I can go back." Just as she was about to open the scroll, Dilify suddenly grabbed Afaluo's shoulder excitedly. "Benefactor, why not take me with you?" Afaluo hurriedly pushed him away. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to the human world, but I have nowhere to go here." "What did you do? Why were those people chasing you?" Dilify's eyes darted around as he stammered, I'm too weak. Those people look down on me." Afaluo compared their strengths. In the martial-centric Beastman Hell, he did seem rather weak. Resigning herself, she said, "Fine. But if I'm taking you with me, you have to tell me who you are." Dilify puffed out his chest with a grin. "My name is Dilify, from the Tiger Tribe. Handsome, right?" But Afaluo just looked at him, speechless. As if noticing Afaluo's expression, Dilify pointed at her angrily. "What's with that look? Do you think I'm a cat? Let me tell you, I'm a carnivore." Afaluo waved her hands awkwardly. "No, I didn't." "Don't say nonsense. All right, no more messing around. Let's go. You can't go back on your word now." Before Dilify could answer, a wave of black magic suddenly appeared behind them. Afaluo looked towards it warily. "That's not right. This isn't from my teleportation scroll." As the fissure grew larger, both of them took defensive stances, watching warily. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached out from the crack. Vidi stepped out. Seeing him, Afaluo instantly relaxed, her face breaking into a joyful smile. She excitedly walked forward, but Vidi suddenly knelt. "Your Highness, I'm so glad you're all right." Looking at Vidi's pale face, Afaluo asked, "How did you find me?" But before Vidi could answer, he swayed, then collapsed into Afaluo's arms, murmuring, "I'm sorry. I failed to protect you." Afaluo looked at Vidi with Shin Kung in her eyes. Just then, Dilify suddenly appeared, curiously asking, "Benefactor, is this your spouse?" Afaluo blushed crimson, flusteredly explaining, "What are you talking about? We don't call it spouse where I come from. No, we're not like that. He's my guard." Dilify looked unconvinced. "Is that so? Anyway, let's find a place to settle down first." He then started to drag Vidi away. Dilify said, "I know a secluded cave. We can go there." The princess finally managed to leave Beastman Hell, but unexpectedly, she inadvertently took a furry souvenir with her. The three arrived at the cave and finally settled down after starting a fire. "This is Vidi. How is he?" "He's fine, just exhausted. He'll be all right after some rest." Dilify continued to ask curiously, "He called you Your Highness. I remember that's how you humans address some kind of noble, right? It's how you address a princess." "I am Afaluo, princess of the Refister Empire." Dilify's eyes widened in surprise. "A princess? How did you end up in Beastman Hell?" Afaluo shook her head helplessly. I don't know. Even now, I can't understand why that person sent me to Beastman Hell. Was it so no one could find me? How did he even know the coordinates of Beastman Hell? Were the coordinates of the teleportation array preset or random? She sighed in frustration. If I don't find a way to get back to the academy soon, I don't know what kind of chaos will break out. Vidi doesn't have a shred of magic in him. What do you have to go through to find me? Just then, Vidi's hand twitched slightly. Then he opened his eyes groggily. Seeing Vidi finally awake, Afaluo breathed a sigh of relief. Vidi, seeing Afaluo so close, instantly became alert. He hurriedly sat up. I apologize, Your Highness. How could I sleep on your lap? This is incredibly disrespectful. Afaluo smiled gently. Don't be so nervous. I'm sorry my sudden disappearance caused you so much worry. You needn't apologize, Your Highness. I imagine this wasn't your intention either. How did you get here? And how did you end up with the Beastman? Noticing Vidi's gaze, Dilify enthusiastically pressed himself closer to Afaluo. Oh, my meeting with my benefactor was truly a destined encounter. It was clearly you who wouldn't let go of me. Afaluo pulled away from Dilify and explained, I accidentally fell into a teleportation array and was transported here. As for this person, she gestured to Dilify. I was forced to save him. Dilify grumbled, what's with that look? Before he could finish, a sword pointed directly at him. Do not be disrespectful to Her Highness. Afaluo peeked out triumphantly from behind Vidi. I'm a princess, you know. By the way, Vidi, how did you know I was here and managed to find me? Vidi recalled using dark magic to forcefully tear open the spatial barrier. It was best not to tell the princess about such a frightening method. Seeing Vidi's silence, Afaluo changed the subject. Let's just go back first. I have a magic scroll that can teleport us. You don't have to worry about getting back. She didn't want to see him so weak again. Dilify excitedly popped up from the side. Does that mean I can leave this place with you too? He wagged his tail excitedly, his face beaming. Afaluo scratched her head awkwardly. The magic scroll's power, it might not be able to carry so many people. A beastman suddenly appearing in a human nation might also cause a dispute. These words were like a bolt from the blue. Dilify's ears drooped dejectedly. How could this be? Watching the two activate the scroll and prepare to leave. Dilify frowned. No, I must leave this place. If I stay here and those people find me, I'm finished. Even if I have to use this method, I have to think. His body slowly shrank, unexpectedly transforming into the form of a small cat. A golden light flashed in the cave. Looking inside the cave, it was now empty. The girl successfully returned to the academy from the unknown desert. Facing someone who looked exactly like the one who had harmed her before, a grand acting competition began. When the two opened their eyes, they had successfully returned to the academy's trial forest. Vidi looked happily at Princess Afaluo. We're back. A voice suddenly rang out, startling them both. So this is the human realm. It's much better than ours. Afaluo looked at him in surprise. Dilify, how did you come along? Didn't you say you were a tiger? How did you turn into a cat? Dilify stretched lazily. Weren't you worried that a beast man appearing would cause a dispute? So I transformed into a cute pet. This way, you don't have to worry. Afaluo and Vidi were speechless. No, we just don't. Just then, a rustling sound came from nearby. Vidi immediately shielded Afaluo. After a moment, Emma emerged from the bushes. Seeing Afaluo, her eyes lit up with joy. Thank goodness, I finally found you. I'm so glad you're all right. Saying this, she hugged Afaluo. Dilify, caught in the middle, instantly became a squashed filling in a burger. He grumbled in protest. Meow, get off me. I'm alright, Emma. Please let go. You're crushing the kitten. Emma then released Afaluo, wiping away the tears of excitement from the corners of her eyes. I'm sorry, I was just so relieved. At this moment, Red also approached from behind. Princess Afaluo is safe and sound. His Majesty can finally rest easy. Afaluo looked at him warily. Which of those two is the real culprit who caused me to fall into that pit? Vidi called out worriedly, Your Highness. Afaluo shook her head with a smile. It's all right. Emma was now attracted by the kitten in Afaluo's arms. Where did this little kitty come from? So cute. I found it. Afaluo replied curtly. Dilify meowed in dissatisfaction. Are you being polite? Let's go find father. They must be worried about me. With that, the four of them walked towards the academy. Afaluo looked at Wright's back. She spoke quietly with Vidi beside her. Vidi, do you remember that time we met a fortune teller at a divination shop? I remember, Your Highness. Why are you suddenly bringing him up? Afaluo speculated this incident might be related to him. That person and Wright, aside from their temperament, are practically identical. But he acted like he was unfamiliar with the name Wright. Your Highness suspects they are the same person. I'm not sure. That person's appearance was too coincidental. After you disappeared, we split up to search for you. At that time, Princess Emma and Knight Wright were together. Afaluo was taken aback. If that person and Wright are the same, then Emma, I don't have any proof yet. It's just a guess. Don't tell father for now. A woman transmigrated into a novel as the vicious princess who murdered her father for power and wealth. But the cold-blooded tyrant, ruthless to others, was a complete sucker for ugly women. Emma noticed the two lagging behind. She approached Afaluo. What are you two whispering about? Is it something right and I can't know? Both of them shyly turned their faces away. It's nothing. Princess Emma, you misunderstood. All right. I misunderstood this air of romance. At this moment, Wright also noticed they had fallen behind. Afaluo ran forward excitedly. We're finally out. But the trial exit was surrounded by layers upon layers of students. Afaluo was instantly stunned. What was going on? Just then, the Emperor walked out from behind. Seeing the Emperor, Afaluo's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, I've been gone for so long. Father must be furious. Looking at her father's indifferent expression, Afaluo felt a wave of anxiety. Just as she was about to apologize, she was pulled into a hug by her father. Thank goodness. You're all right. Aren't you angry, father? The Emperor released Afaluo and asked, puzzled, why he should be angry. Because I ran off, fell into a strange magic circle, and made you worry. The Emperor gently stroked Afaluo's head, his voice gentle. This isn't your fault. Then his demeanor changed, his gaze turning icy as he looked at Viti and Wright. As for those who neglected their duty and failed to protect you. Hearing this, Afaluo quickly stepped in front of them. I was able to return safely, all thanks to Viti and Wright. Viti even exhausted all his magic to find me. So, father. Just then, a meow interrupted Afaluo. The Emperor asked, puzzled, where the cat had come from. Afaluo picked it up and explained, I rescued him by chance. He was being chased by other beasts, and I felt sorry for him, so I saved him. Then he just kept following me. Looking at Afaluo holding the kitten, the Emperor's mind slowly conjured the image of Afaluo's mother. He murmured softly, Naifa. Afaluo, cuddling the kitten, pleaded so, Father, please don't punish Viti and Wright, okay? Under the double dose of cuteness, the Emperor relented. Since you've returned safely, I'll consider their deeds as atonement. Afaluo and Emma cheered happily. The kitten puffed out its chest proudly. As everyone knows, kittens are masters of persuasion. No one can resist a kitten. The girl left the academy and returned home. She thought she could start her retirement early, but classes were suspended, not learning. The pressure to study at home was even greater. After the Emperor found Afaluo, he brought her back to the imperial palace from the academy. The Emperor believed there were security risks at the academy and was unwilling to let her continue her studies there. The headmaster began a thorough investigation of the entire academy. The academy trials were also terminated because of this. All the students temporarily returned to their respective homes, and Afaluo began a boring life of eating until she was full, sleeping until she woke up, and repeating. It was as if she had started her retirement early. Just then, Dilify's paw suddenly stretched out in front of her. Yawning boredly, she said, Your Highness, Dilify can see you're bored. Afaluo looked at him suspiciously. Really? I think he's the one who's bored. Since returning to the imperial palace, Dilify had become a favorite of the Emperor and the maids. He was now being fed by the maids until he was as round as a ball. Dilify meowed in dissatisfaction. What are you looking at? I'm just fluffy, not fat. Viti suggested, if you're bored, you could invite Miss Blair over to play. Blair is in the imperial city, but Sheenley, Farah, and Mary are a bit far from the imperial city. Just then, Neil walked over. Your Highness, if you're going out, please be sure to take guards with you. Afaluo immediately refused. That's too much. There's no need for that. Viti said seriously, although your Highness has left the academy, your studies cannot stop. These past few days, I've organized your Highness's studies and drafted a study plan. He handed the documents to Afaluo. Your Highness can look over it. This is too much. It's even more intense than the academy's curriculum. Neil's expression remained serious. Princess Emma is also studying. Your Highness naturally cannot fall behind. He pulled Afaluo along. There's no time to waste. Let's start the first lesson now. The emperor and Viti silently lit candles behind them. "Take care, Your Highness." Afaluo was on the verge of tears. Why does even a princess have to be so competitive? Goodbye, my happy retirement. After a few days of Neil's devilish training, Afaluo finally managed to sneak out, thanks to Viti's impressive fighting skills. "Your Highness, there are a lot of people here. Please be sure to stay close to me." Afaluo looked at Viti and chuckled. "Viti defeated so many guards so I could come out and play. He's worried about my safety already." Viti blushed with embarrassment. "Your Highness, please don't tease me. Your safety is the most important thing. Speaking of which, it seems like your strength has improved, Viti. I was shocked when you offered to challenge those guards. I didn't expect you to defeat them so easily. Perhaps overexerting my magic back then actually made it stronger. It's wonderful that I can better protect Your Highness now." Afaluo looked at him with gratitude. As the atmosphere between them grew warm, Viti suddenly stepped in front of Afaluo, stopping Dilify, who had secretly followed them. The girl often encountered people who looked exactly alike. Was it a deep concealment, or were they different people? On this day, they finally found the answer. Viti held the kitten and asked Afaluo, "Your Highness, what should we do?" Afaluo sighed helplessly. "Let's find somewhere private first." Once they reached a secluded alley, Dilify jumped down from Viti's arms. "Don't think you can sneak out to play just by leaving me behind." Afaluo looked at him, exasperated. "It wasn't exactly sneaking, was it? We were pretty much out in the open. We didn't bring you because we were afraid you'd run off. Viti is already working hard enough protecting me. Then just carry me and it'll be fine." He batted his large, shimmering eyes, putting on a pitiful, coquettish display. Afaluo strategically retreated. "Don't think the tricks that work on Viti will work on me. You're too heavy." But looking at those sparkling eyes fixed on her, Afaluo's resolve wavered. Just as she was about to give in, Viti grabbed Dilify by the scruff of his neck and held him. "I'll carry him." He then glared at Dilify. "You little light bulb." Afaluo breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, then." Just then, she noticed a flash of fabric around the corner. That color. Thinking this, she immediately chased after it. After rounding the corner, she saw the familiar sign again, House of Divination. "Do you remember what I told you before?" "Yes, Your Highness. This is a good opportunity to test your theory." Afaluo took a deep breath, calming herself. "When we go in, don't do anything." Dilify, the kitten, tilted his head in confusion. "What's going on?" Afaluo pushed open the door and found Emma inside. Confused, she asked Emma, "What are you doing here?" Emma didn't answer, but instead asked her back, "Afaluo, you're here to see the fortune teller, right?" Afaluo sat next to Emma. "Of course. What a coincidence. I'm here to see the fortune teller too. I wonder if they're available." The fortune teller spoke, "Of course, but I only do one reading a day." They apologized to Afaluo with a nod. Afaluo looked disappointed. Then she suddenly noticed the necklace around Emma's neck. "Emma, your necklace is beautiful. I received a necklace very similar to this one here at the House of Divination before. Unfortunately, I didn't accept it." She pounded the table in ono. "Thinking about it now, I really regret it. It was so pretty. Did you get that necklace here too, Emma?" Emma stammered, "Yes." "Your Highness, if you like it, I can have another one prepared for you." Afaluo smiled and declined. "No need. Thank you for the offer." At that moment, Viti reminded Afaluo that it was time to go back. Afaluo stood up to leave. "That necklace suits you, Emma. I wouldn't want to take it from you." At the door, she suddenly turned around and asked, "I don't even know the fortune teller's name yet." "I'm sure you know Emma, right?" Just as Emma was about to answer, the fortune teller spoke first. "Your Highness, you can call me Hughes." Afaluo received the answer she wanted and smiled. "All right, I'll remember that. We'll be going now." After Afaluo left, Hughes looked at the necklace between Emma's fingers and suddenly realized something was wrong. "Oh no, we've been tricked." The girl finally solved the long-standing mystery, but discovered even more questions within it. The other party's sudden confession finally tore away the mask of calm. Leaving the House of Divination, Afaluo wore a relaxed smile. Watching the bustling crowds on the street, the two decided to discuss it after returning. Meanwhile, the kitten was completely bewildered. "Who am I? Where am I? What are they talking about?" After returning to the imperial palace, Afaluo had Hidi take Dilify away. Dilify strongly protested, but to no avail. Only after they were alone in the room did Afaluo speak. "Do you remember that website, Xinssure's name? Right's full name is Pago Right Revis. The last two words of the name, that isn't it a little too coincidental? There are many people with similar names. Of course, there's more. That necklace of Emma's, Wright gave it to her before the academy trials. But today, she said Hughes gave it to her. Either they both happened to give her the same necklace, or they are the same person. That's why my dear sister momentarily forgot to distinguish between the two. Afaluo picked up her teacup, recalling the male protagonist, right? In the original story, his alias used outside the academy was Hughes. So, Princess Emma knew about this all along. It should be from the academy trials. The guess might be true. Vidi immediately stood up, about to tell the emperor, but Afaluo stopped him. There are still many unclear points. Let's wait until we've investigated thoroughly. Why did Emma help Wright hide this? What exactly is their relationship? Also, I always feel this probe was too easy. If it's been hidden for so long, why were so many clues exposed this time? Listening to Afaluo's questions, Vidi was about to speak when a knock suddenly came from the door. Vidi walked in and said, "Princess Emma invites you to a tea party tomorrow." The two looked at each other, both with some doubts in their hearts. The next day, the sun was just right, with a gentle breeze and beautiful weather. The four of them chatted idly in the garden. Krola suddenly mentioned, "I heard there's a very accurate fortune-telling shop in the Imperial City." Then she said mysteriously, "I heard the owner of the House of Divination is very handsome." Emma smiled helplessly. If you want to know how handsome the shop owner is, just look at Wright. Because Wright is the owner of that shop. Everyone looked surprised. Afaluo meaningfully looked at Emma. It seemed she didn't intend to hide it anymore. A secret hidden for so long, and now it's just confessed like that. Is it because she's been discovered and is prepared to give up, or is it a deliberate attempt to lay everything out? What is their relationship, cooperation, or exploitation? At this moment, Emma also noticed Afaluo's gaze. The two exchanged smiles. Under the calm surface, undercurrents surged. The girl was ambushed during the academy trials and pushed into the teleportation array, only to be told it was a test for the new emperor. After the tea party, Afaluo stretched tiredly. "I'm so tired," he asked in confusion. "Your Highness, you just attended Princess Emma's tea party. Shouldn't you be relaxed?" Afaluo languidly lay back in her chair. Yes, a tea party should be very relaxing. Looking at the ceiling, she felt inexplicably bitter. But what should you do when someone who should be kind and innocent suddenly becomes a stranger you can't understand? Emma in the original story was gentle, kind, always speaking softly, understanding, giving people a warm feeling. But gentleness can also be feigned. The Emma who was quickly found after I was discovered to have no magic power. The Emma who seemed to have known Vitovas for a long time. And now the Emma who seems to have a complicated relationship with Wright. Which one is the real you? Afaluo rubbed her face in frustration. So annoying. I don't want to think about it anymore. I should focus on finding a way to break the seal. At this moment, a knock suddenly came from the door. "Princess Afaluo, are you busy? I have something to discuss." Although Afaluo had some doubts, she still had Hidi open the door and invite him in. After Wright was seated, Afaluo asked him what the matter was. Wright got straight to the point, saying, "Your Highness should already know about the Academy's heartbreak incident, right? That was a test for the future of the Empire." Afaluo looked at him with displeasure. "What kind of test is that?" "Rest assured, Your Highness, you have already passed the test. From now on, the Church will fully support you in becoming the new Empress." Afaluo secretly speculated. So, if I hadn't passed, the Church would have supported Emma instead. Aren't the Church and the royal family supposed to be non-interfering? Then, is there anything I need to do for the Church? Your Highness only needs to help maintain the Church when necessary. In other words, be a puppet of the Church. So angry, but must maintain a smile. Also, Your Highness, don't you want to break the seal on your body? I know how to break it. He extended his hand to Afaluo in invitation. Your Highness, with our assistance, you will only become even more powerful. Afaluo nervously gripped her skirt. Something's not right. This is very wrong. I appreciate Wright's kindness, but this matter is of great importance. I still need to think about it carefully. After all, I don't have any intention of becoming the new Empress yet. Wright expressed his understanding and got up to leave. Your Highness can think about it carefully. If you've made up your mind, you can come to me at any time. After Wright left, Afaluo sighed helplessly. It seems that Emma becoming the new Empress isn't so simple. The girl left the academy and returned home. She thought she could start her happy, laid-back life early, but unexpectedly, she still had to go on blind dates. Night. Vidi stood alone in the quiet corridor, watching a carrier pigeon fly towards him. He took the letter from the pigeon, and after reading it, his expression darkened. He crumpled the letter into a ball and burned it completely. It's time to go back. At that moment, Emma suddenly appeared from somewhere and called out to him. him. Such a grim expression. Is something troubling you? Vidi frowned, not answering. It's just some personal matters. Don't worry, Princess Emma. If I remember correctly, besides being Afaluo's personal guard, you are also the third prince of the Salen Lili kingdom. I heard that the king of Salen Lili is ill. You should be returning to your kingdom soon, then. Vidi frowned in displeasure and interrupted her. What are you trying to say? Emma gave a smile. You should also know that Afaluo has no magic. You can't stay in the Empire forever as a mere guard. Then, the only one who can protect Afaluo in the future is. She suddenly stood on tiptoe and leaned close to Vidi's ear, whispering something. Afaluo, seeing that Vidi hadn't returned for a long time, went out to look for him. She happened to see Emma and Vidi standing together. Seeing Afaluo, Emma didn't linger. She said goodbye to them and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, she seemed to remember something and turned back to Vidi. I'll wait for your answer. Thank you for your kindness, Princess Emma. I'll consider it. Afaluo looked at them, completely confused. What's going on? That conversation just now. Could it be that Emma was confessing to Vidi? A few days later, Afaluo recalled that day's scene, and it still made her feel uneasy. Annoyed, she ruffled her hair. What did they say? The ambiguous scene of Emma and Vidi gazing into each other's eyes involuntarily appeared in her mind. I'll wait for your answer. I'll consider it. Afaluo covered her head. No matter how you look at it, that conversation was a confession. He suggested, if you're really worried about it, just ask Vidi directly. Afaluo panicked and refused. No, I can't ask Vidi. If I ask him, before she could finish, she abruptly changed the subject. Come help me look at the dresses for the spring ball. Every spring, the Empire held a ball, inviting all unmarried men and women to interact and get to know each other. In layman's terms, it's a matchmaking event. We finally have a break from classes, and yet we have to attend a ball. But this year's ball, so many people from other countries have come. Even that guy is here. Seeing him, Afaluo made a disgusted expression, as if she had swallowed a mosquito. Wilner noticed Afaluo at this moment. He confidently winked at her. With this, you wouldn't even need oil for stir-fry. I thought it was an ordinary social dance, but murders have been occurring frequently. Is this suicide or deliberate murder? At this moment, the crowd stirred. It turned out that the emperor had arrived. The emperor walked up to Afaluo and asked how things were going. Do you have anyone you're interested in? Afaluo shook her head, indicating no, wondering why her father suddenly asked about this. If you have someone you're interested in, you can invite him for the first dance. Emma too. Afaluo agreed on the surface, but was puzzled inwardly. Why did he suddenly ask if I have someone I'm interested in? Could it be that this ball is actually a matchmaking event for Emma and me? Accompanied by beautiful music, the ball officially began. Everyone started interacting, searching for suitable candidates on the dance floor. I heard that His Majesty held this spring ball with the intention of choosing partners for the two princesses. For something like this, only someone like Master Camelite, with the status of a duke, can be worthy of a princess. Camelite confidently patted his chest. Of course. Which princess does Master Camelite prefer? Camelite stroked his chin in thought. Princess Emma is gentle and virtuous, the dream lover of countless nobles. It's a pity she was found in the slums. Her background is ultimately limited. Princess Afaluo is the legitimate princess of the Empire. It's a pity her personality is terrible, spoiled, and willful, although she has improved a lot recently. But at this moment, Emma suddenly walked in this direction. Camelite was just about to put on an act, but Emma ignored him completely and went straight to Vidi. Would you do me the honor of dancing the first dance with me, Vidi? The honor is all mine. Camelite, still frozen in his posing position, looked at the two dumbfounded. Seriously. Meanwhile, Afaluo was also invited by right. After comparing them for a long time, neither of them chose him. Camelite was completely petrified. What's going on? Accompanied by beautiful music, everyone danced gracefully. Although Afaluo was with right, her eyes kept glancing at Vidi and Emma. She actually wanted to dance with Vidi, didn't she? I thought Emma would dance with you, but she chose Vidi. Afaluo felt a pang of jealousy and couldn't help but overthink. As I suspected, Vidi, does this mean he accepted Emma's confession? Does he like Emma more? One song ended, and the four of them politely bowed to each other. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from the crowd. Someone's dead. Master Camelite committed suicide. Just because someone has black hair, they're considered the embodiment of a curse. They are even accused of murdering others. Seeing this terrifying scene, the ballroom was instantly filled with panic and discussion. How could he suddenly commit suicide? I saw Master Camelite with my own eyes pick up a knife nearby and stab himself. It was terrifying. At this moment, the Emperor walked towards the crowd, interrupting their speculation. Everyone watched this scene, unsure of what to say. After a moment of silence, a shout suddenly erupted from the crowd. "It's a curse." Wilner pointed at Vidi and declared, "It must be him. That black hair is a symbol of the curse." The scene instantly erupted in an uproar. Affaluo stood in front of Vidi. "Evidence. You're making baseless accusations." The Emperor gestured to a guard. "Let the priest examine the body and have this area cleared." With that, the guards carried Camelite away. A short while later, a guard returned to report the findings. Young Master Camelite does indeed bear traces of dark magic. It appears he was driven to suicide by the corruption of dark magic. Dark magic. Affaluo looked seriously at Vidi. How could this be so coincidental? Of all the nobles present, only Vidi can use dark magic. But Vidi was dancing with Emma the entire time. I was also keeping an eye on Vidi from time to time. And if dark magic was truly used, right, as a holy son of the temple would have sensed it. Light and darkness are mutually sensitive. The culprit must be someone else. Hearing that dark magic was involved, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of panicked whispers, scrambling towards the exits, fearing they would be the next victim. The Emperor's expression hardened. "Silence," he commanded, restoring a semblance of order. "No one is to leave until the perpetrator is found." Wilner continued to accuse Vidi. "He uses dark magic. It's that black-haired fiend. He killed young Master Camelite." At these words, the crowd subtly distanced themselves from Vidi. Affaluo suddenly spoke up in his defense. "If Vidi truly used dark magic to harm others, I would have ended up like young Master Camelite years ago, wouldn't I?" She glared at Wilner, stepping protectively in front of Vidi. "Princess Affaluo, you can't just say such things." Affaluo replied earnestly, "Isn't that the truth? While my attitude towards Vidi has improved recently, I used to bully him relentlessly. Compared to young Master Camelite, whom I've barely met, wouldn't I, the princess who constantly tormented him, be a more likely target?" The crowd hesitated. They hadn't heard of any interaction between Affaluo and Camelite. Could there truly be another culprit? Wilner was momentarily stunned, but hearing the lingering suspicions about the black hair and the curse, he regained his composure and continued to point at Vidi. "There's no denying that his black hair is a curse, a symbol of dark magic. From the moment he was born, he brought death to his own mother. Perhaps he isn't the murderer, but he's certainly connected. He is the embodiment of the curse. It was supposed to be an ordinary ball, yet deaths keep occurring. Even at the same time, in different locations, people are dying in the same manner." Affaluo stared at him, incredulous. In this day and age, people still believe in such superstitious nonsense. She sighed inwardly. Even in a world with magic, all magic left traces. Stepping forward, she bowed before the Emperor. "Father, I request permission to thoroughly investigate this matter. No matter who the culprit is, they will be severely punished." Emitengo di Affaluo with concern. "This is no small matter." Wright also offered serious counsel. "Your Highness, you must think this through carefully." Wilner scoffed. "If Vidi is truly responsible, I doubt she'll do anything but cover for him. After all, he is one of her close associates." Affaluo turned sharply, her voice icy. "Are you questioning the words of an imperial princess?" Wilner froze, intimidated by Affaluo's frigid gaze, and dared not speak further. "If someone close to me is responsible, I will punish them even more severely than anyone else. I will only tolerate those who are innocent by my side. Therefore, I will find the true culprit and prove your innocence." Hearing this, the Emperor granted her request, entrusting her with the entire investigation. "Do not disappoint me." Emma and Wright pledged their assistance. Affaluo curtsied to the assembled guests. "Due to the nature of the investigation, I apologize in advance for any offense I may cause." She then instructed the guards to thoroughly examine the scene. The guards quickly returned. "Your Highness, we found nothing unusual." Affaluo tapped her chin thoughtfully. The culprit wasn't among the crowd. Could they have infiltrated the ball and already left. There's only one entrance to the ballroom. The guard stationed there must have seen the culprit. Thinking this, she walked towards the entrance. The guards looked nervously at Afaluo. They loudly assured her, "Please rest assured, Your Highness. No one has left through here." Afaluo quickly waved her hands, indicating for them to relax. I just want to ask a few other questions. Has anyone entered or left after the banquet began? The guards thought carefully. From the beginning of the banquet until His Majesty ordered that no one could leave, no one has entered or left. I understand. Thank you for your hard work. The guards immediately stood at attention. At your service, Your Highness. Afaluo walked back to the center of the ballroom. Emma asked, "Did you find any clues?" Afaluo shook her head dejectedly. At this moment, Wilner jumped in again. "What else is there to investigate? No one came in, no one left, and everyone's identity is clear. The culprit is this cursed individual." Afaluo shielded Viti. Before she could speak, the Emperor asked Wilner, "This is the Refister Empire. Speaking of which, Viti is a citizen of your Salem Lili kingdom. So, are the women from Salem Lili, like him, also cursed?" Wilner quickly explained, "Your Majesty, you jest. I don't have black hair like him. How could I be cursed? Is black hair a curse? The Salem Lili kingdom takes its people too lightly." Afaluo looked at the Emperor with gratitude. Emma frowned, watching the scene with displeasure. Just then, a guard ran over in a panic. He looked at the anxious crowd, hesitant to speak. But under the Emperor's command, he knelt and said, "Earl Bedford and Viscount Russell have committed suicide. Both were consumed by dark magic. Murders occurred frequently at the ball. The girl worked tirelessly to find the true culprit, but the culprit might be the person closest to her." Hearing the guard's report, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Just like young Master Camelite. At the same time, the same thing happened at the Imperial Palace, the Earl's Mansion, and the Viscount's Mansion. I looked at Viti. It seems the culprit isn't Viti after all. Wilner immediately retorted. He must have arranged everything in advance, making them all act at the same time to clear his own suspicion. Afaluo angrily shouted, "Wilner, why are you so determined to make Viti the culprit? Your Highness is anxious. Could it be that I've hit a nerve?" Seeing that the two were about to argue, the Emperor intervened to stop the commotion. "Enough. The Imperial Guards will thoroughly investigate this matter. You don't need to interfere any further." Hearing this, Afaluo was taken aback. She couldn't continue to insist and could only reluctantly compromise. Since some suspect Viti, then place him under surveillance. If anything unusual is discovered, execute him immediately. After the banquet, Afaluo returned to her room. Her face was filled with worry. What should we do? Now all the suspicions point to Viti. I took out some documents. I have some information about those people. It was gathered by the church. This matter has a significant impact. The church also hopes to resolve it quickly and appease the public. Neil also brought over some information. Then let's begin. So the three of them carefully reviewed the information. But after looking for a long time, they couldn't find anything unusual. There's nothing suspicious among the people they've contacted. They haven't contacted the same person either. Afaluo continued to examine the documents, unwilling to give up. Isn't there even a single suspicious similarity? Then Emma handed over a document. Look at this. On the document, a ring on a man's hand gave them a sense of déjà vu. Afaluo examined it carefully, then ran to the table and rummaged through something. She then pulled out several documents. The people in the documents were wearing the same style of jewelry, but they didn't know each other. Afaluo guessed that this might be a clue. Wright picked up the documents. I'll have the church help investigate the jewelry they're wearing. I'll let you know as soon as there are any results. Emma followed. I'll go too. The two walked down the quiet hallway. Wright suddenly asked, "What are you planning to do next?" Emma stopped, turned, and replied dutifully, "Of course, I'll help my sister find evidence. You won't disappoint us, will you?" Wright frowned, his fists clenching at his sides before loosening slightly. He answered softly, "Of course not." Emma smiled with satisfaction. "That's good. After all, they saved us." The boy, accused of murdering nobles, was imprisoned. The girl, determined to prove his innocence, worked tirelessly to investigate. They carefully examined the collected videos, only to discover that each one had been infused with dark magic. Unless someone possessed light magic, it would be difficult to detect. However, only members of the church possessed light magic. Now that they knew the cause, they only needed to find the source of the jewelry to find the culprit. With renewed determination, the three felt they were close to unmasking the murderer. Viti would be cleared. Your Highness, I had someone inquire about Marquis Camelite, Earl Bedford, and Duke Russell's families. The jewelry they wore was all purchased on the same commercial street. Afaluo stared worriedly out the window, concerned for Vidi's safety. Neil's loud call snapped her back to attention. Why are you yelling at me? Neil replied dryly. I've called you 3 times, Your Highness. Afaluo scratched her cheek sheepishly. Oh, really? Neil handed Afaluo the information he'd gathered on the commercial street. After reviewing it carefully, she confirmed it was all bought in the same place. It seems we need to leave the palace to investigate. The next day, the 3 left the palace together. What Afaluo couldn't understand was why Wright had suddenly become her personal guard. Emma, you're a princess too. You need a guard like Wright for protection, don't you? Emma smiled brightly. I know magic. I can protect myself. Afaluo couldn't argue with that. After all, she was the weakest of the 3. Vidi usually protects you, but he's not here now. And what we're doing must remain confidential. So, we had to ask Wright to be your temporary guard. Since they put it that way, Afaluo reluctantly accepted. She wondered what Wright's motives were. This would be a good opportunity to find out. They decided to investigate separately. After showing the jewelry to multiple shops, they received only negative responses. Finally, they arrived at the last jewelry store. Afaluo took out the bracelet and asked, do you sell jewelry like this here? The shopkeeper examined it closely. This piece isn't made with imperial craftsmanship. It appears to be from the Salem Lily Kingdom. I'm sorry, customer, but we don't sell this type of jewelry. Hearing that it was from the Salem Lily Kingdom, Afaluo froze. How could it be from Vidi's country? Wright then asked, Our Lady is very fond of this type of jewelry. Do you know where we might find more? The shopkeeper paused. Lately, there's been an influx of these foreign pieces. I've heard that a traveling merchant has been selling them, but he's hard to track down. I don't know where he is. Having obtained a crucial clue, they didn't linger. They thanked the shopkeeper and left. While Afaluo wasn't looking, Wright slipped the shopkeeper a bag of coins. After they left, the shopkeeper hefted the bag, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Finally, crucial evidence had been found, but the masked figure was the last person he expected. After leaving the shop, Afaluo sighed. That was the last jewelry store. It seems that traveling merchant is the key. The shopkeepers all mentioned that traveling merchant. If we can find that person, everything will become clear. Wright said regretfully, but that person's whereabouts are unknown. Afaluo thought seriously for a moment, then suddenly snapped her fingers. I have an idea. Let's meet up with Emma first. Wright hesitated for a moment before slowly following her. Your Highness, as you instructed, I've spread the news that a mysterious wealthy merchant is deeply interested in gems from the Salem Lily Kingdom and is willing to pay a high price for them. Hughes asked anxiously, Are you sure this won't put you in danger? Afaluo gave him a reassuring look. This is the best plan Emma and I came up with together, and Wright will be with me. He'll protect me. Don't worry. Hearing Afaluo say this, Hughes could only reluctantly relax. They waited for Neil to return with news of success. The 3 of them left the palace again, ready to act. Wright looked at Afaluo disapprovingly. I could have handled this. There's no need for you to come personally. But Afaluo was exceptionally firm. I must investigate this matter personally. Suddenly, a figure darted out and bumped hard into Afaluo. Then they hurriedly left. A bracelet accidentally fell from their person. When Afaluo clearly saw the style of the bracelet, her eyes widened in disbelief. It's a masked figure. Without a second thought, she chased after them. Emma reached out to stop her, but her hand paused in midair, and then she silently withdrew it. When Afaluo finally caught up to the masked figure, she found them making a transaction with another person. Just as the man was about to take the bracelet, Afaluo jumped out. Both men were startled. The masked figure, realizing they were being followed, turned and ran. Seeing this, Afaluo quickly gave chase. The masked figure ran into a dead end. Afaluo, breathless, blocked their way. Can we talk now? The masked figure's voice was hoarse. What do you want to talk about? Why did you harm those nobles? This is the bracelet you just dropped. Don't deny it. Mind your own business. I'll just clean up some trouble. Afaluo was about to continue questioning them when Emma and Wright arrived with guards. The guards immediately moved forward to subdue the masked figure. With a struggle, the mask fell from the figure's face. Afaluo looked at the person in disbelief, her heart clenching in her chest. How could it be Wilner? Accused of murdering the nobles, Wilner was about to be executed. To save him, Afaluo made an unexpected decision. Hearing someone enter the prison cell, Vidi looked up. Afaluo, looking at the person she once trusted most. couldn't help but burst into tears. Why did you do that? If you were being coerced, I would have helped you. Why? A pampered imperial princess like you wouldn't understand. Only when your empire is in chaos can my kingdom seize the opportunity. Afaluo staggered back in disbelief. What do you mean? It's my honor to sacrifice for my kingdom. If this can make my father look at me with favor, then it's worth it. Afaluo wanted to say something more, but Vidi sharply interrupted her. Enough. Don't interfere anymore. Afaluo stared at him blankly, her hands falling Wulit ly to her sides. If that's what you say, take care of yourself. I'm leaving. Vidi watched Afaluo's retreating figure and closed his eyes in resignation. I am sorry, Afaluo. I had to do this. Afaluo couldn't help but look back at Vidi. She refused to believe he would do such a thing. What was he hiding from her? Afaluo returned to her room. She sat on the bed, lost in thought. Hughes, seeing her like this, felt anxious and couldn't help but advise, Your Highness, you haven't eaten or drunk anything all day. I prepared your favorite dessert. Please have at least a little. Thank you, Hughes, but I don't want to eat right now. I'm really fine. You could go out now. Helplessly, Hughes could only leave with the plate, but he met Emma at the door. Emma said, I'll stay with Afaluo. After the door closed, Emma told Afaluo, Vidi's sentence has been handed down. The execution is tomorrow. Hearing this news, Afaluo grabbed Emma's arm agitatedly. How could this be? Weren't they supposed to hold the trial in 3 days? Emma soothingly pulled Afaluo down to sit. Calm down. That was the plan. But the incident caused a public outcry. People are panicking, and with the solid evidence. Solid evidence. Emma looked at her sadly. None of us wanted this. But you saw Vidi at the market that day. Afaluo couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. If I hadn't insisted on going that day, things might not have come to this. It's all my fault. Do I really have to watch Vidi? Emma said, there's still one way. If we can find evidence to prove Vidi's innocence, everything will be resolved. But tomorrow, if we can get Vidi away before the execution, we could buy time to investigate the truth, can't we? Afaluo instantly understood Emma's meaning. You mean, kidnap Vidi? Emma looked steadily at Afaluo, rather than resolutely. Kidnap him. A woman, due to surgery, transmigrated into a powerless, useless princess in a novel. She originally just wanted to live a peaceful life, but in order to save her beloved, she sacrificed her own life. At night, Afaluo stood on the roof, watching the carriage escorting Vidi drive through the alley. She recalled Emma's words. Tomorrow, when Vidi is being escorted to the execution grounds, he'll pass through this alley. It's sparsely populated, the perfect place to act. Afaluo's expression was firm. I will save you. And she put on a hood, concealing her face. She jumped down into the alley. Meanwhile, the guards escorting the carriage hadn't yet noticed the approaching danger. Several vines silently wrapped around the horse's legs, controlling their movements. Ambush. Someone's trying to hijack the carriage. Amidst the chaos, Afaluo suddenly jumped out. Before anyone could react, she immediately used magic, unleashing several purple lightning bolts. The guards tried to intercept her, but they were all stuck together, unable to move. Afaluo seized the opportunity to run to the front of the carriage and try to pry open the iron bars. But magic had been cast upon them. Only someone with a higher magic level than the caster, or someone with the key, could open it. Afaluo angrily hit the bars. Damn it! At that moment, a sharp voice came from behind her. Kill her. Show no mercy. Several magic waves flew straight towards Afaluo. She quickly summoned a defensive barrier. Block them. Your Highness, run. He's trying to silence us. Afaluo resolutely replied, We're leaving together. Seeing this, Vidi was extremely anxious. I'm just an insignificant guard. You don't have to die for me. You're important. You're very important. So, even if I know this is all Emma's plot, I must. Before Afaluo could finish speaking, the magic barrier could no longer withstand the attack. It instantly shattered. Afaluo couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Mustering her last strength, she unleashed all her magic power. I must take you back. Seeing this, the guards fearfully fled. It's going to explode. Run. Vidi was extremely anxious but powerless to stop it. As the magic was unleashed, the carriage slowly began to crack. Then a bright light flashed. Everything around them was reduced to ruins. So tired, Afaluo's soft moan caught Vidi's attention. He saw Afaluo kneeling in a pool of blood still flowing from her mouth. Vidi stumbled towards Afaluo. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Afaluo lifted her blood-stained face, faint traces of electricity still clinging to her body. She looked earnestly at Vidi, as if trying to memorize his features. "Vidi, I opened the carriage, so you must live. And remember," Afaluo wanted to continue, but the overwhelming surge of blood rising in her throat prevented her from speaking further. Vidi watched Afaluo's figure gradually blur, unable to suppress his grief any longer. He cried out in anguish. That girl's older sister, to gain the throne and become the sole heir to the empire, that even cruelly murdered her own younger sister. In the solemn and dignified church, Afaluo lay peacefully amidst a bed of white roses. All the troubles of the world seemed to have nothing to do with her anymore. The nobles who came to pay their respects were all dressed in black, whispering amongst themselves as they watched the scene. Now only Princess Emma remains. I heard that after His Majesty learned of Princess Afaluo's accidental death, he hasn't seen anyone. Fortunately, there's still Princess Emma. After the funeral, everyone left. Wright quietly asked Emma, did it succeed? Emma gave a light-hearted smile. Of course, they have no other choice. Only I am the sole heir to the empire. At that moment, a black beam of light suddenly shot towards Emma. Wright, quick-eyed and quick-handed, immediately blocked it, but the residual energy still grazed Emma's cheek. You lied to me. Vidi, his face contorted with rage, eyes blazing, fiercely gripped Emma's throat. You lied to me, and you even killed the princess. You threatened me with the princess's life to help you eliminate the nobles who opposed you. But you didn't keep your promise. As Vidi's grip tightened, Emma struggled to breathe. Trembling as she explained, there was an unexpected complication in the plan, but Afaluo was definitely going to die. Vidi abruptly threw her aside. Emma collapsed on the ground, coughing uncontrollably. There can only be one heir to the throne, isn't that right? Vidi, consumed by fury, raised his hand to kill Emma, to bury her with Afaluo. Wright quickly stopped him. Calm down. Afaluo is still here, watching you. Vidi looked at Afaluo lying peacefully among the flowers. Afaluo's blood-stained face flashed in his mind, along with her words, you must live. He donned his cloak and turned to leave. You're alive today, all thanks to the princess. Emma watched Vidi's retreating figure, silent for a moment. Then she suddenly asked Wright, is Afaluo really dead? Why do you ask that all of a sudden? Just making sure. I hope you haven't forgotten our goal. Never. In the cemetery, Vidi knelt before Afaluo's tombstone. He slowly leaned against the tombstone, his eyes filled with tenderness and longing. Everything you asked me to do, I will do. I will see all the sights of this world. And wait for your return, he said, then turned and left. Not long after Vidi left, Wright, holding a bracelet, also came to Afaluo's tombstone. One moment she was the empire's princess, the next she became the duke's daughter. Even more frustrating, she had lost her memories. Inside the carriage, a young woman lay quietly, her brow furrowed in unease. Outside the carriage, people were talking about recent events. I heard that after the princess passed away, the emperor fell ill and hasn't recovered. Yes, the burden of state affairs now rests on the shoulders of the eldest princess, Emma. Thankfully, with the help of the church, there hasn't been any unrest. And that prince who had no claim to the throne, I heard he ascended with the church's support. Last month he was still begging in a carriage, and now he sits on the throne. With those words, the image of a girl slowly surfaced in her mind. Looking at the carriage, her eyes hardened with determination. Afaluo's eyes snapped open, her face a mixture of confusion and surprise. Was it a dream? Because of a congenital heart defect, I had to undergo life-saving surgery. I thought my life would end like this. Afaluo sat up groggily, secretly rejoicing. I didn't expect to actually survive. This is wonderful. But in that strange dream, just now, why did those people feel so familiar? Or have I seen them before? And that person, why did I feel so sad? Afaluo clutched her head in distress. She turned over, intending to press the call button, but when she looked up, she found herself surrounded by unfamiliar scenery. A short-haired maid pushed the door open and entered. Miss Bella, you're still weak. You shouldn't sit up for too long. Hearing this unfamiliar name, Afaluo couldn't help but ask, were you just calling me Bella? Of course, there's only Bella here. Afaluo turned her head awkwardly. Oh no, this familiar feeling, this unfamiliar decor, that unfamiliar people, and an unfamiliar name. I've definitely transmigrated again. Wait, why did I say again? Watching Afaluo look around blankly, the maid suddenly realized something. I understand. Miss must still be injured. With that, she hurried off to find a priest. Afaluo reached out her hand. Wait, I haven't told you I've lost my memory. She rubbed her head in frustration. I'll just have to tell them about the memory loss later. I have absolutely no idea what's going on right now. At that moment, a childish female voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Master, you've lost your memory. Before Afaluo could react, a small fairy with wings suddenly appeared before her eyes. Startled, Afaluo quickly wrapped herself in the blankets and recoiled. What is this thing? Where have I transmigrated to? Why are there such strange creatures? The fairy looked at Afaluo with confusion. It seems Master really has lost her memory. She then curtsied to Afaluo. Greetings. I am Laura, the spirit secretary of the arena. She also woke up as the Duke's daughter, but she faced not only the loss of her memory, but also doubts from her brother. Laura frowned and sighed helplessly. It seems that explosion caused Master a great deal of pain. It's already a miracle you survived. Forgetting some things is perfectly normal. Afaluo looked bewildered. Explosion? What explosion? I've been asleep. You were facing a life or death situation when you woke up. I used most of my magic to save you. So unfortunately, I don't know exactly what happened. Don't worry. I'll use my magic to help you recover some of your memories. I hope it will be helpful. With that, she gathered a ball of golden light in front of Afaluo. As the golden light entered Afaluo's body, her heart pounded heavily. Unfamiliar scenes slowly surfaced in her mind. Are these this body's childhood memories? It seems like a very noble status. His Majesty, she's even royalty. But the name Ramulos, I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Is this my name? Afaluo. Wait, that name. Isn't that from the last novel I read, Princess Training? The villainous supporting female character who was executed in the end. Afaluo asked Laura hesitantly, am I Bella or Afaluo? You are Afaluo, of course. Then why did that person, dressed like you, call me Bella? Before Laura could answer, footsteps suddenly came from the doorway. Laura quickly dove into Afaluo's body. A blond man walked in. His first words upon seeing Afaluo were, "You're not Bella." Hearing this certain tone, Afaluo's heart sank. I've been discovered. Stay calm. I just need to say I've lost my memory. Time to test my acting skills. So Afaluo looked at the man innocently. I'm sorry, I don't remember anything. The man looked at Afaluo, his eyes full of suspicion. Is she faking it or? But before the man could ask, Afaluo leaned closer and continued, since you say I'm not Bella, you must know who I am, right? Who am I? Where's this place? What happened to me? If I'm not Bella, then who am I? As Afaluo continued to press him with questions, the man was overwhelmed by her relentless barrage. I don't care who you really are, whether you've truly forgotten or this is a deliberate excuse. You are a member of the Russell family now, so act like one. With that, he turned and left the room. Afaluo was suspicious. So, did she manage to bluff her way through? She had lost her life to save her beloved, but when she opened her eyes, she had become the Duke's daughter. But before she could recover her lost memories, she had to face her stepmother's provocation. Afaluo looked at the history of Duke Russell brought by the maid and casually flipped through it. Unexpectedly, that man was actually Duke Russell's eldest son, Xiao Duke Creed Russell. He was also her nominal older brother now. From Julian, she roughly understood the current situation. 3 days ago, Duke Russell, while hunting, found her injured and unconscious. He discovered that she looked very much like Bella, the Duke's daughter who had gone missing years ago. So, the Duke brought her back and publicly declared her to be the missing daughter. Afaluo looked at Bella's photo, but she was certain that she could not be Bella. Although Bella in the photo did indeed look very similar to her current body, Bella's eyes, like the Duke's, were blue, while her eyes were golden, the color that symbolized the Refister Empire's royal family in the novel. Afaluo clutched her head in discomfort. Since yesterday, whenever she thought for too long, she would suddenly get a headache. This body, although it looked healthy, seemed abnormally weak. Julian picked up the teapot. The tea has gone cold. I'll go and change it for you, she said. Afaluo smiled and thanked her. Looking at her smiling face, Julian couldn't help but swoon. Miss, you look so beautiful when you smile. Then, she happily ran out holding the teapot. Afaluo stretched sleepily, thinking to herself that she might as well make the best of it. She would settle down first and then slowly figure things out. Suddenly, a voice rang out You're that Bella the Duke brought back." Afaluo looked up and saw a woman looking at her with hostility. It seemed the newcomer was unfriendly. She thought to herself, puzzled, and asked, "You're living in someone else's house, yet you don't even know who the owner is. How incredibly rude." It seemed this arrogant woman was the Duke's second wife, Joanna Russell. Thinking this, Afaluo performed a curtsy. "It's you, madam. It's a pleasure." However, due to the differences in etiquette between the two countries, Joanna frowned and looked at her with dissatisfaction. "What kind of etiquette is this? Have you even forgotten the most basic courtesy? Or perhaps, before you lost your memory, you never knew these noble manners?" Hearing these words, Afaluo thought to herself, as expected, she was here to find fault. In that case, don't blame her for being impolite. Having just returned to the Duke's mansion, she was already facing deliberate provocation from her stepmother. But the girl used her wit to slap her stepmother in the face. Afaluo smiled faintly at Joanna, as if she didn't care about her words at all. Then she looked at her innocently. "Then you certainly wouldn't mind giving me some guidance on etiquette. After all, I'm considered your daughter now, aren't I? You wouldn't want my uncouth behavior to embarrass the Duke's mansion, would you? Or do you consider the Duke's reputation so insignificant?" Hearing this, Joanna paused abruptly and quickly explained, "Of course not." Afaluo pressed her advantage, continuing, "Or perhaps you simply don't take the Duke's words to heart." Listening to her insinuations, Joanna gritted her teeth in anger, glaring fiercely at Afaluo. But Afaluo just looked at her innocently. "Damn it, she's using the Duke to pressure me. But why that smile?" Afaluo looked down at Joanna's feet and smiled. "In that case, please arrange an etiquette tutor for me, madam. I will certainly guide your etiquette properly. After all, you are someone the Duke brought back." Afaluo was a little surprised. She didn't expect Joanna to agree so quickly. "Come to the drawing room after dinner. Oh, and I hope your meager etiquette skills won't embarrass us at tomorrow's banquet. After all, if you offend tomorrow's distinguished guests, even the Duke won't be able to protect you." With that, Joanna turned and left. Afaluo watched her retreating figure and lowered her eyes. "It seems there are many in this house who don't welcome me." After dinner, Afaluo went to the drawing room to practice etiquette. Balancing a book while walking felt surprisingly easy, as if she had done it thousands of times before. Afaluo recalled her behavior when she met Joanna. Despite never having learned this world's etiquette, she had reacted instinctively. Could it be muscle memory from this body? Just then, Joanna suddenly called out to her, startling Afaluo. Her heart pounded like rain-soaked mud. Bad enough she was struggling, but couldn't she even maintain basic focus? Joanna then gestured to a maid nearby, instructing her to demonstrate. She thought disdainfully, "Who knows where this country bumpkin came from? I'll see how long you can keep up this act." But the next second, Joanna was proven wrong. Afaluo, balancing the tall stack of books, walked gracefully and with poise. Joanna picked up her teacup and coughed lightly to hide her embarrassment, but still sneered, "Truly dreadful. Is it the best you can do?" Afaluo didn't expect any compliments from her. She looked to the maid and asked, "Did I do it incorrectly?" "No, Mississippi. You did it perfectly." Hearing this, Joanna slammed her teacup down onto the saucer in displeasure. The maid flinched. At that moment, the door opened. A tall man walked in. Afaluo guessed silently, "This must be Andrew Russell, my nominal father." In the blink of an eye, I've become the Duke's daughter. Although her heart was full of questions, Duke Russell had insisted she was his daughter. Seeing the Duke, Joanna instantly transformed. Blushing coyly, she walked towards him and said softly, "I was just instructing Bella on etiquette. She's a very gifted child." Afaluo thought to herself, "That's not what you were saying earlier." The usually overbearing Joanna became much gentler in front of Duke Russell. It seemed this Duke Russell was not a simple man. How could such a person not recognize his own daughter? Lost in thought, Afaluo was startled when the Duke suddenly walked up to her and gently stroked her hair. "We finally meet again, my daughter." Afaluo felt a little awkward and softly called out, "Duke, you really don't remember. Creed already told me. You've forgotten the past. My poor child, those days must have been very difficult for you." "I'm sorry." The Duke continued, "After I woke up, everything felt so strange. The maid who cared for me said you brought me back, but I was lying unconscious by the roadside at the time. How did you recognize me?" "Silly child, I told you the God sent you back." Afaluo wanted to say something more, but the Duke interrupted her. "No buts. Regardless, you are now a member of the Russell family. This is unchangeable. Did someone say something to you? If anyone questions your identity, they're questioning the entire Russell family." Afaluo stared at him blankly. The Russell Dukes had always been important ministers of the kingdom. Such people were known for their unwavering decisions. It seems no matter what that sentence meant, I must be Bella now. Thinking this, she smiled at the Duke. No one has said anything untoward to me. Joanna suddenly looped her arm through Affaluo's and explained to the Duke with a smile, "Oh, I must have been too impatient earlier and caused Bella to misunderstand. I'm sorry, Bella. I was just worried you'd forgotten noble etiquette and would be uncomfortable in front of that person tomorrow." Affaluo smiled on the surface, rolling her eyes inwardly. How hypocritical. I see. So that's why you were helping her practice etiquette. Bella has just returned. Don't be too harsh on her. I also forgot to tell you, there's a very important visitor coming tomorrow. But you've just returned. I won't force you to meet him. His Majesty, King Verdi Sapphiro of the Kingdom of Sarenlyre. Affaluo's eyes widened in surprise. Isn't that the hostage prince who was bullied by Affaluo in the novel? Once a princess of the Empire, now she was the Duke's daughter, and had lost her memories. That night, a figure from her past brought her a mysterious revelation. Learning that the new king would be visiting the next day, Affaluo specifically sought out Julian to inquire about the Reef-Fister Empire. I don't know much though. By the way, I heard the imperial princess died not long ago. It seems her name was a something. Affaluo added quietly. Julian immediately looked at her with admiration. "Miss, you know so much," she said as she poured water into the teacup. But her aim was off. Everything spilled out. Watching Julian fluster about, Affaluo sighed. "Help me back to bed, please." That night, lying in bed, Affaluo's mind was racing. If the villain Affaluo was already dead, why was she still alive? And why had she woken up in a duke's mansion in a foreign country? According to the latest chapter of the novel she'd read before transmigrating, the villainous Affaluo had paid the price for her evil deeds with her life. The story was about to reach its happy ending. So why did she have to transmigrate into the only one with a tragic fate? If it was discovered that she was still alive, what would become of the villainess who had committed such serious crimes? Moreover, that person had once been a prince humiliated by Affaluo, a prince driven back to his own country. Someone who ascended the throne with such a past was probably not a kind person. Affaluo secretly made up her mind. She absolutely couldn't let that Verdi guy see her. Internally, she cried. What should she do if the poor little guy she bullied had become king? Help! Urgent! She flopped onto the bed, defeated. She'd think about it tomorrow. In a daze, Affaluo felt herself transported to a strange place. Before her, a mysterious man was pouring magic power into a gemstone. Watching this scene, Affaluo felt inexplicably sad. She wanted to approach him, but her feet were rooted to the spot. The man's figure slowly disappeared into a white void. Affaluo woke with a start, gasping for breath. It was just a dream, but the heart-wrenching sadness didn't feel like an illusion. Suddenly, someone knocked on the window pane. Looking up, she saw a cloaked figure hidden in the darkness. Affaluo felt a flicker of panic. "Who are you? Have I been discovered so soon? Are you from the Empire? Or were you sent by the king?" The man just stood silently. Then he suddenly muttered, "Interesting." He then left a single word, "Good night," and jumped from the balcony. Affaluo rushed to the window, but he had vanished without a trace. Then she noticed a red gift box at her feet. Looking at the note on the box, Affaluo felt a surge of confusion. Does he know who I am? I feel like I've seen this box somewhere before. Let's open it and see. Inside, there was only a small gemstone. She had become the amnesiac daughter of the Duke. She had barely managed to avoid meeting the Emperor, whom she had once humiliated. But then she had to deal with her stepsister's provocations. Affaluo stared at the gemstone, lost in thought. Suddenly, Julian's voice came from outside the door. "Mississippi, why are you up so early?" Affaluo quickly hid the box. "Let me give you a massage. You'll get a headache if you don't rest properly." Julian walked behind Affaluo and gently massaged her head. Suddenly, Affaluo remembered the king's visit. "I'm not feeling well," she told Julian. "Please tell the Duke that I'll be staying in my room today." Julian panicked. "Miss, what's wrong? Is it serious? Should I call a priest?" She turned to leave, but Affaluo quickly stopped her. "I'm fine. I just stood all day yesterday and didn't sleep well last night, so I'm a little tired. It's nothing serious. Calling a priest would be too much trouble. I just need some rest." Julian reluctantly agreed. "All right, I'll go tell the Duke." Affaluo smiled and waved her hand. "Go on then. If you actually bring a priest, I won't be able to keep up the act. In the drawing room, Julian explained Afaluo's situation to the Duke. The Duke smiled apologetically at the man opposite him. My apologies, Your Majesty. Bella has just returned. She is still feeling unwell and unable to see you. I wish the Duke's daughter a speedy recovery. Perhaps another time. Meanwhile, Afaluo learned from a book that the gemstone was a unique specialty of the Reef Fister Empire. Who would send such a precious gift to Afaluo, who was supposed to be abandoned by everyone at the end of the novel? Before Afaluo could dwell on it, a sharp pain shot through her head. But this time, the headache seemed to lessen abruptly. Just then, Julian's shouts came from the doorway. In one swift motion, Afaluo hid the box in a drawer. At that moment, Julian rushed in, flustered. That was close. I must remind Julian to knock next time. Julian spoke, a hint of fear in her voice. Mississippi Miss Priscilla is here. A girl bearing a striking resemblance to Joanna entered. It was Priscilla Russell, the Duke's younger daughter. Priscilla looked at Afaluo arrogantly. Come with me, she commanded, not waiting for Afaluo's consent before sweeping out of the room. Julian looked at Afaluo with concern. Afaluo offered her a reassuring smile. It's all right. It seems she wouldn't have a moment's peace today. She had barely avoided Verdi, and now another one had come looking for trouble. Thinking this, she asked Priscilla, "Is there something you need, Miss Priscilla?" The Duke's elder daughter, missing for years, had finally returned home. But instead of a warm welcome from her family, she was met with suspicion and provocation. Hearing Afaluo's question, Priscilla shot her a sidelong glance, mentally rehearsing her next words. Why does Cousin Wright treat you so specially? Oh, I see you like Wright. No, I can't say that. I almost let her trick me into revealing my intentions. Mother was right. This woman is up to no good. Watching Priscilla's internal struggle, Afaluo was puzzled. I don't think I asked anything too difficult. She turned her attention to a small cake. I think I'll have a cake while I give my dear sister some time to think. Just as Afaluo's fork was about to reach the cake, Priscilla blurted out, "You did it on purpose, didn't you? Getting seriously injured on father's way home. What a coincidence." Afaluo picked up a piece of cake. You seem very unhappy that I'm back. She secretly speculated. Bella's disappearance was probably more than just getting lost. Everyone in the Duke's mansion had a very strange attitude towards Bella. Your reaction to your sister's return after so many years is quite hurtful. Or do you know something, my dear sister? Priscilla stiffened. I don't know what you're talking about. Afaluo's expression brightened, her tone light. Is that so? Then I must have misunderstood. This cake is delicious. Priscilla was inwardly alarmed. This woman is terrifying. One moment, she looks like she wants to kill me, and the next, she's acting all innocent. She regained her composure and warned Afaluo, the Russell Dukedom isn't a place for just anyone. If you don't know your place, I'll make you suffer. She imagined Afaluo begging for mercy, smugly placing her hands on her hips. Afaluo replied calmly, Is that so? Truly a child raised in pampering, resorting to such empty threats. I will quickly learn everything about being the Duke's elder daughter, so as not to worry my dear sister. Priscilla stood up angrily. This isn't how it's supposed to go. She wanted to say something, but couldn't find the words to retort. Frustrated, she turned and stormed out. With the troublemaker gone, Afaluo also left the dining room. But as soon as she stepped out, she was stopped by a pair of hands. Afaluo looked coldly at the newcomer. Is something the matter, brother? Priscilla cried. I warned you. If you want to stay in the dukedom, then act like Bella. Don't try to cause trouble using Bella's name. Afaluo grew impatient. What is going on today? Why is everyone looking for trouble with me? I haven't done anything to her. She was perfectly fine when she left. And why do you assume that I, having just woken up with amnesia, would provoke your precious sister? Even if you're standing up for your sister, shouldn't you understand the situation first? Hearing Afaluo say this, Creed paused, then said he would tell Priscilla not to bother her. But remember, they said in unison, act like Bella. Don't try to cause trouble. I have a bit of a headache. I'll go back and rest. With that, Afaluo turned and left. Creed watched her go, softly murmuring, rest well. The girl opened her eyes to find herself the amnesiac eldest daughter of the Duke. But as her memories gradually returned, so did the inexplicable mysteries. Afaluo walked back to her room, her pace quickening involuntarily. Today was truly an unlucky day. It was best to hurry back and rest. But at the corner, she heard voices. Let's in here for today. You've worked hard, Your Majesty Verdi Sapphiro. Hearing that name, Afaluo quickly covered her mouth and hid in the corner. Today was definitely not a good day to go out. While the two were unaware, Afaluo quickly slipped back to her room. Looking at the scenery outside the window, she felt uneasy. She had a feeling something was about to happen. Is it because of that person? Could it be? Afaluo couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. Julian's loud call snapped her back to reality. Is something the matter? The name Bella is so unfamiliar. I always have trouble realizing it's me you're calling. Julian looked worried. Did Miss Priscilla give you a hard time? No, why would you think that? Julian said hurriedly, but you've been so down since you came back. It's not like being sick. It's like you've lost your soul. I'm just tired, that's all. I'm fine. Julian immediately added, I can stay with you while you rest. But Afaluo wasn't used to having someone watch her sleep. She quickly ushered Julian out. Then, with a long sigh, she collapsed Wulit Ly onto the bed. Although Julian was concerned about me, I need to be alone right now. I have to think about what to do next. The Duke's mansion doesn't seem as peaceful as it appears on the surface. Where's the real Bella? And what about the person who might want me dead? Afaluo tossed and turned restlessly in bed. Why do other people get to enjoy themselves when they transmigrate, while I have to deal with this mess? I have to get out of the Duke's mansion as soon as possible. But why do I feel like I recognize that hostage emperor? Even his voice. It's clearly someone who's never appeared in Afaluo's memories. Verdi Sepiro. Afaluo thought as she drifted back to sleep. In her dream, she seemed to be arguing with a man. You know, this is the army that person deployed to eliminate Ning. We're just one step away from exposing the whole conspiracy. Why would you risk it? Afaluo's expression was resolute. I can't just watch him walk to his death. The man's voice suddenly rose. But you've waited so long. Just because it's him, are you going to give up all your previous efforts? No one believes him. Only I can save him. Only me. With a flash of lightning outside the window and a clap of thunder, Afaluo woke with a start. She tried to calm her racing heart. Was that just a dream? Or was it Afaluo's memory? The person in the dream was definitely Afaluo. But the man she was talking to Dudai couldn't see him clearly. Who was the person mentioned in the dream? And what was the conspiracy? And the name Afaluo said at the end. A name she uttered without hesitation. Afaluo rubbed her temples in frustration. Who was it? But as a wave of stinging pain shot through her head, she closed her eyes again. She had transmigrated to this time because of surgery. She thought she could have a healthy body and live a good life, but she didn't expect this body to be so frail. Afaluo hazily felt someone calling her. She opened her eyes to see Julian looking at her worriedly from beside the bed. Seeing Afaluo wake up, I'm so relieved, Master. You're finally awake. Afaluo looked at him, puzzled. Why did you suddenly come out? I felt you growing weak, so I came out to check on you. I didn't expect. He suddenly threw himself into Afaluo's arms, wailing, At this rate, you'll die. Afaluo's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, even if Lola hadn't said anything, she could already feel it. This body, though seemingly healthy, was even weaker than her previous one. Was she transported here just to die again? Lola clenched his fists and promised Afaluo, I definitely won't let you die, Master. With that, he gathered a golden light in his palm. Afaluo watched curiously. Is this magic? Right, this world had magic. Perhaps there was still hope for her. But in the next second, the light slowly dissipated. Lola collapsed from exhaustion. Afaluo quickly reached out and caught him. Afaluo asked with concern, Are you alright? Lola lowered his head sadly. I'm fine, Master. It seems my magic hasn't recovered enough to sustain the restoration array. It's okay. You've done well enough. Afaluo frowned in frustration. Even Lola couldn't help her. It seemed her fate was unchangeable. Just then, Lola seemed to have discovered something and darted off. Afaluo stared blankly at his retreating figure. Had Lola found something? He was still so weak. As she was thinking, Lola reappeared, holding a gem, his face beaming. Master, I found this in the study. The magic contained within this gem is more than enough to help me sustain the restoration array. It was the gem given by the mysterious person that night. She hadn't expected it to contain such powerful magic. Could it have been sent by the person who spoke to her in her dream? That person's tone had seemed so worried about her. As she pondered, Lola had already flown into the air. As he cast the spell, circles of golden magic swirled around him. With a wave of his hand, countless beams of light surged into Afaluo's body. Slowly, Afaluo felt the exhaustion leaving her body. She felt like a parched plant finally getting a good drink of water. When Lola finished, the gem, now devoid of magic, fell onto the bed. Lola flew to Afaluo's shoulder. Master, are you feeling better now? Afaluo replied in a light tone, Much better, thank you. Lola leaned languidly against her. That's good. I'm going back to rest now. The restoration array treats the symptoms, not the cause, master. To fully recover, you still need to find a reason for your weakness. With that, Lola returned to the necklace. Thanks to Lola's help, she had recovered for now. To leave the Duke's mansion, she would have to quickly find the cause of her frailty. Just then, a growl from her stomach interrupted her thoughts. She felt hungry as soon as she relaxed. In that case, she would go and experience breakfast at the Duke's mansion. One moment her body was ready to give up the ghost, the next she was healthy again. Just as she was about to start a beautiful day with a delicious breakfast, she encountered some deliberate difficulties. With her vitality restored, Afaluo walked towards the dining room with enthusiasm. The maids behind her were whispering, unsure of what they were saying. Afaluo turned her head, puzzled. Silence returned behind her. Why did these maids seem to be acting so strangely? When Afaluo arrived at the dining room, the table was completely empty. Not even the cutlery had been set. Just as Afaluo was about to inquire about her breakfast, a maid spoke first. We sincerely apologize, Miss Bella, but because you missed breakfast time, we can only offer you this. Before Afaluo could say anything, the maid brought out a plate of dark, unappetizing food mixed with many strange things. Afaluo's expression instantly turned cold. I wasn't aware the Duke's mansion served such food. The maid bowed respectfully. Please don't make things difficult for us. This made it seem as if she was being unreasonable. Don't you think so? Oh my, you still remember me. Thanks to you, miss, I've been assigned to the kitchen. Afaluo frowned. So you're blaming me. The maid looked at me with disdain, hesitating to speak. She seemed unwilling, yet dared not refuse. But since you've arrived, Miss Bella, this is truly all that's left. Afaluo's expression remained indifferent. It seems someone deliberately doesn't want me to eat, and to have a maid carry out such a task. My new little sister is truly childish. Afaluo glanced towards the figure hiding outside the door and smiled faintly. Such petty tricks. At this moment, the maid spoke up. You just returned, Mississippi. It's normal to be unfamiliar with the Duke's mansion's rules. Afaluo asked curiously, oh, what rules are those? Seeing the maid stammering, unable to articulate a response, Afaluo spoke for her. Is it not arriving on time for meals? The maid quickly seized the opportunity. Yes, Mississippi. The mansion's meals are served at set times. You woke up so late, naturally there wouldn't be a proper meal left for you. Afaluo replied, I see. So the Duke's mansion's dining schedule is determined by you. The maid trembled, about to explain, but Afaluo continued. Then, if the Duke himself doesn't arrive on time for a meal, does he also have to eat these scraps? The maid stammered, I didn't mean that. Not that. Afaluo's tone turned serious. What is that on the plate? Are you trying to poison the Duke's household? The maid frantically glanced at the doorway. Speechless, Priscilla, at the door, stomped her foot furiously. That useless idiot. She was about to burst in and confront them, but a voice stopped her. Enough. Priscilla froze. She immediately turned and fled without a word. Afaluo looked after her, puzzled. Why did she run off so suddenly? I was just getting ready for a good argument. Then, seeing Creed approach, Afaluo instantly understood. Creed walked up to Afaluo. He first reprimanded the gossiping maid before turning to Afaluo. Afaluo looked at him blankly. Creed, is there something I can do for you? Creed picked up the leftover scraps on the table. I heard what happened. I will discipline the household staff. This won't happen again. Afaluo nodded obediently. Thank you for your concern. Inwardly, she thought, he didn't rush over to yell at me today. It seems this Creed is much more reasonable than his mother and sister. After this incident, Afaluo lost her appetite. She turned to leave, but Creed stopped her. If you don't mind, Bella, you can join me for breakfast. As the Duke's eldest daughter, she was deliberately mistreated by her stepsister. Having finally resolved the troublesome issue, she faced her brother's plea to let it go. She didn't intend to tolerate it. Hearing Creed's invitation, Afaluo looked at the moldy leftovers on the table with a complicated expression. She hadn't expected Creed to have such consideration. Sympathetically, she pushed the bowl towards him. Here, if you want to eat it. Creed closed his eyes, exasperated. Of course, I don't mean this. I mean a proper breakfast. I go to the ice rink every morning, so the kitchen prepares breakfast before I return. There's no rule about not preparing food if someone misses the designated time. I apologize. Afaluo hadn't expected an apology. He had threatened her during their first encounter. Looking at the table now laden with delicious food, she couldn't help but sigh. The treatment between the heir and the long-lost, recently returned daughter was truly different. Creed offered her a bowl of soup. This is the chef's specialty. Try it. Afaluo took a sip and her eyes lit up. The chef's skills are amazing. For the first time since waking up, she felt a sense of culinary satisfaction. This is wonderful. Creed watched her, hesitating before speaking. If you feel Priscilla offended you, I'll have her apologize. I hope you can forgive her this time. Afaluo now understood. He offered his breakfast to smooth things over, hoping Bella would forget the morning's humiliation. Seeing Afaluo remain silent, Creed continued. Priscilla, she's just a bit immature. Afaluo interrupted him. And if I refuse to tolerate this, what will you do? What a good brother. Too bad I wasn't the meek Bella. An immature child at 17. In the Empire, she'd already be. Why was she so naturally connecting this to the Empire? Annoyed, Afaluo stood up to leave. At that moment, Creed suddenly said, I will take you to see Father and explain the situation. As a witness, I'm not suited to handle this matter. I believe Father can give a fair judgment. Priscilla is indeed too willful. I bear responsibility for not educating her properly. If doing this can spare you, it's such a small matter, it's really not necessary to trouble the Duke. Afaluo said to Creed with a subdued smile, I can forgive Priscilla, but you have to promise me one thing. Take me with you to the ice rink tomorrow. This time, Creed didn't refuse and agreed directly. The next day, Afaluo yawned as she stepped out of the carriage. Seeing Afaluo's sleepy appearance, Creed offered to have a subordinate take her to rest. Afaluo promptly refused. It was hard enough to leave the Duke's mansion. It would be a waste to just rest. Just then, a man ran up behind them. Creed said to him, I'm going to training and can't accompany you. Ralph will show you around. Ralph ran up to them, and Creed pointed at Afaluo. He introduced her. This is my sister, Bella. You don't need to accompany me for training today. Just take her around. At that moment, someone from behind reminded him that it was time to assemble. He quickly gave a couple more instructions and watched as the two chatted and laughed together, seemingly getting along quite well. Creed suddenly felt a pang of annoyance. He suddenly didn't want Ralph to go. She opened her eyes and found herself transformed into an amnesiac made in the Duke's mansion. To regain her lost memories, she decided to leave the Duke's mansion, but she unexpectedly saw her own figure on a wanted poster. Afaluo wandered through the streets, finally finding what she needed. Ralph, the straightforward man behind her, was a little confused. A magic prop shop. I thought the Major General's sister would like weapons or horses or something. Afaluo walked into the shop, gesturing animatedly. Do you have that? You know, the magical gemstones, the ones made in Refister. You mean born gemstones? I only have these. The shopkeeper took out some gemstones from the counter behind him. Looking at the dull gemstones, Afaluo was a little dissatisfied. It would be nice if there was some of better quality. The shopkeeper awkwardly explained, this small shop has limited resources. These are all I can stock. If you're not satisfied, we have other varieties. Afaluo waved her hand grandly, declaring, I'll take them all. Even if I can't use them, they should work for Lola. The shopkeeper, as if he'd struck gold, immediately and cheerfully wrapped them up. Then he handed Afaluo a pass. If you're looking for higher quality born gemstones, you might want to try this place. I think they might have what you need. Afaluo smiled with satisfaction. That's it. People in business always know where to buy the better goods. It seems my guess was right. Then the two headed towards the Oxton Exchange. Ralph, still a little worried, advised, are you sure you want to go? The Oxton Exchange is a complicated place. It's better to inform the Major General and have him go with you. No need to trouble Creed. When the two reached the entrance, they were stopped by guards. Who are you? How dare you trespass? Afaluo quickly stepped forward and presented the pass. The two guards exchanged glances, nodded, and allowed Afaluo to enter. But Ralph was stopped. One pass is only good for one person. Why can't my lady go in alone? Afaluo shook her head. It's fine. I can protect myself. I promise I'll be out within an hour. I understand. Afaluo smiled with satisfaction and followed the guard inside. If I'm not out in an hour, Ralph should know what to do. Good thing this kid is quick on the uptake. He's worthy of being Creed's lieutenant. However, Ralph didn't seem to understand and simply planned to wait at the entrance for Afaluo to come out. Once inside the exchange, Afaluo was quite surprised by the environment. She had expected it to be like the underground exchanges in novels, dirty and chaotic, but it was actually quite orderly. After wandering around for a while, she finally found the place that sold magic props. Afaluo pushed open the door and walked in. Looking at the messy cardboard boxes inside, she silently retracted her previous thought. At that moment, a head suddenly popped out from a pile of cardboard boxes. "What are you looking to buy?" Afaluo gave an awkward smile. "Do you have any born gemstones?" This place really lives up to its reputation as the most mysterious exchange in the capital. Even the way they do business is so unique. The shopkeeper muttered something strange. "Why is everyone asking about born gemstones?" Then he dove back into the boxes. "I'll look for you. Just a moment." Afaluo then noticed a bulletin board. It seemed to be for bounty requests, for rare magic props. One of the bounty posters caught Afaluo's attention. She tiptoed over to it. Afaluo carefully examined the figure on the bounty poster. "Why does this look so much like me?" One second, she was a princess of the empire. The next, she was the Duke's daughter. Determined to regain her lost memories, she decided to leave the Duke's mansion. But she didn't expect to be attacked by a cute creature on her first outing. Afaluo studied the bounty poster carefully. The date on it was the 18th. It was taken after she was brought to the Duke's mansion. After waking up, this was her first time leaving the mansion. So the person on this, I need to be sure. Thinking this, Afaluo tried to reach up and take the bounty poster down for a closer look, but she overestimated her height. Just as Afaluo was trying to figure out what to do, a sudden commotion of footsteps approached. Everyone was rushing towards the exit, shouting about a monster. Before Afaluo could react, a voice from behind interrupted her thoughts. "Esteemed guest, I apologize for interrupting your shopping. I am a manager of the Oxton Exchange. A magical creature intended for auction has escaped from the auction area. To ensure the safety of our guests, the exchange will be temporarily closed. But please do not worry. We will arrange for all guests to leave in an orderly fashion through the back exit. As an apology, you will not require a pass for your next visit." Afaluo wanted to say something, but the manager ushered her out. "Thank you for your cooperation. The Oxton Exchange welcomes your return." Afaluo was left completely bewildered. She could only follow the crowd out of the exchange. Even after leaving, Afaluo was still thinking about the bounty poster. Was that figure really Bella? But if the missing Bella was in the capital all along, why couldn't Duke Russell find her after all these years? Looking at the now closed doors, Afaluo sighed in frustration. "If only I had gotten a better look." But there was nothing she could do now. "I should find Ralph first." However, when she looked up, she found herself surrounded by unfamiliar scenery. "Oh no, I forgot this is the back exit of the exchange. Ralph is waiting for me at the front." Afaluo wandered around the alleyways for a while, but couldn't find a way out. And behind her, a dark, terrifying monster had quietly set its sights on her. Suddenly, Afaluo felt a dangerous presence behind her. She froze, listening to the gradually approaching breathing. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Could it be that escaped monster? "I was just looking, it should be fine, right?" But when she turned around, there was nothing behind her. It was peaceful and quiet. Strange, there's nothing there. I definitely heard heavy breathing and saw a shadow just now. Just then, a dark shadow lunged at Afaluo, startling her into closing her eyes. But feeling a soft, furry sensation in her arms, she cautiously opened her eyes. She opened her eyes to find a cute kitten nestled in her arms, staring at her with bright, sparkling eyes. The Empire's princess, in the blink of an eye, had become the amnesiac daughter of the Duke. She had hoped to use this outing to find her lost memories, but unexpectedly, she ended up with a cat clinging to her. Realizing it was a cat, Afaluo relaxed and stroked the kitten's head. "This cat seems very familiar with me." The kitten blinked its large, flickering eyes, looking at her expectantly. "It's me. Do you remember me?" However, Afaluo didn't understand cat language. She just looked at him quizzically. Could it be that orange cats are all naturally friendly? "I think we get along quite well. Would you like to come home with me?" Hearing this, the kitten's eyes instantly lit up. That guy's mission for me was to have Afaluo take me back. As long as I can sneak into the Duke's mansion, my plan can. It was then that Afaluo noticed the tag hanging around the kitten's neck. "This is the exchange's auction tag. So you escaped with the monster. You poor thing." The kitten tilted its head, feigning innocence. like I'd need help to escape. Just as Afaluo was about to leave, a voice suddenly called out to her from behind. "We meet again, esteemed guest. Thank you for helping us catch the escaped monster." Afaluo looked bewildered. Escaped monster. She suddenly froze, realizing that the cuddly, affectionate kitten in her arms could be the monster. The Oxton exchange manager smiled and explained he's not an ordinary kitten. He's a monster unique to Gloriester. I thought it was just an ordinary item I could buy. I didn't expect it to be the monster that just caused all that trouble at the exchange. Judging by this person's attitude, the exchange probably won't sell it easily. Although Ralph said Creed would cover all expenses today, buying a monster is a bit much. The manager seemed to see her hesitation and asked, "Do you want to take him with you?" "I forgot to tell you, the exchange isn't planning to sell the monster in your arms." Afaluo lowered her head regretfully. "If that's the case, then there's nothing I can do. However, if you agree to one condition." Afaluo's heart skipped a beat. Something felt wrong. This person was scheming. Receiving the pass must have been part of his plan. But what's his purpose? The Duke's daughter, missing for 10 years. Such a status means nothing within the Oxton exchange. Or does he know who I am? Thinking this, Afaluo handed the kitten back to him. "I'm sorry, I don't think I can agree to your condition. You should take him back." The kitten struggled, turning its head and looking at her pitifully. "I was planning to sneak into the Duke's mansion that day to find Afaluo, but I was caught by the exchange people. Luckily, Afaluo's scent appeared at the exchange a few days later. And by chance, the person on guard duty today forgot to lock the cage. That's how I got out. Please don't send me back." The manager seemed to sense Afaluo's concerns. "Don't worry, it's nothing that requires your immediate attention. You can refuse later if you wish. You just need to return the item. What do you think?" Afaluo hesitated for a moment, then agreed. "Sending this little guy back to that place. I can't bear it." "All right, I'll do as you say. Then I won't bother you any further. Happy cooperation, esteemed guest." With that, the manager immediately turned and left. Afaluo watched his retreating figure, speechless. He ran away so fast, as if he was afraid I'd change my mind. Afaluo held her head in exasperation. "I haven't figured out Bella's situation yet, and now I've somehow got another agreement to fulfill." The girl was originally the princess of the empire, but was betrayed by her own sister and lost her life. When she opened her eyes again, she had become the Duke's long-lost daughter. And all of this seemed to be someone's deliberate doing. Not long after the exchange manager left, Ralph found her. Afaluo explained what had happened, and the two prepared to return to the Duke's mansion. Ralph looked at the kitten in Afaluo's arms, hesitant to speak, but in the end, he said nothing. It wasn't until they returned to the Duke's mansion that Afaluo understood Ralph's expression. Seeing Afaluo return, Bella, sitting on the sofa, was about to pick a fight, but when she noticed the cat in Afaluo's arms, her expression instantly changed. In the next second, an ear-splitting scream echoed through the Duke's mansion. Bella hid fearfully behind the sofa. "You, throw that filthy thing out of your arms." Both Afaluo and the kitten tilted their heads in confusion. Why? I told you to throw it, so throw it." This creature absolutely cannot stay in the Duke's mansion. Afaluo carefully recalled. It's not like there are no pets at all in the mansion. Sheila and Mrs. Joanna each have their own pets, but there really don't seem to be any cats in the Duke's mansion. Thinking this, Afaluo took a few steps forward. "Are you afraid of cats?" Sheila immediately recoiled, feigning composure as she replied, "Don't be ridiculous. I'm not afraid at all." Afaluo took a few more steps forward, holding the kitten out to Sheila. "Since you're not afraid." Looking at the enlarged cat face before her, Sheila was so frightened she fled, turning back to angrily threaten Afaluo. "Just you wait." Afaluo couldn't help but chuckle. She hadn't expected the usually composed Sheila to be afraid of cats. "Well, in that case, it seems I'm not the only unwelcome one in the Duke's mansion now." Afaluo stroked the kitten's small head. "Until we leave this place, you'll have to put up with staying in my room for a while." Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, Emma stared at the documents on her desk, her face grim. "You're saying there hasn't been a single thing?" A guard replied nervously, "Yes. This whole time, Neil and Heidi have been dedicated to caring for His Majesty. They haven't made any unusual moves. Moreover, His Majesty dismissed most of the attendants in the main hall last week. Now, the only ones who can approach him are Neil and Heidi." Emma viciously gripped the documents on the table, her face contorted. Damn it. After father, citing poor health, entrusted the court to my care, he rarely appears in public anymore. I wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate everyone associated with Afaluo, but father transferred Neil and Heidi to the main hall. Coupled with the Imperial Guard, who only answer to the Emperor on duty day and night, I haven't been able to make a move. Thinking this, Emma turned to question the guard. Have you found that cat yet? You can't even deal with a cat when you can't touch the people. No news on the cat, Your Highness. No one has seen it. Emma furiously raised the documents in her hand, about to throw them down. Useless waste. What good are you to me? She was still trying to uncover the truth about her lost sister, and had even found her former maid. But the truth was often more complicated than it seemed. Just as Emma was about to slam the documents down, Wright suddenly intervened, stopping her. Enough. Calm down, Emma. It's just a cat. You've been increasingly agitated lately. Did he put you in this position just to watch you throw tantrums? Emma guiltily averted her gaze. Of course not. You know that after Afaluo's death, although father entrusted state affairs to me, he still hasn't officially named me his heir. I'm just anxious, worried that I won't be able to successfully complete the task he gave me. Wright replied coldly, then do what you're supposed to do. Don't waste everyone's time with your jealousy. Emma thought to herself, is it my imagination, or has Wright been increasingly cold towards me lately? I should appease him first. After all, I haven't ascended the throne yet. Thinking this, she reached out and took Wright's arm, looking at him with a Weichi Baba expression. All right. I was wrong just now. You'll help me, right? Wright patted Emma's hand reassuringly. You just need to do your job and gain the recognition of the Emperor and the nobles. I'll handle the rest. Back at the Duke's mansion, Julian had been completely captivated by the kitten, transforming into a devoted cat servant. Then, Afaluo suddenly asked, do you remember anything about the time I went missing? Julian replied, I started working at the Duke's mansion after you. Miss had already gone missing. Afaluo lowered her head in disappointment. Is that so? I wish someone could tell me about it. Right now, it feels less like I'm living as Bella and more like I'm imprisoned here in her place. Not to mention whether my current body could even handle leaving the Duke's mansion. The Duke probably wouldn't let me leave easily anyway. To leave the Duke's mansion, I might have to first find out the truth about Bella's disappearance. And those dreams, that mysterious person, just how many secrets are there surrounding me? This feeling of not having control over my own life is truly awful. But my movements are restricted now. To investigate what happened during Afaluo's time in the Empire, I'll have to ask for help from someone outside. Who will be best? At that moment, Julian suddenly remembered. Your former maid, Lucille's older sister, might be able to help you. I heard Lucille's older sister took care of you until that accident, until you went missing. Even though she remained at the Duke's mansion, she couldn't continue working as a personal maid. Afaluo lowered her eyes. Such a grave mistake. Losing the young mistress due to negligent care. Yet the only consequence was a change in position. Then Afaluo said to Julian, bring Lucille to me immediately. Soon, Julian brought Lucille to the room. Afaluo dismissed Julian before turning to Lucille. Why won't you look at me? Was it guilt, or why was she so nervous? Afaluo asked. Perhaps Julian has already told you. I lost my memory. So can you tell me about the day I went missing? Lucille, as Bella's personal maid before her disappearance, committed such a grave error, yet remained at the Duke's mansion. There had to be a reason. She, as the long-lost daughter finally found by the Duke's mansion, had always questioned her identity. In order to investigate the truth behind her disappearance as a child, she sought out her former maid and formed an alliance. Hearing Afaluo's question, Lucille hesitated for a moment. That day, you were like always, going to the garden to read in the afternoon. When you were young, you were kind to everyone, even to your stepmother, Mrs. Joanna. I thought it was just an ordinary day. You went to the garden, but returned shortly after, saying you saw beautiful roses. You asked me for tools, and then went to the garden alone to pick flowers, telling me not to follow. By the time everyone realized something was wrong, you were gone. Lucille lowered her head remorsefully. It's all my fault. If only I had gone with you that day. So it seemed Bella hadn't wandered off on her own. Someone went through great lengths to abduct the young mistress from the Duke's mansion. Was it for money? But the Duke's mansion hadn't received any ransom demands all these years. While Afaluo was still pondering, Lucille suddenly asked, "Are you really Miss Bella?" Afaluo looked up in surprise. Why would she ask such a question? Did she know something? Do you think I am? The Duke says you are, so you are Miss Bella. Affaluo smiled faintly. Things were indeed as she suspected. Although Lucille hadn't been dismissed back then, making such a mistake would have made it difficult for her not to be ostracized amongst the servants. Her ability to remain at the Duke's mansion peacefully all these years indicated her intelligence. And the reason she stayed must have been for Bella, to find the truth behind Bella's disappearance from the garden. Thinking this, Affaluo extended her hand. Come to my side. You know I'm not the real Bella, yet you endure and acknowledge my identity. It's to stay at the Duke's mansion and continue your investigation, isn't it? Lucille, who went to such lengths for Bella, might be exactly the person she needed. Affaluo leaned closer to Lucille and whispered some instructions. Then she looked at Lucille expectantly. Well, if I'm not mistaken, Lucille has no reason to refuse me. As expected, Lucille didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. I will definitely complete the task you've given me. After Lucille left, Affaluo yawned languidly. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. I hope Lucille can get me. Wait, why is there a breeze in the room? I clearly closed the window. Looking at the wide-open window, Affaluo suddenly realized something was wrong. The kitten was gone. She hurriedly ran to the courtyard to search, but after a long while, she couldn't even find a single cat hair. Just then, she heard a few sneezes. Affaluo looked towards the sound and saw it was Krieg holding the kitten, who had somehow escaped in his arms. She had transmigrated into a novel as the vicious villain with a tragic ending. After much difficulty, she managed to secure her life with a new identity. But the hostage she once bullied had become the king and insisted on seeing her. Seeing Affaluo, Krieg quickly returned the kitten to her. Affaluo took the kitten with delight. I've been looking for him everywhere. I didn't expect you to find him. Where did you see him? I found him at the entrance of the Duke's mansion. Thanks to Ralph for recognizing your cat. He hesitated internally. Should he tell her that cats weren't allowed in the Duke's mansion? But looking at Affaluo's smiling face, he hesitantly reminded her, if you want to keep him in the mansion, you must not let him run around like he did today. Because Sheila is allergic to cats. But Affaluo noticed the rash on his hands. Immediately turning around with the kitten in her arms, she said, You're the one allergic to cat fur, aren't you? Krieg stubbornly refused to admit it. How could you think that? I'm certainly not allergic. Really? But Ralph clearly said it was you. If you're allergic to cats, how can you hold one? Krieg answered seriously, I was afraid you'd be worried. Ralph told me you really like this cat. If you were lost, you'd be very upset. Affaluo looked at him with surprise. Despite his allergy, he prioritized her feelings. Affaluo thought, Krieg seems stern, but he's actually very gentle. Just as Krieg was about to say something more, a maid suddenly rushed over, flustered. Miss Bella, the Duke asked me to tell you that the king requests your presence. Though reluctant, she couldn't disobey the king's command. Affaluo cautiously peeked out, respectfully bowing to the person before her. Looking at the girl, a deep nostalgia filled Verdei's eyes. She really doesn't remember. I finally found you, but you've forgotten. Verdei recalled the priest the Duke had mentioned. They've examined her many times, but they still can't find the cause of Bella's coma and memory loss. And Bella's body is getting weaker and weaker. At this rate, she might not make it to this year's bloodletting. She might even leave me again. Verdei looked at her tenderly. What should I do, my princess? Affaluo, however, was tense. Did he recognize me? According to the novel, Verdei hadn't stayed by Affaluo's side for long before being sent back to his kingdom. Although much time had passed, such a great humiliation made it not surprising that he still remembered Affaluo's face. Seeing Verdei still lost in thought, she couldn't help but call out to him. Verdei snapped back and said, Please have a seat. The Duke has stepped away for a moment. Affaluo nodded obediently, her heart full of doubts. He doesn't seem to have any ill will towards me, but why call me here so late? Just then, Verdei suddenly reached out towards Affaluo's head. Affaluo froze, her heart pounding uncontrollably. Verdei gently removed a leaf from Affaluo's hair. Affaluo blushed, stammering an apology. Having just recovered from a serious illness, on her first outing, she'd been captivated by a kitten. But what she didn't expect was that the kitten belonged to the king. After they sat down, Affaluo nervously fiddled with her fingers. Verdei broke the awkward silence. I heard from the Duke that you were very ill after you recovered. Are you feeling better lately? I've almost fully recovered. Thank you for your concern. Then Verdei asked, Do you still have headaches? Affaluo looked at Verdei in surprise. How did he know about her headaches? Verdei murmured to himself, She still has headaches. It seems I need to do more. Affaluo raised her hand, asking in confusion, How did you know? Just then, a knock came from the door. The Duke entered, looking flustered, holding the kitten. Your Majesty, I found a cat outside. Is this the one you're looking for? Afaluo was about to answer, but Verdei spoke first. Yes, that's my cat. Afaluo was dumbfounded. The little rascal who had caused chaos in the exchange and clung to her like a limpet, forcing her to agree to the manager's terms just to get him back, was actually his cat. Afaluo wanted to cry. Is the universe playing a joke on me? This is too much of coincidence. The Duke sat beside Afaluo and explained, after your Majesty's beloved cat went missing, someone saw you holding him. So as soon as he received the news, he rushed to the Duke's mansion. Afaluo understood now. That's why she was summoned so late at night. It was all because of the cat, but she was still puzzled. This was her first time out since waking up. Logically, only people from the Duke's mansion should recognize her. Yet someone had correctly identified her and informed Verdei. That person really had ulterior motives. Thinking this, Afaluo asked, So, Your Majesty, are you taking Delphi back today? Delphi? Afaluo stroked the kitten, asking again, So, are you taking Delphi back with you today? But then, Delphi suddenly let out a fierce meow and darted over to Verdei. Verdei obligingly waved his hand. She seems quite fond of Miss Bella. She doesn't appear to want to leave with me. Seemingly satisfied with the response, Delphi flicked her tail and returned to Afaluo's side. Verdei asked Afaluo sincerely, Could I trouble you to look after her? She really doesn't seem to want to come with me. Afaluo hesitated, but Delphi isn't a stray, and someone in the Duke's mansion is allergic to cats. Seeing this, Verdei and Delphi both looked at Afaluo with pleading eyes. Under the double dose of cuteness, Afaluo reluctantly gave in. All right, though things seemed to have come full circle, something had quietly changed. Verdei smiled with satisfaction. Thank you so much. I'll be sure to visit her often. Afaluo's mind raced at the words visit often. Visit often? Are you kidding? The more we meet, the higher the chance I'll be recognized. It's best we meet less. So she quickly interjected, You should prioritize your official duties. There's no need to make a special trip for such a small matter. Verdei misinterpreted her meaning and chuckled. She's concerned about me. It's no trouble. In fact, I was planning to entrust the Treasury's procurement for the latter half of the year to the Duke's mansion. I'll have many matters to discuss with the Duke in the coming days. Afaluo could only look pleadingly at the Duke. However, the Duke was clearly more interested in the procurement and reminded Afaluo to take good care of the king's cat. The two then cheerfully headed towards the study, ready to discuss the procurement in detail, leaving Afaluo alone, fuming. Trick up my sleeve. We're scheduled off this one, shine, holding your body. At the edge of, I'm sitting with the weight of the world on my shoulders. Fall. When I felt like a gang, like a soldier, what am? 1. Kiss me, I gotta believe I'm sick of this stupid enough. Still wondering you're sleeping at all. Like this social, I've got a little guy again. I can call that soft up still working for we. We're good toss in this one shot. Do you mind?